invigilator then compares the images manually. This comprehensive method gives a 98% accurate user identification. What's more, there are plans to include additional identifying algorithms, such as electronic signatures, ECGs, and other biometric measurements. Examus automatically records any violations and informs the invigilator if the student looks away from the screen for longer than is warranted, if the active window on the computer suddenly changes, if the student leaves their desk, or if someone else is there with them, if someone else's voice is heard through the student's microphone, or if somebody else tries to sit the exam for them. The behavioral analysis algorithms mean the system can be easily adapted to work with different people. The user's standard behavior is assessed by the system over time and taken into account. The more records of a student's behavior that are recorded in the Examus database, the more accurately their behavior can be predicted and understood. Did the student look because they were distracted, or to secretly glance at a crib sheet? The involvement of invigilators ensures violations can be detected accurately, even if little information on the student has been stored, and the fact of being observed also heightens the disciplinary effect. The invigilators deal with rule breakers appropriately. This gives Examus more flexibility in its reaction to student behavior, in line with the standards of each university. It also allows invigilators to clarify information in the event of disputes. Examus can be easily configured to suit different exam conditions, strict tests, where the use of any additional materials is forbidden, and more open examinations, where, for example, calculations can be made on paper outside the testing system. All data collected by Examus is transferred to educational institutions for in-depth analysis. Teachers can monitor the exam results of individual students, and all the data collected undergoes comprehensive processing to see if the testing methods need to be adjusted or examination tasks improved. The Examus Invigilator service allows you to set up a flexible ecosystem of online examinations, securely connecting student laptops to the university's LMS, Learning Management System.
Educational technology is now more important than ever. However, students and faculty often don't have enough guidance and can easily get overwhelmed with questions or issues they think they cannot resolve themselves. Many institutions struggle to provide this guidance to their faculty and students, preventing them from getting the most value out of their EdTech investments. EasySoft helps institutions guide users through in-app messaging, personalized support, and tool usage insights. Supporting over 2.5 million faculty and students globally, EasySoft can integrate with all the most popular learning applications. Tool adoption insights help you visualize and compare how your EdTech tools are being used by any student, faculty member, or course. Take action on adoption insights by targeting users with personalized messages anywhere within your learning management system. Messages can be anything from important announcements to explanations on how to complete tasks with specific EdTech tools. They are fully customizable and valuable user feedback. When your faculty and students need a little extra help, the EasySoft Support Center provides 24/7 self support directly in your learning management system to ensure no user is left behind. Relevant help content is recommended automatically based on a user's role and context, and institution specific help articles can be added to personalize the support experience. If a user still has unanswered questions, EasySoft's smart routing settings ensure their support request is sent to the right help desk along with all relevant user information, cutting resolution time in half. Working on a big change like moving to a new LMS or introducing a new tool, create a campaign to keep track of all your messages, help articles, and tool adoption monitors in one place and measure the impact of your efforts. Check out the EasySoft universe to get inspired by campaign examples from institutions around the world. Do you want to optimize the teaching and learning experience at your institution and get more value from your EdTech investments? Head over to www.easysoft.com to learn more.
All right. Good morning, everyone. To all our participants, viewers, and speakers from here and abroad, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Welcome to the fifth and last day of the Moodlemoot Philippines 2021 virtual conference. This is Ioni the Best, your host for this morning session. For the past days, you have learned about Moodle and its applicability to the current global scenario. We started with a 2 day workshop and then followed by a 3 day Congress. Today, we have 10 industry leaders, three in the morning and seven in the afternoon, who will be giving their talk on different topics, but all central to Moodle. So please do grab this chance to actively take part in the conference and at the same time earn Moodle pesos, which you can use to purchase items on the Moodle store. Just a few reminders before we proceed with the program. First is to switch off your microphone at all times in order to maintain the focus of the speaker and of your fellow participants. Second, should you have questions about the topic, please feel free to post them on the forum and on our social media platforms. We are streaming live on Facebook and YouTube, so we enjoin our viewers to actively take part in the program by posting your comments and questions and by sharing the link of this Congress. Third, please stay until the end of the program because we will have a game and we will be giving away prizes. Believe me, we have a good items in store for you, such as power banks, electric personal rice cooker, coffee maker, and for the Samgyup lovers, Samgyupsal electric hot pot and barbecue grill. So these are just some of the items. So we will be giving away minor and major prizes today. So kindly know that only those registered and present until the draw will be eligible to win. All right. So at this juncture, allow me to recognize and extend our gratitude to our sponsors who helped make this event possible. So thank you to our gold sponsors, EasySoft, IntelliBoard, and Examus. Thanks as well to our pro sponsors, Motrain, Wireless, and Linode. Lastly, thank you to our starter sponsor, Poodle. Okay, so moving on, as we have a long day ahead of us, allow me to introduce our first speaker. He is currently the account manager for the APAC region of IntelliBoard to deliver a talk on learning analytics and reporting dashboards with IntelliBoard for Moodle. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Mr. Pierre Daguzan.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Yanis. Thank you very much for the introduction. So I'm very excited to be with you today. Oh, I think there is a video starting. Great. So thank you very much for joining today. I'm very excited to be with you and to be talking about data and why data is key for your learning environment and how entity boards help you to bring visibility to your LMS and to Moodle. So let me share my screen and we'll start with a presentation of IntelliBoard. Okay, great. So please note that you can have access to that demo site at any time. You can just go on moodle.intelliboard.net and you will have access to our demo site. So right here, we arrive on the homepage of IntelliBoard. So at IntelliBoard, we have two kind of data. We have monitors. Monitor have graphic display of data. They are more high-level data, and we have also reports. Reports, I will say, are much more specific data related to the different user you have in Moodle, about your course, about the different activity inside Moodle. But let me go over a few of the monitor sets that we are here and why it's key to have great data and to be able to visualize your Moodle data very easily. So right here, for example, we have the user enrollment session and completion activity levels, where you will be able to track how many users you have in your Moodle, how many courses, how many modules, and how many categories are currently active. A great thing about this is that when you click on the different line, you will have a specific data on the number of sessions on a specific date, the number of user enrollment or course completion. So it's a great way to track and see what's happening in your Moodle and in your LMS. A great thing about all those monitor is that you can change the time frame very easily. So if you want to pull out the data of the last 12 months, 3 months, you can do that very easily because some people in your organization want to see data related to specific time frame, and you can do that very easily. Right here, we have our heat map. Our heat map, it's a great tool to see when people are accessing your site during the day and when they are the most active. So it's very useful for academic people, but IT people to see when people are the most active on the Moodle site during the day. Right here, we have daily activity overview with general information about activity completion, course completion, new registration, visit, time spent, and the number of sessions on the specific date. Right here, we have the user site summary detail. So that's actually a report that you can also set up as a monitor. So for Moodle, we have over 160 reports that you can also set up as a monitor. So right here in the user site summary detail, it gives you a good overview of what's happening for your student, what's their name, what's the progress, what's their score, what's the number of visits on Moodle, and what's the time spent. And please note that Board have their own tracking system. So we have a very accurate tracking system. So what we do, we ping the user every 15 or 30 seconds to make sure they are active on the Moodle site. For example, if they open a YouTube video or go on Facebook, but they are not active on the Moodle site, we will stop the timer. So we have a very accurate way to track the time spent on the different activities inside Moodle. If you have different users in a different part of the world, this is a great way to track your user and see where they are coming from, depending on the country. And right here, we have the user session per week. So it will give you, again, a breakdown of when people are accessing the site, but breakdown by week and per month. So again, very useful to see when your Moodle site is the most active during the year. A great thing about IntelliBoard is that you can customize and create your own monitor set because different people in your organization will need to see different kind of data and you want to assign specific data to specific. So with IntelliBoard, you have the ability to do that, to assign specific data to specific people. We have a few monitor sets already created out of the box related to Big Blue Button. If in your organization you're using Big Blue Button or Totora, we have also course overview or LMS performance or learner overview. So those are specific monitor set already created out of the box. But you can also create your own monitor set very easily. So if you want to create a specific monitor set for a specific in your organization. So let's say you want to create one for the dean of education, or if you are incorporate for your manager, so you can just name that monitor set and click and drag now the information that you want to see in that monitor set. So let's say in this one, I want to see HTTP request advanced. Great. I really like this one, but I also want to see what the enrollment per course is, or who are the most visited courses. I like to see browser statistic also for maybe IT people. I would like to see also my language, my operating system, and my language utilization to see what the usage on my Moodle site. And I want to see how people are accessing my Moodle site. Is it more by um, web or is that more mobile logins? I would just save, and you can also we just save, and just like that, we created a data set that will be aimed to the Dean of Education department, for example. So a few of those great monitors that I put up together, I really like the most visited courses, for example, because you're able to see which courses are the most visited. But it's great also to maybe see what's happening in your organization. I can see, for example, I don't have too many visits in the corporate management class. So maybe I can reach out to the teacher to say, okay, why we don't have that many visits in your class? A great way to do that. Also, we have enrollment per courses. It's a great way to see the enrollment per courses and what the rate of completed activity in those courses. Right here, browser statistics, very useful for IT people because you're able to see what kind of browser your user are using to optimize and maybe give some recommendation on the user to use specific browser. Operating system also to give you more information and bring you visibility on what's happening in your LMS again. Language utilization, again, if you are in your organization, you are using different language, it's very useful to see what's the percentage of each language. And right here we have HTTP request advanced. So a great tool to see what are the different activity that are being used inside your Moodle site. So right here we can see the assignments are the most used, the forum and the quiz, which I think will be very similar to the real life. And finally, we have the Moodle mobile logins versus web logins. So you are able to track how people are accessing your site. Is that more by web or by mobile? So like that, again, you can do some custom development to tailor that to your user. A great thing about all those monitors is that you can download that at PDF, Excel, CSV. You can email it and schedule it, but you can also share the API key. That's where also IntelliBoard really shine, is that he allow you to share data amongst your organization very easily. So let's say you just want to send that monitor set to a specific person in your organization. You can just send that link by email or by chat, by text, whatever method, but the user will only have access to the monitor set we just created. So it's a great, easy way to share data amongst your organization. A great thing about that is that they will be able to change the the time frame of all those monitors as well. So very great way to share data amongst your organization. But now let's look at the report because I think that's where IntelliBoard bring a great add value to Moodle user because we really help you to bring visibility to your LMS to see what's happening, what's the engagement, if you need to do early intervention. So we have different reports on different users. I will point out a few reports that have been very useful during COVID time amongst education institutions around the world. The ones that I really like are, for example, inactive user in courses, inactive user in system. Two very important reports for Moodle to do early intervention and make sure everybody is on track. So let's look at the inactive user in courses and why it's a great report. It's a great report for a few reasons. Because at IntelliBoard, first you have the ability to filter by cohort. So if you are using cohorts, you can filter by cohort. But more important, you can filter by courses and categories. So let's say I want to see what's happening in one specific class. Let's say I want to see what's happening in the HR protocol class. See, okay. And let's say I want to see all the students that have been inactive for the last 5 days. And just like that, in a few clicks, I pull out all the students that have been inactive for the last 5 days in the HR protocol class. And we will be able to see first name, last name, their email, the cohort name, when they enrolled, their first access, their last access date, their last login, the course name, the completion information, how many activities and completed activities they had, and who is a teacher. So it's a great way to maybe reach out to the students to say, okay, why have you been connected for the last 5 days? So maybe a teacher, an instructor, an academic person can reach out to those teachers to check off why they have been inactive in that courses. So again, to take action in advance and make sure everybody is on track. Inactive user in system, very similar to what we just looked at, but it will be general to the Moodle side. But the great thing about this one is that we have the ability to look by roles. So if you want to track the inactivity of your manager, course creator, your teacher, you have the ability to do that. So it's a great way to have everybody accountable and make sure everybody is on track to success and everybody is connecting to the site. So let's say we just want to look at the teacher that have been inactive for the last 5 days. So just like that, I'm just clicking the the roles in my map with my Moodle with the Moodle mapping. So all the roles that you have in Moodle will show up here in that filter. So right here we can see all the teacher and instructor that have been inactive for the last 5 days in Moodle, and you're able to see when they created the account, their first access, their last access, and the last login. So very, very useful tool. Now let's look at the user status summary. It's a great report because it gives you a good overview of the progress of your student in your Moodle. Again, a great thing about that, you are able to filter by cohorts. And again, you are able to filter by the role. But now let's look at the student, because we can see, okay, all my students, when they created the account, how many courses they enrolled, how many completed activities they have done, how many completed courses, what are the number of visits on all those courses, what's the time spent, their score, and their last access date, and also other custom user field that you can add. So please note at IntelliBoard, you have the ability to personalize all those reports in some way. You are able to click or unclick some view. So depending what your organization use, you are able to enable some view of custom user field, and you also have the ability to enable the search of specific field. So very useful to custom your report tailored to your organization. Now let's look at one of the most used reports in all IntelliBoard worldwide. It's a great report. It's one of my favorite reports, especially when you want to do early intervention and when you want to identify a student at risk. I think it's very important in online learning to have that ability. And so let's look at the learner and success progress and why it's an amazing report that can really help your organization to be on top of everything. So again, you will have the ability to filter by courses. and or by group. But I really like my HR protocol class. So let's look at what's happening in the HR protocol class. And let's say no, I only want to look at the students that are not performing in that class. So for me, a student that is not performing will be a student that grade equals C or below. So I just select those grades, I click OK. And just like that, I pull out all the students that are not performing in the HR protocol class. And I'm able to see first name, last name, email, their course name, the course start date, the enrollment date. And the great thing about that report is I can see the progress, and I can see the progress versus the class average. So the dot line is the class average. So the student or the teacher inside of the Moodle LTI will be able to see how is doing versus the class average. So it's a great tool. You are able to see the grade, the completed activity, the score, the status on the activities, the number of visits, the time spent on all those activities, and the number of activity within that course. But let's say again, I was mentioning early intervention. So the great thing about that is that I have the ability with IntelliBoard, I can schedule the reports. So let's say I want to schedule that report to and send that report to the HR protocol teacher. And maybe I want to make that a weekly report. Like that, I can send every Monday morning the list of all the teachers that are not performing in the HR protocol class. So again, I'm selecting the grade of what a student is not performing. I click OK. Let's say we don't filter by custom user field or completion status. You can filter by enrollment date or by course date. You can put a date filter. So let's say we want to make it a weekly report. So we want to see the data of the last 7 days. You can change the name of the report, the subject of the name of the report, the subject of the email. You can put an expression date in case of data security reason, for example. You can change the attachments. That's very useful for teacher because like that they can maybe edit those reports. You don't want to send it hourly or your colleagues might hate you. But as I mentioned, we want to send it weekly. And I want to send it every Monday at 8 a.m. We always recommend to send empty reports because if during that week everybody is doing good and there is no student that are not performing, great, but at least the teacher will know that's why he's getting an empty report. We just save. And just like that, we created a new notification that will go to the HR protocol teacher every Monday morning at 8 a.m. with a list of all the students that is not performing in his class. So like that, every Monday morning, the teacher can reach out to the student and say, oh, what can I do to help you? Do you need more support, academic support? What can I do to help you to make sure you are on your way to success? So that's why it's a very, very important tool and a great report. And please note that you can do that for all the different reports. A great thing on top of the scheduled version, you are able to also create conditional events. Also a very useful tool when you want to do early intervention. So you will assign your connection and now you can create a lot of alerting to kind of automate the reporting of your Moodle LMS. So for example, instructor site inactivity, instructor spend less than a certain amount of time on an activity on the courses, a learner is below a certain grade, a learner in activity on activity completion, or learner spent a certain amount of time on activity or courses. So those are very, very useful to create alert system and automate the the reporting of your LMS. So it's a very powerful tool. Let's just look, for example, a learner is below a certain grade and to see how easy it is to set up that. So for example, you can put your instructor email. So that will be all the teachers that is listed in your Moodle will show up here. You will just click the teacher that you want to send it. Same for the cohort. And now you can select all the different teachers and user. that this report will be related to, and after you can just put and select the grades that you want to create the alert on. So let's say C. Every time that someone is below that grade, I want to receive an alert. Like that, I can reach out to them. So you can do that very easily with IntelliBoard and really create some automated alerting system. But now let's look at a few other reports that I would like to show you. A few great reports that are very useful for teachers, for example, the course content utilization. It's a very good report, very useful for teachers because it gives you a good picture of what's happening in a specific course and on a specific activity. So again, you have the ability to filter by the courses or by the category. Again, I like my HR protocol task, but now I only want to see what's happening with a quiz. So let's say I just want to see what's happening on the quiz. Okay, and right here I can see, okay, in the HR protocol class, this user can see course template, the type of the activity, the name of the activity, the number of visits on that activity, the time spent, the first access, the last access, the user browser operating system, the language, the IP address, and when they created the account. So it's a great way to get a good understanding of what's happening on all the different activity in one courses. We have also course inactivity, course progress is also a very cool report, but and course access also. The course access details are also pretty cool to look at because it gives you a good visibility on all. Again, you're able to filter by the courses, but in that report, you have the ability to see the course categories, number of visits on each course, and the time spent, and what's the course completion. So you really have a lot of tools to see and bring visibility of what's happening on the different courses. Now let's look on the all activity report. So we have a report, specific report on all the different activities listed in Moodle: assignment, attendance, even Poodle. So we have the Poodle CEO that will be talking later today. So you are able also to track what's happening in the Poodle activity. So it's a great way. But one that I really like to show, sorry about that, is one of the most complete reports that I think is activity progress by course detail. It's a great report because it gives you a good overview of what's happening in one courses, and you will have an overview of all the different activity and what's the status of all the activity in one courses. So it's a very, very powerful report. It's a big report, so it always take a little time to load. So please note that at IntelliBoard, we don't host any of your data. We are doing live data, so it's live query. Everything stays in your database. No information is going outside. Everything stays in, and nobody has access to your data but you. So again, you have the ability to filter by courses. Again, I wanted to have my HR protocol class. But here it's a great report because again, you have all your students here and the course name, and you are able to see all the things that are happening in that activity. So you have all the activities listed in that courses, and you can see the status on those activities. The time on the activity, the grade, what's the status. So you are able to track all the different activity of all the different activity in one courses. So it's a very, very powerful report. Now let's look at one report that I really like, for example, for instructor and teacher. It's one of the quiz reports. It's a quiz overview and question detail. And I think it's a very powerful report because you have the ability to see what's happening in your quizzes, and you can maybe make some tweak because your quiz might be too complicated or too hard. So here, the great thing about this is that you have the question breakdown. So you can see all the question and you can see how many people got it correct, how many people got it incorrect. So for example, if we have one question and we everybody got it incorrect, so maybe I should revise the wording of that question because it doesn't make sense to my student. Or maybe I have one question where everybody got it correct. So or maybe all my students are great, or maybe I should make the question a little bit harder. So with that tool, you are really able to see how people react with your activity, and like that you can maybe change, improve, and just and know what's happening. But so that's where data is key because you have the ability to see. Now let's look at another function that we have. So as I mentioned, for Moodle, we have over 160 reports already created out of the box. But if you didn't find what you were looking for, you have the ability to create your own report from scratch. So it's a very, very powerful feature as well. So let's say, again, you want to create one for your academic advisor. You will assign a connection, and now you will just click the different fields that you want to see in that report. So let's say I want first name, last name, when they created the account. I want to see course ID. I want to see course start date, course completion. So depending what you click, you will have the ability to see more custom user field. You have the ability to change the visualization if needed. So with that tool, it's a very powerful tool to create your own report from scratch. You are also able to enable or disable some column or some filter. So it's a very, very powerful tool if you need to do custom report tailored to your organization. And in addition to that, if you have a member of your team that are familiar with SQL coding, they can also do SQL coding directly from the platform from here. So also very cool. Now let's look at the organizational role. Also a very strong point for IntelliBoard, and that's where you will assign specific data to specific people. Because that's what the key of data. You want to assign specific data to specific people related to the people they work with. You don't want to send them data related teacher or people they are not working with. So let's say we want to create organization for the Dean of Education. I will assign my connection, and now I will click and unclick the reports that this group of people will have access to. So let's say they don't need to see my instructor, or they don't see the course grade, but they need to see the activity report. They don't need to see the quiz report. So you can just click and unclick the different reports that this group of people will have access to. And you can do the same for monitors. So remember, we created the Dean of Education earlier, so you can assign that monitor set to the Dean of Education group, but you can also assign them other monitor sets. So again, it's a great way to assign specific data to specific people. We just save, and just like that, we create a new organizational role for the Dean of Education. Since it's a demo, I cannot create one, but it will show up here under Dean of Education. And once you created that role, you have the ability, and you will create your sub-account. So you will first import your sub-account from Moodle and import it inside IntelliBoard in order to have the same mapping as that you have inside Moodle. Or you can create your new sub-account. So you will choose an organizational role, let's say a manager. You will put first name, last name, create an email, and assign a connection. And again, you will click and unclick the different reports that this person will have access to. So like that, again, you will assign specific data to specific people in your organization. And in addition to that, if you want even to go deeper than that, you can also assign courses, user to specific people. So let's look at Mandy Jones. Mandy Jones, she's a registrar, for example. and I want to look at her user permission. So I can assign user to her. I just have to click and send the data over. I can assign courses or custom user field, very easy to use. So you can assign specific courses to that person, categories. So like that person will only see the data related to the course that they are working with or managing, and same for the cohorts. So so that's where you will assign specific data to specific. But now let's look how it looks like inside Moodle, because most of the people will have access to their data directly inside Moodle. They won't have to connect to IntelliBoard. Only a super admin role, an admin will connect to IntelliBoard. But most of the other users will have access to your to the data directly inside Moodle. So what we can see right here is it's a mock-up of Moodle. So that's how what Moodle could look like. So here we will have learner dashboard for the learner or instructor dashboard. So let's say, for example, I'm a teacher, so I want to see the instructor view. So here, the instructor will have their own specific data related to the courses and the students they are teaching. So they will see a good overview of total courses, total learner, the course grade. They have the ability to see the correlation, the learner engagement, the student grade progression. All those are, you can disable it or enable it. They will be able to see event utilization, so they can see all the different activities they created and which one are the most utilized. Same for activity utilization. They are able to do that right here. There is the data or topic utilization. And also they can see the graded activity overview. They will be able to see the courses. So right here, they can see all the courses that they are managing. So that teacher is teaching accounting, HR protocol compliance, French, and product research and session attendance. And you have all the data here with the percentage of completed learner, the course average grade, the section, the activity resource, the number of visits, the time spent, average visit per student, the average time spent per student, and they can see specifics. So if they want to see the learner, right here, they click on learner, they can see all their students right here. They can see the status, their last access, the grades, the completed activities, the number of visits, the time spent, the average visit per student, average time spent per student, as they can see the different actions that needs to be taken. So right here, they can see all the different activities that this student has. Okay, maybe I need to grade it, or I need to check why this assignment haven't been completed. So maybe I can reach out to that student and say, okay, you haven't finished assignment number 3. Please do it before the end of the week. And on top of that, they will see all the different reports that you will have give them access with the organizational role. So again, let's look at the learner and success progress report, because I always love this report. So right here, the teacher won't have to connect to IntelliBoard to see the data. He will see the report directly inside his Moodle instance. And like that, you can see all the data related to his students. So it's a very powerful tool, for people to access easily to their data directly inside the LMS. And also, if you enable, the learner will have also a similar dashboard with all their data. So here he will be able to see his activity progress or his course progress. We can see all the course that he's enrolled in and what's the progress and the grade. You can see all the progress right here and the grade when they're all completed status. You can see all his assignments or all the quizzes and when is the due date, when is the grade. So we can see right here, okay, maybe I need to get on that activity because the due date is tomorrow. You can see the course success, the activity participation. They will be able to see all their different courses again, and they can see the completion, the class average, the time spent on those different courses. And finally, they will be able to see their grades. Again, so similar to the learner and success progress. So the learner will see directly inside Moodle how they are doing, what's my progress, and how I'm doing versus the class average. We'll be able to see my completed activity, the grade, and the activity of the grade. So let's say, I want to click on the activity. I can see, okay, I completed that quiz. I haven't finished my accounting SCORM, so maybe I need to get on it. So they will just need to click on the activity right here, and they will be directly on the activity, and they can finish the activity right here. So again, very useful tool to make sure everybody's on track, keep people accountable, and yeah. And finally, if your organization, you are using badges, they will be able to see that you are doing great job. They will be able to see that directly right here in that dashboard. The other seat waitlist is for our other product. It's IntelliCard, so we have an e-commerce solution for Moodle in case of your selling courses, but we can talk about that another day. So yeah, in a nutshell, that's what IntelliBoard is about. Thank you everyone for joining, and yeah, I welcome any questions that you may have. I think one of my colleagues, Natalia, might be on the chat also chatting with you, but yeah, I welcome any question, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Pierre Deguzan, for that informative talk. Apart from sharing that presentation with us, we would like to thank IntelliBoard for your support and for partnering with us in making this event a success. So as there are questions on our platforms, the floor is now open for the question and answer segment. Okay, so actually, as you said, sir, some of them have already been answered by Ms. Natalia Dovan, but allow me to read them in order for us to hear also your take on the questions. So we have a question here. Okay, on our forum. Okay, AJ, can you help me with it? May I first respectfully ask you, sir, to please unshare your screen in order for us to see the question.
Sorry.
Okay, so we have here from Ms. Jennifer Estrada Padil. How do we integrate this with Moodle?
So it's very easy. So it's by web services. So we have directly, it's a plugin that you have to enable inside your site administration. We can have a follow-up. Please reach out to me directly and I will help you to get you connected. It's very easy. You can do that in 15 minutes and you will have access to your data.
Okay, as easy as 15 minutes, right, sir? Next question is from Mr. Darrell Lariosa. Okay, we have learned. I think we have. Can you show us the next question, please? So we also have here, sir, from Mr. Mark Anthony Papa of DepEd. I don't know if I missed this, but does the teacher assigned on the course also have the access to IntelliBoard analytics and generate reports aside from administrator, manager, or course creators?
It really depends on your organization. If you want to give them access and give them the ability, you can. But by our experience, usually it's not the teacher that does that, but do an admin. But if you want to do that, you can give them the right and the ability to do that if needed. Yes, because you have the ability to create sub-accounts, and people will be able to create and generate their own reports.
Okay, so clearly, sir, Mr. Mark Anthony Papa, it's under your discretion. Okay, next question from Mr. Lowell Lucero. Can I still extract statistical information from my past online courses using IntelliBoard Moodle Analytics, even if the participants already unenrolled the course? If no, is there a way to retrieve it?
Yes, we are able to pull out historical data. So even the student left the course, we are able to pull out historical data with all the time frames. So you are, even IntelliBoard was not installed before, you have the ability to do that. The only thing that we won't have will be the time spent, because it depends to our system.
Okay, another question from Joe Marie Yokte. Can we do more analytics aside from the topic at hand?
It's a very broad I will say question. What does it mean by more analytics aside from the topic? If we can pull out any data from Moodle. So if any data that are inside Moodle and live inside Moodle, we are able to pull that data. So if it goes outside, we might not be able to. So if that data is inside Moodle, we should be able to pull out those custom analytics.
Okay, sir. Another question?
If you don't mind, in addition for this question, we are happy to explore more possibilities if they reach out to us in help desk, where we can find the best solution and see how we can help them with this analytics.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Natalia, for that. So now another question from Mr. Joshua Velasco. Can I integrate this in 2 or more LMS in a single subscription?
Yes. And and I know Joshiko is one of our clients. So hi, Joshiko, it's good to hear from you. Yes, of course, you can have multiple connection under one account, and you will. I don't know. I'm not sharing my screen, but you will be able to switch from 1 or 2 connection. And now we have a new product called Omniboard, and you are able to get aggregated data from more than one connection. So very powerful tool. I'm happy to connect with you on that.
Okay, sir. Another question from Innocencio Furio. Okay. Yes, ma'am, you may. Okay, moving on. Another question from Mr. Innocencio Furio. Your application covers almost all the information that we need in monitoring the progress of the students or trainees. Do you offer training on how to develop similar applications as IntelliBoard?
I don't think so. If the question is that if we train people to do their own IntelliBoard, I would say no, because that's our business, and so we don't train other people to create IntelliBoard. But if you become an IntelliBoard user, we will train you on the platform, make sure you are very familiar and efficient with the platform. We spend a lot of time to train your team and everybody that is using IntelliBoard to make sure they're successful for it. And it doesn't stop after the onboarding. We also offer weekly, monthly training and stuff like that. But it will be training of using IntelliBoard and not how to make IntelliBoard. That makes sense.
Okay, sir. Another question. Okay, we have another question from our posted on our forum from Mr. Ryan Christopher Caldoza. Is IntelliBoard provide subscription access?
Yes, so I will need more detail, but we are based on the yearly subscription. So we have we usually do yearly subscription, but we can do you can pay by month, but usually it's a yearly subscription, and yes, so you pay for a year and you have access to your data for a year.
Okay, so Mr. Ryan, the answer is yes. Next question from Mr. Mark Joseph Remetio. Is it helpful with the generation of the graph report?
It's very useful to have a good visualization of your data. You are like with IntelliBoard, you have the ability to see that the data very clearly. It's well presented, and like that you can take decisions. So yes, it is very helpful. That's why we have a lot of university and company around the world using us, is because we bring visibility to their LMS with data.
Okay, sir, for our last question, this is from Mr. Timothy Dicano. How far can the dashboard be customized? Can we choose graphs?
For some of them, yes. So when I was looking at the Max, so you are able to customize some of them, and after, if you have specific requests, we will have a wish list. So you are able to submit your wish list, and we will work with you to help you create those custom dashboard if needed.
Okay, sir. Unfortunately, that is all the time that we have for the Q&A. Thank you very much for answering the questions, as well as to Ms. Natalia Dovan. Thank you very much. So allow me also to thank you, sir, for gracing this event and sharing your knowledge and expertise with us. Again, apart from the presentation and patiently answering the questions, we would like to thank IntelliBoard for your support and partnering with us in making this event a success.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody, and have a great day.
All right. Once again, everybody, Mr. Pierre Daguzan. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, sir. So at this juncture, we will be giving you a short break, but please be back at 9:57 as we are only in the first part of our program. So see you at 9:57 a.m.
These young people live in different cities and study different subjects at different universities. In just a few minutes, they are all going to take their exams. Some of them will do it from the comfort of their armchair, and others will go to a special exam centre. To ensure that they are all tested in the same way and that the grades are fair, the examination process must be carefully regulated. Enter Examus, an online invigilator service, or, in other words, a tool to help supervise students during an examination. Examus uses automated algorithms to identify students and analyze their behavior to detect violations of exam regulations. This information is then passed on to a human invigilator who monitors and adjusts the system. The user identification process is based on face recognition technology. The system compares an image from the student's webcam with one or more of their sample images. The invigilator then compares the images manually. This comprehensive method gives a 98% accurate user identification. What's more, there are plans to include additional identifying algorithms, such as electronic signatures, ECGs, and other biometric measurements. Examus automatically records any violations and informs the invigilator if the student looks away from the screen for longer than is warranted, if the active window on the computer suddenly changes, if the student leaves their desk, or if someone else is there with them, if someone else's voice is heard through the student's microphone, or if somebody else tries to sit the exam for them. The behavioral analysis algorithms mean the system can be easily adapted to work with different people. The user's standard behavior is assessed by the system over time and taken into account. The more records of a student's behavior that are recorded in the examiner's database, the more accurately their behavior can be predicted and understood. Did the student look because they were distracted, or to secretly glance at a crib sheet? The involvement of invigilators ensures violations can be detected accurately, even if little information on a student has been stored, and the fact of being observed also heightens the disciplinary effect. The invigilators deal with rule breakers appropriately. This gives Examus more flexibility in its reaction to student behavior, in line with the standards of each university. It also allows invigilators to clarify information in the event of disputes. Examus can be easily configured to suit different exam conditions, strict tests, where the use of any additional materials is forbidden, and more open examinations, where, for example, calculations can be made on paper outside the testing system. data collected by Examos is transferred to educational institutions for in-depth analysis. Teachers can monitor the exam results of individual students, and all the data collected undergoes comprehensive processing to see if the testing methods need to be adjusted or examination tasks improved. The Examos Invigilator service allows you to set up a flexible ecosystem of online examinations, securely connecting student laptops to the university's LMS, Learning Management System.
Educational technology is now more important than ever. However, students and faculty often don't have enough guidance and can easily get overwhelmed with questions or issues they think they cannot resolve themselves. Many institutions struggle to provide this guidance to their faculty and students, preventing them from getting the most value out of their ed tech investments. EasySoft helps institutions guide users through in-app messaging, personalized support, and tool usage insights. Supporting over 2.5 million faculty and students globally, EasySoft can integrate with all the most popular learning applications. Tool adoption insights help you visualize and compare how your ed tech tools are being used by any student, faculty member, or course. Take action on adoption insights by targeting users with personalized messages anywhere within your learning management system. Messages can be anything from important announcements to explanations on how to complete tasks with specific ed tech tools. They are fully customizable and help you collect valuable user feedback. When your faculty and students need a little extra help, the EasySoft Support Center provides 24/7 self-support directly in your learning management system to ensure no user is left behind. Relevant help content is recommended automatically based on a user's role and context, and institution-specific help articles can be added to personalize the support experience. If a user still has unanswered questions, EasySoft's smart routing settings ensure their support request is sent to the right help desk along with all relevant user information, cutting resolution time in half. Working on a big change like moving to a new LMS or introducing a new tool? Create a campaign to keep track of all your messages, help articles, and tool adoption monitors in one place and measure the impact of your efforts. Check out the EasySoft universe to get inspired by campaign examples from institutions around the world. Do you want to optimize the teaching and learning experience at your institution and get more value from your ed tech investments? Head over to www.easysoft.com to learn more.
These young people live in different cities and study different subjects at different universities. In just a few minutes, they are all going to take their exams. Some of them will do it from the comfort of their armchair, and others will go to a special exam centre. To ensure that they are all tested in the same way and that the grades are fair, the examination process must be carefully regulated. Enter Examus, an online invigilator service, or, in other words, a tool to help supervise students during an examination. Examus uses automated algorithms to identify students and analyze their behavior to detect violations of exam regulations. This information is then passed on to a human invigilator who monitors and adjusts the system. The user identification process is based on face recognition technology. The system compares an image from the student's webcam with one or more of their sample images. The invigilator then compares the images manually. This comprehensive method gives a 98% accurate user identification. What's more, there are plans to include additional identifying algorithms, such as electronic signatures, ECGs, and other biometric measurements. Examus automatically records any violations and informs the invigilator. If the student looks away from the screen for longer than is warranted, if the active window on the computer suddenly changes, if the student leaves their desk, or if someone else is there with them, if someone else's voice is heard through the student's microphone, or if somebody else tries to sit the exam for them. The behavioral analysis algorithms mean the system can be easily adapted to work with different people. The user's standard behavior is assessed by the system over time and taken into account. The more records of a student's behavior that are recorded in the examiner's database, the more accurately their behavior can be predicted and understood. Did the student look because they were distracted, or to secretly glance at a crib sheet? The involvement of invigilators ensures violations can be detected accurately, even if little information on the student has been stored, and the fact of being observed also heightens the disciplinary effect. The invigilators deal with rule breakers appropriately. This gives Examus more flexibility.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. So you are still with us at the 5th and last day of the Moodlemoot Philippines 2021 Virtual Congress. We are also streaming live on Facebook and the YouTube. And as they say, sharing is caring. So kindly share the link so your family, friends, and colleagues can also learn about Moodle. We also invite our participants and viewers to actively take part in the program by posting your comments and questions on the forum and on our social media platforms. As we speak, we have dedicated members of the Nifila Web Technology team who monitor and respond to your queries. So this may be our last day, of course, but we still want you engaged and having fun. So may I now call on Ms. Margaret Escolar for her icebreaker.
Good morning po.
Good morning, Ms. Margaret.
Let me share my screen po. So good morning everyone. For today's icebreaker, we call this wait. Okay, so good morning everyone. For today's icebreaker, we call this guess the word or number. So the mechanics of the game is, in this slide, there are 3 puzzles with 3 rounds. You have 15 seconds to guess the word or number. Comment or chat your answers below. The first to guess the correct answer will get one of these prizes: umbrella, mug, and notebook. We will get one winner from each platform: Facebook, YouTube, and Zoom. So let's start. Puzzle number 1, easy round. Rachel? So in Zoom, we have a winner po. Timothy Licano. In Zoom, Nancy Abunda on FB and Vera Christine Dadula on YouTube. So our answer is Mood PH21. So for our next puzzle, puzzle number 2, medium round. Okay, we already have a winner on Zoom. Timothy Decano in Zoom, Nancy Abunda in FB, and they already have a winner in YouTube. None yet in YouTube. So we already have Miss Vera Christine Dedul on YouTube. So our answer is Nifila. So for our last puzzle, puzzle number 3, hard round. Zoom, Timothy Decano again in Zoom, Katrina Noya in YouTube, and Nancy Abunda in Facebook. So our answer is educators. So let's recap again from our winners. For our first round, easy round, we have Timothy Decano in Zoom, Nancy Abunda in FB, and Vera Christine Dadul in YouTube. So for our medium round, we have Timothy Decano in Zoom, Nancy Abunda in FB, and Vera Christine Dadul in YouTube. So next is for our hard round, we have winners in Zoom, Timothy Decano in Zoom, Katrina Noya in YouTube, and Nancy Abunda in Facebook. So congratulations everyone. Thank you. Miss MC.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Marga. You know, we're really happy that our participants and viewers are very active in participating in the activities. Okay, so to keep the ball rolling, let me introduce our second speaker. She is the president of Nifila Web Technology Incorporated, the first and the only Moodle partner in the Philippines and Southeast Asia. She is passionate about education and technology. She is a computer science graduate and earned her master's degree in information technology at the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. She has over 10 years of teaching experience in computer science, both in K-12 and tertiary levels. Her teaching experience in Moodle at the professional level started in 2011 when the faculty members of the Royal University of Bhutan visited the country for the Moodle training. Since then, she became a consultant, support specialist, and Moodle administrator to many different institutions, local and international, helping them from the onboarding to the implementation of Moodle in their institution. She has an outstanding profile when it comes to providing e-learning solutions with high-profile clients such as the Department of Health or DOH in partnership with Chemonix International, USAID, and HRH 2030. University of Baguio, De La Salle University Institute of Health and Sciences, UPPGH, AMA University, and many other institutions in different sectors. She is a certified PHP developer, a certified AWS practitioner, certified Moodle course creator, and a Moodle educators certification trainer certified by the Moodle headquarters in Perth, Australia. She has also presented in Moodlemoots around the world, such as the Moodlemoot Philippines, UK, and Ireland, and New Zealand. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all warmly welcome the Moodlemoot Philippines 2021 Conference Chair, Ms. Cheryl Villaroman.
Yes, good morning, everyone. So maybe some of you wondered why I am hearing this portion. On our program, it's supposed to be Wairis who will be presenting, but maybe there's miscommunication on the schedule because we have different time zone. But but they've confirmed their session. So anyway, so it's my part now. Maybe we could switch our schedule. So the topic that I'm gonna discuss today, this is supposed to be the afternoon, but I'm going to present this now. So my topic is all about future-proof your learning environment. When I say learning environment, it's your school or your classroom or your training center. So how do you future-proof it with the use of Moodle? So I'm presenting today, April 30, 2021, day 5 of our Moodlemoot Philippines event. Okay. Oops. Yan. So here's my goal or my objective for this presentation. So I'm going to share you some practical tips on how to future-proof your learning environment and how Moodle can support this. So I prepared this for 10 minutes, but let's see if I have more time because this should be in the lightning talk. So these are the things, no? Some later I will share you some tips, but at this very first of my presentation, I'll share you what Moodle sets apart, no? So first, you have better access to innovation. Every now and then, Moodle has updates on its software for the new features and functionalities, bug fixes, improvements on users' interfaces aligned with the updated standards on the web and the apps. Not to mention the hundreds of developers and the thousands of community developers that are helping to build the Moodle LMS by sending the plugins or developing plugins for Moodle. So there are thousands of community members around the world who are contributing to the development of Moodle LMS. And second, if you take a look at the plugins directory of Moodle, upon checking this morning, I have seen that there are about 1,828 plugins being uploaded in Moodle. So if you'll go to the plugins directory, you just click or search moodle.org/plugins, and you will see there some of the different plugins. May I just tour you there? So moodle.org/plugins. Yan. Kanina, I was looking at the IntelliBoard, no? The IntelliBoard plugin. So when you get into the site of the plugins, so you will be able to make a search here on the right side, no? Yeah. So for example, I've searched for IntelliBoard. So you will be able to see who maintains the IntelliBoard plugin, and then you will be able to see the descriptions and the version that it is being supported in Moodle. Yan. And you will also be able to see the stats. So sometimes you need to see the stats in order to see how trusted the plugin is. So just like, for example, here in June 2017, so maybe this is when the IntelliBoard was or starting, no? So there are only three sites who have installed IntelliBoard in their sites. And then, as you can see the trend, it's increasing, and now in year 2020, March 2021, it is being installed in 111 sites. Yan. So you have better access to innovation. So going back to my presentation, where is it? Sorry. I think my screen was not shown a while ago. Okay, please let me know. Yan. Sorry. I'm going to my slide. Oh, my slide was missing. Okay, so let me just stop sharing and then I'll just find the slide. All right, so here it is. So let me share it once again. And then we are talking about the better access to innovation in Moodle. So number three, the continuous research and development of the developers or educators like us and the Moodle community around the world who freely share and showcase in Moodlemoots, in conferences, in e-learning activities. So it is being showcased, no? So therefore, you have better access to innovation. You can also go to Google, search for the forums about Moodle, and you will be able to see people who are talking about Moodle, who shares their experiences, solves problem about it. So you can, so you have better access. So next is no vendor lock-in. So that's one advantage of Moodle. Once you have downloaded Moodle and installed it in your, or you may have asked a Moodle partner like us to do it for you. So the full ownership of the software is totally yours because it is licensed under the GPL or the General Public License. That includes the content that you have uploaded or created in it and or inside the software as your own course, your users' data, and other materials that you have uploaded in it. If you subscribe for a proprietary LMS, the cost of the software would add up to your cost, and once you have ended your subscription, you will then realize that your content is also or will begun, and you might have a backup of it, but where will you restore your course backup? So you need that the same LMS. No, so this means you are locked in the software vendor. Whereas in Moodle, it is an open source software. You have the full ownership of it. And Martin has mentioned during his keynote speech during the day 3 of our Moodlemoot Philippines 2021, he said that Moodle is not just an LMS, but it helps you build your own education platform. So next, Moodle is long-term. The solution that Moodle provides is long-term. Every now and then, Moodle updates roadmaps for future developments and improvements of it. So all you need to do is to enhance and update the content that you created in it. And you can also focus on your own, no? You can do the development of your courses, of your content, and also focus on implementing it, because the implementation will really not just time, no? Will really take time, but not just time, but also an effort, especially you need to train or empower your faculty members. You need to survey or look for good infrastructure to put your Moodle as for the container of your Moodle. Yeah. I have a link here, so I'm gonna show you the roadmap of Moodle. So if you want to take a look, the roadmap of Moodle, so you will be able to see here the big picture and then the roadmap timeline. Just like, for example, in year 2020, they have the roadmap for year 2020 up to 2021, 2022. So yan. So as you can see here, quarter one, they have roadmap for the Moodle core, the Moodle LMS, and then the Moodle workplace, the Moodle apps, the Moodle cloud, Moodle net, Moodle certificates. So for example, in quarter two of year 2020, the the Moodle version release 3.9 has been released, no? It is released for LLTS or long-term support. And then there are new additional functionalities or core plugin that has been included in the Moodle core. Like, for example, you will be able to create the H5P content, then access the Moodle net. And then there are improved functionalities like the activity chooser, participants filter, which is being shared or contributed by MUA or the Moodle Users Association. Then it has also improved its accessibility and then the Safe Exam browser. So you will be able to see the minor releases as well. Quarter 4, ito yung 3.10 minor release. Okay. So if you want to check the Moodle roadmap, yan, so up to 2022, we have it here. So next, aside from it is long-term, yan, it has extensive customization. Moodle is open source software. You can fully customize it based on your requirements. If your school or your organization has requirements for the theme, for example, if you want to apply your own logo or you'd like to apply the theme color of your organization or your school, then you may do so. You will be able to, if there's a developer in your company, then you will be able to see the source code and see how the Moodle developers were able to develop the software. Yan. So you can customize it on your own. If you haven't seen any plugins that you are looking for in the plugin directory of Moodle, then you can also create or develop your own plugin. And you can share it with everyone, or you can actually monetize from it, just like what other plugins are doing, no? Like other plugin developers are doing in Moodle. Yes, so that's it. So extensive customization. Next, it has lesser bugs. So lesser bugs, this means that every now and then Moodle is updating. Twice a year, it releases an update for a new version. Major monthly release is in month of May and November. Example, 3.9 or 3.10. So yun yung mga, those are the releases of Moodle. And there are also minor releases. So these minor releases are being updated twice monthly, every second Monday of July, September, November, January, March, and May. So if you'll take a look at the link here, so I'll just tour you to the releases of Moodle. So this is the releases page of Moodle. So you will be able to see here the version support. If you want to check if your Moodle version is still on 3.2 or 3.3, 3.5 something, and you want to inquire if it is still supported, then you will be able to see it here. So for example, the version LTS 3.5 long-term support, release status current security. So initial release is May 17, 2018. Then general support ends in May 13 to 2019. So it ended already, right? So maybe you need to upgrade your Moodle. Then the security support ends on May 10, 2021. So maybe you need to really upgrade this after May 2021 if you are still using the 3.5 version of Moodle. Then there are releases here like the 3.8. So it says when is the initial release, the general support ends, and the security support ends. Same as with the other releases. And also, so here's the release graph. So the orange one is the current stable versions. And so you will be able to see the other color legends here, which signifies their meaning as well. And so the general release calendar, yan. So as I've mentioned a while ago, second Monday of May and November, second Monday of, for minor naman, second Monday of July, September, November, January, March, and May. Yan. So these are the releases of Moodle. So before I forgot, so less bugs means that every release of Moodle, some minor, major bugs are being fixed. No, Moodle is very, as an open source software, Moodle is very transparent. On the release page, you will be able to see what are the bug fixes. So for example, here in 3.7, so these are just the upgrading notes and the bug fixes for general core bugs, as stated here, and bug fixes for security issues. So if you'll take a look at the release notes, yan, you will be able to see what are the new features of 3.7, for example. So I just clicked 3.7, but 3.7 is not the latest version. Right now it's 3.9 and there's upcoming 3.10. And you will be also able to see the full list of fixed issues in 3.7. And the server requirements. So you need, before you upgrade, you need to check the server requirements, because maybe if it is easier to download, it is easy to download Moodle and easy to install or easy to upgrade, but you need to check the environment, like your PHP environment, like the operating system and other software dependencies that requires Moodle. No? So you need to check on that. And also, you will be able to see here the database requirements, the client requirements as well. So many of our clients are asking what Moodle, what browser does Moodle supports, or what version of Android and iPhone is Moodle being supported. So you will also be able to see here. Yan. So right now, the browser support of Moodle on desktop is Chrome, Firefox, Safari, Edge, Internet Explorer. On mobile is Mobile Safari, and then the Google Chrome.
Excuse me, Ms. Cheryl. Are you currently sharing your screen with us?
Yes. Can you see my screen?
What we can see, ma'am, is the word less bugs.
Oh, less bugs. How about earlier? When I click the link, have you seen the page or no? Let me just stop sharing.
I think, ma'am, that your screen is frozen.
Okay. Sorry. Let me share it again. So right now, what are you seeing? May I know, please?
Still less bugs, ma'am.
Still less bugs. Okay, wait. How about now?
Oh, there you go, ma'am. We can see browser support, major features, etc.
Yeah. So this is what I am talking about. So sorry. So Ione, please let me know if I flashing the right screen, right? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
All right. So as again, I've been discussing this a while ago for some time. So again, this is the major releases. You will be able to see the full list of the fixed issues and then the new features of the version. And then you will also be able to see the server requirements. So as mentioned, before you upgrade your Moodle, you have to check the server requirements. And so not just the Moodle itself, but also the environment like the PHP, the operating system, the database. So as you can see here, there is also database requirements. And as mentioned earlier, many clients of ours are also asking what are the client requirements of Moodle, no? So for example, for browser support, yan. So this is the most frequently asked questions. What are the what browsers does Moodle being supported, and what version of the mobile app? So as you can see here on desktop, Moodle is it is being supported by the following browsers. So the Chrome, Firefox, Safari, Edge, Internet Explorer. And in mobile, you will be able to use the mobile Safari and then the Google Chrome. Yan. And there is also the Moodle Tracker and the Moodle Forum. So you can see some forums here where you can also join the forums. No? So if you have unresolved issues about Moodle that you and in your organization cannot resolve, then you can check it on forums or ask or post question in the forums, or maybe you could ask a Moodle partner like us in the PhiloWeb to do or resolve it for you. So we provide support. So next on my presentation, aside from it has less bugs, so let me just repeat that Moodle is very transparent, no? So you will be able to see the codes that is being fixed in every version. So next is high quality software. So I am now in my slides. Can you see it, Ione?
What we can see, ma'am, is high quality software.
High quality software. Okay, so last 2015, Moodle was named as the top 1 learning management system in the world. And just recently, we've posted it on our social media that a news came up, and Moodle is proud to announce that it has been named a 2021 top training software product by Captira based on popularity among users, ratings, and reviews. So this means that many people and organizations around the world with over 268 million users worldwide, Moodle is being trusted. Next, create greater security. It has greater security. Once you downloaded Moodle, you have the freedom to engineer and create your own architecture for your own infrastructure to secure your own Moodle site. Mostly, the management of Moodle infrastructure is an expertise of a Moodle partner like us, since we have applied this to hundreds of servers already and in different scenarios and in different environments, whether it's a cloud-based or on-premise. But you may also utilize your IT managers or your IT team's capabilities on doing it. All right, so I have here, how many minutes do I still have, Ione? Okay, so let me just continue. So let me just share you some tips on how you're going to plan and formulate long-term strategies for your Moodle. So your strategy should focus on providing seamless digital solutions to support your teachers and students' needs. So what should be included in your strategy? So number 1, a proper mindset. A proper mindset, so distance learning may seem daunting, especially for those who are starting with Moodle or in online learning. So you may believe that it is less effective than the brick and mortar you are used to do in your traditional school setting. The reality is that the distance learning or online learning or e-learning, virtual learning are terms related to a broad range of approaches. So be encouraged to try, feel comfortable to use, let go of the thoughts or defenses that you have in mind, and work on cultivating a mindset that provides your teachers' needs for teaching and students' needs for learning. So we never know when the pandemic will end, but the pandemic should never stop our students from learning. So transitioning to distance learning model will take some time and planning. You may also consider your budget as there will be startup costs, definitely. You should hold a meeting with your school administrators for some major decisions to make. Next slide. Next slide. So you should make a plan and get started early. So I cannot really overstate how important critical thinking ahead is. Without proper planning, the implementation may lead to chaos and failure. Once you have clear and solid plan, start at the soonest. Key factors or questions that you may need to consider during your planning stage are: number one, which platform will you use? Of course, Moodle. Which or where will this platform be hosted? If you have your own servers in your school or organization, then you may utilize it, or you may contact a cloud service provider in order for you to host your Moodle LMS. And another question that you might ask, no, is what is the capacity required for your institution in number of concurrent or simultaneous users who will use the system. These are the users who will use the platform at the same time. The higher the number of users, the higher the resources needed to be allocated. Yeah, so we have been hosting different institutions and organizations from 100 users to thousands of users. So we have also implemented one Moodle site for their school with many branches nationwide. No, so not just one school, but many schools. No, yeah. So right now we also have a school being implemented in different regions. Another question that you might ask in your mind is the timeline of course development, content migration, and testing. So it doesn't mean that when you already have the Moodle site, you can really breathe well. No, so you have to schedule the course development for your teachers. So probably you may first empower them or train them, and then let them develop their own course. And then if you already have a content, then you will do the migration. So that needs time as well and effort. And then the training needs of your faculty members for course, yun nga, as I've mentioned, for course development, and your site administrators needs to be prepared as well, because you need somebody who will administer your LMS site. So it's just like a building. LMS, a Moodle Learning Management System, is like a building that when you enter into the building, there you will see many rooms or classroom, for example. And some classrooms have keys, some classrooms have no key, wherein students are can freely enroll or can freely go inside the classroom. So that's how I see an LMS Moodle is, no? So you need an administrator to secure your infrastructure. So somebody who will guard your infrastructure. Yan. In the cyber world, there are many hacks, DDoS attacks that are being, sometimes being done by other people with malicious intentions. So we need to secure our infrastructure. So next, aside from making a plan and get started soon, test and choose the best technology to suit your needs. After proper planning, choosing the best technology that suits your goal is critical to ensure that implementation will succeed. Online or distance learning does not need to be very expensive. Free and open source software will be able to meet your requirements, even will exceed your expectations. So one is Moodle, the most widely used open source learning management system, which recently surpassed 268 million user milestone. Similarly, if you are looking for example, a video conferencing that is free, you may probably try the Big Blue Button or BBB, which is a low-cost, highly effective, and secure video conferencing platform that can be used to host a real-time online classroom. And if you are looking for a tool for creating interactive content, H5P might be the best platform for you. One thing good about these solutions is it all works together synchronously through integration with Moodle. So choosing an open source solution frees your organization from paying high license fees, and the assurance that the ownership of the content materials will be you will be developing is 100% yours and will not be taken away if your subscription ended from a proprietary platform. So next question that may probably arise from your mind or from your head is, where should I host my Moodle? Things that you should put in your mind is, first, the security. Second is the security. Third is security. Next, scalability, accessibility, and cost. And another question might probably be, we are new to Moodle. Who will train us to use Moodle and who will support us? So contact the Moodle partner, the PhiloWeb Technology. So, of course, you need to empower your educators. In this stage, after coming up with a concrete plan and having already chosen the technology that best suits your needs, the best strategy to succeed on your implementation is to empower your educators by providing them with proper training so that they will have the freedom of creating their own instructions online. On the training, they will be guided on how to design their courses, upload their content materials, create assessments, and manage their own courses and their students. Right now, we are here in the Moodlemoot Philippines. We use the Moot PH21 site, which is also the Moodle LMS. So I see how engaged the participants are. So probably you may also use the techniques that we've used here in Moot PH21 in order to engage your students. So let me see if there's still more. Determine your policies and procedures. Yan, this is very important, no? Kasama sa, included in the policies and procedures is your data privacy policy as well. Yan. So distance learning is different from a traditional learning. So if you are implementing distance learning for the first time, it is like testing the waters. You may have initial policies and procedures, but you should be agile enough for imposing new things. Those who are experienced in online learning keep on improving their policies and procedures. Some policy factors that you may need to consider are, one is, how will students register on your e-learning platform? Second, how users will access your e-learning platform. Third, how do you provide or create your user credentials? Will there be online registration needed, or Moodle is enough, no? Because there is also a registration in Moodle. So just like the Mood PH21 site. Who will oversee things? A site administrator. Who will provide support? Should you establish an online help desk for the support, especially now it's pandemic? Most of our students are studying from home, no? Another question, how will you structure your courses and assign it to your teachers? So yesterday we have talks or presentations about instructional design. So maybe you could explore more about some models that Dr. Paz Diaz have mentioned, like the Gagne's model, the Addis model, Merrill's model, and other models. And you can also create your very own model. Anyway, you can you can create your own model, test and evaluate it if it will be effective for your class. Yan. So, and another question probably, Will you implement a standard instructional design for your teachers? Or they can do their own instructional design. And last but not the least is sustain and maintain. When you have the right technology, the right solutions partner, and empowered educators, all you need to think of is the sustainability of your project and maintain its smooth implementation. So with that, I'm very happy to share these tips with you all. Our advice is the result of our day-to-day experiences with helping schools and organizations on how to put up their own distance learning facilities or platform. So that ends my presentation. Back to you, Ioni. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Cheryl, for that presentation. As they say, the show must go on, right, ma'am?
Yes, Ioni, you're right.
Okay, so I know that there are questions. So I now open the floor for the question and answer segment. So we have here a question on the forum from Ms. Vera Christine Dadula. How do you support your clients with regard to the maintenance of the Moodle LMS?
Okay, Ioni, before I answer that, may I just invite our business development officer, if he's around, or our marketing, to also answer on the forums of if they want to answer here with audio, they can do so. Okay. So first question, yes.
Yeah, okay, let me read again the question, ma'am. It's from Ms. Vera Christine Dadula. How do you support your clients with regard to the maintenance of the Moodle LMS?
Yeah. So we support our clients with regards to the maintenance. First, of course, so we have communications with them as our client. And then if we provide trainings for our the school clients or organizations on first we onboard them, so we provide trainings and orientation, and then during the implementation we have this monthly checkpoint meeting, and we also provide some reports and being submitted to them. So they are also free to post questions on our help desk. We have an online help desk. Well, I think our support is fantastic. So some of the client inquiries are being answered right away, especially now. It is pandemic, so all of them really relied to our solutions.
Okay, that just shows, ma'am, how professional Nifilaweb technology is. Okay, so another question, ma'am, from Mr. Harsharanjit Singh. Thanks, ma'am, for your enlightening talk. Ma'am, what are the features Moodle Partner brings in for the Moodle site for Institute? For 10K students, what server configuration you suggest? Thanks.
Thank you for that question, Harcharan. First, being a Moodle partner means we are certified services provider of Moodle, pertinent to the solutions like LMS hosting, the support, training, consultancy, and other related solutions in Moodle. Yan. So we are the only one who handles or who carries the Moodle trademark, and nobody else in the Philippines. And with regards to another question for 10K users, or concurrent, simultaneous, or just 10K users loaded in Moodle. So for the 10K users, suppose it is a simultaneous user or student, the server configuration for that, it's really it's not that just easy to answer, because we have plannings before we configure the server. So there are many factors, aside from the concurrent users. What are they going to use the quiz facility, for example, for 10K users, all in all. Then the number of courses that they have. So yeah, so we need planning for that. No, there are many factors to consider, and also, yeah, so like that.
Okay, thank you,
So
ma'am, for
maybe
that.
if there's anybody from our ano business development can answer it, or
I believe, ma'am, that Mr. Christian Duque will be joining us shortly to assist you in answering the questions for this
okay.
portion. Okay, so for now, our next question is under stability and compatibility of 3.10. So this question, there. Allow me to welcome Mr. Christian Duque. I believe he's here already. Okay, so we have here a question from Mr. Timothy Joseph Decano. How long will 3.10 stay as the most stable version of Moodle? Will the old video conferencing tool that worked in 2.8 work in 3.10?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir, we can hear you loud and clear. Welcome, sir, to day 5 of the Moodlemoot. Okay, Ms. Cheryl?
Yes. Right. So how long will 3.10 stay? So this is long-term support, right? Is there a documentation?
Okay, thank you again. I think I have a delay. I'm
Let
sorry.
me just check.
Okay, so let me just read, ma'am, the question of Mr. Timothy Joseph Decano. How long will 3.10 stay as the most stable version of Moodle? Will the old video conferencing tool that worked in 2.8 work in 3.10?
Yeah. So usually, as mentioned on the major versions that are being supported, so it stays. Well, 3.5, I think, stays more than a year or so. So I'm not sure. I haven't seen the documentation first, Timothy, but let me get back to you on that. So I'll just reply on that forum. So I'm not sure when. Yeah.
Cheryl?
Yes, Christian. Hello.
Can you hear me? Yeah. I don't know if maybe he is referring to Big Blue Button, which is the video conferencing tool. Could we go back to the previous answer? Yeah, I believe the video conferencing tool Sir Timothy is referring to, I believe it's Big Blue Button. And actually, Big Blue Button is a free and open source solution, just like Moodle. And just like Moodle, it has its own roadmap. So it continues to evolve along with Moodle. They are friends of us, they are our partners, and they have one of the most, they have their own roadmap and have one of the closest integrations with Moodle. He's showing me this plugin video conference. Honestly, this doesn't really look like a very good solution because it hasn't been updated since 2012, almost 10 years before. So I do not recommend, as you can see, this is compatible only with Moodle 2.3. So that's a very old solution. It's not recommended. But we suggest you take a look into Big Blue Button. We can provide you with a free trial that you can try because it's a very good tool with new features.
So Mr. Timothy Decano said, thank you very much, sir.
Yeah. So upon checking on 3.10 release, on the release page, it has not mentioned until when the Moodle 3.10 will stay.
Okay, for our next question from Mr. Mark Joseph Remetio. Is this a guide for online training courses from employee onboarding?
Well, I believe that you are referring to a service that creates content. There is a lot of organizations around the world, and I guess there must be in the Philippines as well, that can provide content solutions for the topics that you're looking for. At the time, we do not offer content solutions, but we do offer content migration. So if you have a course, maybe you have some teachers, some trainers on your organization, and they have some training that they do, some content, some PowerPoint, some documents. We provide the service of converting that into interactive content in your Moodle site. We use H5P, which if you have seen our previous sessions, this is a free an open source solution, and we can create high quality content using this interactive solution.
Yes, and in addition to what Christian mentioned, on our employee onboarding, once you became our client, we provide this onboarding orientation for our new clients, where we provide the overview of our support, our LMS support, like the Moodle technical support, the service level agreement, the assignment of roles. So this is when it comes to project management, we do project management wherein your company or school has a role and we also have a role. So it will be more organized. And then we have also some checklists that for your site administrators to do, like checklist for the LMS site. Do you need to, some other technical things like what to be enabled on your site on the part of the site administrator of a school, setting up, for example, the outgoing mail to contact us or our support contact. We provide that as well, and many other things.
Okay, ma'am, for our last question, we have here from Facebook. It was posted by Mr. Dino Castañeda. Is the plug-in development available inside Moodle?
So there is a lot of documentation on them. There is a Moodle forum, which if you have seen on the forums, I have sent a lot of pages from the Moodle documentation, which is very complete and it's continually up to date, which is mainly for users and administrators to know how to operate. But there is also the developers documentation, which guides you if you want to do any actual customization to the code, to the core. If you want to develop your own plugin, there are some guides that you can do. It depends in a couple of things, like the type of tool that you want to add, the type of functionality, and so on. For themes, for example, if you want to create your own theme, there's actually a lot of resources that you can use. You can begin with a sandbox theme that you can start creating on your own, for example. And in general, you're going to find a lot of information. And there is one plugin that is called the plugin skeleton. So because most of the plugins have like a lot of common information that you have to submit in order to, if you want to upload it into the Moodle plugin directory for everyone else to use it. So this plugin helps you with starting this development process. And if you have an idea, we would love to know about it. Maybe we can give you some support as you provide this development.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am and sir. That is all the time that we have for the Q&A. But for those who still have questions, you may continue posting them, and our members of the Nifilaweb Technology team will try to address and answer them as clearly as they can. So in fact, Mr. Christian Duque has just invited you to send him all your questions about your Moodle implementation project. So he will be posting his email address in a little while. Once again, thank you very much, Ms. Cheryl and Sir Christian.
Thank you, Ayoni. Thank you, Christian. And thank you, everyone. Bye.
Okay, so at this point, allow me to once again recognize and extend our gratitude to our sponsors who helped make this event a success. So thank you to our gold sponsors, EasySoft, IntelliBoard, and Examus. Thanks as well to our pro sponsors, MoTrain, Wirus, and Linon. Lastly, thank you to our starter sponsor, Poodle. Okay, so on my watch, it is already 11:03 a.m. Philippine time. We will be giving you 5 minutes to stretch a little bit. So please be back by 11:08 a.m. Thank you.
These young people live in different cities and study different subjects at different universities. In just a few minutes, they are all going to take their exams. Some of them will do it from the comfort of their armchair, and others will go to a special exam centre. To ensure that they are all tested in the same way and that the grades are fair, the examination process must be carefully regulated. Enter Examus, an online invigilator service, or, in other words, a tool to help supervise students during an examination. Examus uses automated algorithms to identify students and analyze their behavior to detect violations of exam regulations. This information is then passed on to a human invigilator who monitors and adjusts the system. The user identification process is based on face recognition technology. The system compares an image from the student's webcam with one or more of their sample images. The invigilator then compares the images manually. This comprehensive method gives a 98% accurate user identification. What's more, there are plans to include additional identifying algorithms, such as electronic signatures, ECGs, and other biometric measurements. Examus automatically records any violations and informs the invigilator. If the student looks away from the screen for longer than is warranted, if the active window on the computer suddenly changes, if the student leaves their desk, or if someone else is there with them, if someone else's voice is heard through the student's microphone, or if somebody else tries to sit the exam for them. The behavioral analysis algorithms mean the system can be easily adapted to work with different people. The user's standard behavior is assessed by the system over time and taken into account. The more records of a student's behavior that are recorded in the examiner's database, the more accurately their behavior can be predicted and understood. Did the student look because they were distracted, or to secretly glance at a crib sheet? The involvement of invigilators ensures violations can be detected accurately, even if little information on the student has been stored, and the fact of being observed also heightens the disciplinary effect. The invigilators deal with rule breakers appropriately. This gives Examus more flexibility in its reaction to student behavior, in line with the standards of each university. It also allows invigilators to clarify information in the event of disputes. Examus can be easily configured to suit different exam conditions, strict tests, where the use of any additional materials is forbidden, and more open examinations, where, for example, calculations can be made on paper outside the testing system. All data collected by Examus is transferred to educational institutions for in-depth analysis. Teachers can monitor the exam results of individual students, and all the data collected undergoes comprehensive processing to see if the testing methods need to be adjusted or examination tasks improved. The Examus Invigilator service allows you to set up a flexible ecosystem of online examinations, securely connecting student laptops to the university's LMS, Learning Management System.
Okay, hello everyone, and welcome back to the Moodlemoot Philippines 2021 virtual conference. We've already heard from two of our speakers, and for our third speaker this morning, he is a longtime Moodle user and developer. Currently based in Nagasaki, Japan, he is known as the Poodle Guy for his work on the Poodle plugin set. So to give a talk on introducing Poodle speaking activities for Moodle, let us warmly welcome the CEO of Poodle, Mr. Justin Hunt.
Hi, so I should just begin, should I? Let me do that. Hi everyone, I'm Justin and I am the Poodle Guy. I'm based in Japan. I was at the Philippines Moodlemoot 2 years ago, and I met Cheryl and the rest of the team and Chris at that time. So I'm really happy to be able to talk today again at the Philippines Moodlemoot. I couldn't do it last year. And today we're going to talk about speaking activities for Moodle. If you were at the conference a few years ago, you may have seen a presentation then, you may have heard about Poodle, or spoke to us at that time. But a lot has changed since then. We've added a lot of new features and some things have become possible that were not possible before. And one of the things that has happened is we're now a Moodle certified integration. There's only a handful of certified integrations, and that means that we contribute back to Moodle. So if you purchase something from Poodle, that also helps Moodle. And it means that they've certified our software as being a good Moodle citizen, and it's going to be around forever. So you don't have to worry about Poodle going away on you in version 4.0, 4.5 or 5.0. We'll be here for the long term. So we haven't got that much time to talk, so I'm just going to start talking about the speaking activities for Moodle, and at the end of the call there'll be some time for questions, so please save your questions for then, or type them to the chat now so that I can see them as we're talking. So Poodle is a collection of plugins for Moodle, and there are two separate packages. One of them is called Poodle Languages, and the other is called Poodle Media. The Poodle Media package is primarily around audio and video recording. So you can record audio into assignments and quizzes or from the toolbar, and video also. We also have captions and some players and widgets. And Poodle Languages are more higher level activities. These are activity modules in Moodle, and these are useful for language teachers. And we'll be talking about some of these today. And these are the plugins that we're going to talk about today. English Central, Read Aloud, Word Cards, Assignments and Quizzes, Poodle Mini Lesson, and Poodle Solo. And I'll just get straight into talking about those. So Poodle Read Aloud is perhaps the most well-known of our recent plugins. It's a reading software that allows the student to read a passage, and the system will automatically evaluate their reading and give them a score. So this is being used extensively in sites around the world, in Taiwan and Turkey, Japan, the US, because it allows the teacher to provide a reading activity and assessment for students that doesn't tax their own time in terms of grading, but it does give the students feedback on where they need to improve and gives them the opportunity to practice. There's several modes in Read Aloud. The most basic is the listen mode, where they listen to the speaker and the text is highlighted as it goes. We have a listen and speak mode, which is the practice mode. They go line by line. Shadow mode, they listen and speak at the same time. And in the reading, they read the full passage. Now, I think I'll go straight now over to our demo site, and I'll show you Read Aloud, because there's nothing really like seeing it. I can talk about it all day long. This is the Poodle demo site. You can go here anytime, please do, demo.poodle.com. It resets every day at 9 a.m. Japan time, which I think is 8 a.m. Philippines time. So anything you do on day one is gone on day two. So here we have a reading passage, The Lion. I'll read a little from this passage, and then we'll see how well it captures my speech. In a forest there lived a lion. He had grown old and could not run fast any more. As days went by, it became more and more difficult for him to hunt. One day, while he was creeping through the forest in search of food, he came across a cave. So I didn't read the entire passage. You can force the students to read the entire passage, or you can give them a time limit up until which they should read. It's nice to give the students a passage that's longer than they can read within the time limit, so you can get a good evaluation of their reading speed. If they finish halfway through, it's less accurate to get their reading speed. We'll go and have a look at those results now. You'll notice that as I read that, I made I think just one deliberate mistake. And so we should get a pretty good score, but hopefully the mistake that I made has been marked up. So I've got 5 stars out of 5, which is pretty good. I'll go and have a look at the full report. Let's see where we did. Okay, so it picked up a few little issues. There, old, it, wandering, in search, and in search of. So this was my deliberate mistake. These other ones were probably poor pronunciation, or the fact that I'm speaking over Zoom and at the same time trying to do this activity. But it's given me a word per minute score of 136, an accuracy of 88%, and a grade. We can give the activity a target words per minute score, and to the extent that they can reach that target, they'll get a grade of 100% or 50%, or whatever it might be. When we first made this activity, it was really just what we've seen now, but even without the automated assessment, it was a purely manual assessment. It is still possible to do a manual assessment on the reading, and that's quite a good thing to do when you discover a student who isn't reading at the correct level. But one of the things we discovered was that students were performing the activity, but when they try to redo the activity to get a better score, they'd be making the same mistakes over and over again and not really improving. So we added these listen and practice modes, and they're pretty much what they sound like. In the listen mode, we listen to the text read aloud,
in a forest
line by
there
line.
lived a lion. He had grown.
And in the practice mode, they read line by line after they've heard it.
In a forest there lived a lion.
In a forest there lived a lion.
He had grown old and could not run fast anymore.
He had grown scared and could not run fast anymore. Okay, so if you introduce some mistakes, it'll pick those up for you. So that's a very brief view of read aloud. You create your own passages, so we don't provide passages for you. We do have some samples, but if you have passages from your textbook or from something that you're using, a resource that you have, you can use those in your own courses. This is read aloud in Russian, so it works in different languages, not just English. So if you're teaching French or German or Russian, then you can use read aloud also. Even Japanese, perhaps not Chinese yet, but most languages, mainstream languages, it does work with. Now I want to talk about English Central. English Central is a really flash plugin, and this one does come with content. Unlike read aloud, there are over 14,000 video lessons already made, and they look like the image on the right-hand side. There's a player, and you go through watch, learn, and speak modes. So let's have a quick look at a read aloud activity. So this is the activity on the Moodle page, and as a teacher, we set these goals here: 5 videos to watch, 20 words to learn, 10 lines to speak. And these are the videos here. We can choose a video, we're logged in as a teacher and as a student. So to show how we might choose a video, let's choose Switzerland, a topic. We search for a video about Switzerland, and let's choose one of them. And that'll be added to the list that students can study with. And then we'll go through and let's do a quick read aloud activity. This is quite a long one, so it won't be very quick. What's the shortest of these? This one here is the shortest of the ones. So let's have a look at this one. The first mode is a watch mode. We simply watch the video and select any of the words
Lionel
that we want
Messi
to
says he
practice.
can't do it anymore.
America.
After a devastating loss in the Copa America final,
Announcing.
So you can check the words that you
announcing he will
are not
retire
familiar with.
from playing
There'll be
international
words that you
soccer.
practice with later on.
Argentina lost to Chile 4-2 in the title game on Sunday.
And we'll just skip to the next section now. But you'll see as we've watched the video, the progress meter goes up. So these are the words we're going to learn. Those are the words that we checked and some of the words that we didn't.
After a devastating loss in the Copa America final.
I should say this is the demo site, and actually this activity has already been completed, which is why some of these things are coming up as already done. We should perhaps choose the Switzerland video, but we get the opportunity to practice typing in these words.
After the game, the 29-year-old striker expressed his frustration.
So he expressed his frustration like that. And then on the speak the lines, we get to practice speaking the lines from the video that we selected previously.
The Argentina forward announcing he will retire from playing international soccer.
The Argentina forward announcing he will retire from playing international soccer. Again, I get a score, in this case 100%, but if I didn't speak well, I'd get 50%.
Argentina lost to Chile 4-2 in the title game on Sunday.
Let me try some very poor pronunciation. Argentina lost to Chile 4-2 in the title game on Sunday. Okay, you won't do so well. That'll actually highlight the areas where we need to work on.
During which Messi missed a penalty kick.
So this is a really useful plugin, and people use this all over the world, not just in Moodle, but outside of Moodle. Because of these 14,000 videos, you can assemble topics and levels that match your student. Students really enjoy it, and they actually improve. So this is a great plugin. The bread and butter of Poodle, one of the features that people use the most is actually not the high-level things like Read Aloud and English Central. It's the basic ones, which are the assignments and the quizzes. So Poodle allows you to use audio and recording as submissions to assignment or as responses and quiz questions. And it's very basic, but it's so flexible that people can use these features in any way that they like. So let's go and have a quick look at those. And I'll just answer a question that's come through here. Is there any way we can change the accent, like Filipino English accent? There are different accents in Poodle that they can be used for text-to-speech and for speech recognition. There isn't a Filipino accent, actually, but there's an Indian accent, British, various varieties of British, Welsh, as well as standard UK, if there is a standard pronunciation, Australian English, not Filipino, unfortunately. I guess the closest to Filipino would probably be American, US English. Okay, so let's have a look at an audio recording assignment. Here, perhaps we'll have to look at the settings first, because I think this will show you just how well Poodle fits into your existing Moodle site and your existing Moodle kind of workflow. This is a standard Moodle assignment. You've got the assignment name, the description. Here we've given the student something to speak about, but this is a standard Moodle text or HTML area. You can put anything in here. If we go down to the submission types, you can see where we've added the Poodle part. So we have the standard submission types of online text and file submissions. But over here we have Cloud Poodle. So by adding Cloud Poodle, we have the option of using an audio recorder or a video recorder as a submission type. In this case, we'll leave it as a audio recorder. And the time limit here is not set. We could set that to 1 minute if we like. Okay. We can also choose to keep the file for however many days we want. We don't need to keep it forever. Not to tidy up. Let's keep it for 365 days. And we can also choose to transcribe the speaker's speech. So that's quite useful if you're grading 100 submissions to be able to read what they said as opposed to just listening to it. That works for audio as well as video. So let's choose Australian English because it's closer to mine. And these are the different accents that are available to us in English: US, Australian, British, Irish, Welsh, Scottish, and Indian, no Filipino. We first learned English from the Brits in 1762. Oh, you're older than me. I was born in 1968. Let's choose Australian English and go and have a look. Add submission. Okay, so here we are on the page, and we're going to talk about this picture. How you think about this picture, please speak for about 30 seconds. We set the time limit for 1 minute, so that's why we've got this 1 minute limit here. In this picture, a boy is standing at the base of a set of steps. He is wondering what to do because it's a difficult task for a boy who is so small. I'll just upload that. Okay, it's uploaded, and it takes a few moments to be converted to a format. Everything is converted to MP3 so that it'll play back on any device. And it's also transcribed. The transcription takes a few minutes longer, so we perhaps won't wait for the transcription. We'll pop back in later and have a look at that. But you can see a transcript from a previous submission here. Appears like that. Our own transcript probably will take a little bit longer to come through. So it's not ready yet, but it will be available here when it's through. Poodles are also available to give feedback. So if we choose to give feedback to the submissions, let's go and choose the most recent of the submissions, which will be the one that I've just made. Go and grade this one. It's a standard thing, so we give it a grade of 15% or whatever it might be that we're going to give. But here on the toolbar, we can choose to give a text feedback as normal, or we can choose to give audio or video as feedback. So I might want to respond to this student's submission in audio. I would just pop open the audio recorder here and make that response. Thanks for your submission. That was really, really good. And then pop that into the text area there. Okay, and actually you can see there, our transcript has returned and it's displayed in this interactive transcript player beneath the audio player. So as we play through the audio, it'll highlight the part of the transcript that we are on. And we can tap at a particular location to go back to that location if we wish to. Okay, so American English is a standard we follow in most Filipino schools. So I think, Justin, this will work for us. Okay, well, that's good, yeah. Will the native audio and video recorders in the Atto editor be replaced by Poodle recorders? That's an option. That's up to you. So you can leave the native audio and video recorders in Moodle, the Record RTC ones. You can still use those. Or you can leave them, or you can choose to remove those and just have the Poodle ones. I suggest you just keep the Poodle ones because otherwise students are confused. And some of the good features that are available in the Poodle ones are not available in the other ones, and then you'll have this mismatch. So some audio recordings, for example, will come through as WebM files if you use Record RTC, whereas in Poodle they'll come through as MP3 files. So the WebM ones won't play back on some browsers, but the MP3 ones will. So just best to standardize things and just have the one audio and video recording option on the toolbar. Well, what we've just seen there is the assignment submission, but the same thing is true of the quiz. We can do both audio and video recording in quizzes using Poodle. This is a slightly different audio recorder. This is called the 123 recorder. I'll quickly use this. My family is very big and they all live in New Zealand. In this recorder, we ask the students to both record, playback, and then upload. And that's because it is possible that students forget to upload. They get a bit excited or they feel under pressure and they forget to upload. But this button here, we have introduced a feature so that we disable this button after they have recorded and before they have uploaded, and then we re-enable it when they've uploaded. So that prevents students from leaving the page before they've submitted their recording. And this is the video recorder. And you can see I'm a total imposter because I don't actually have a beautiful Japanese room, which you're seeing in Zoom, because here we're seeing my green screen. But we can record video much as you'd expect. And again, we're using the 1, 2, 3 recorder so that we can record video much as you'd expect, play it back, and then upload it. After we've uploaded it, the finish attempt button becomes enabled, and we can move to the next page. But you can see in both the assignment and the quiz how well Poodle integrates with your existing quizzes and assignments. So you can add Poodle recording questions in amongst multi-choice questions and gap fill questions and other features of language courses or quizzes seamlessly. And all of the audio and the video recording using the Cloud Poodle, which we're using here, is stored in the cloud. So it doesn't clog up your own Moodle site, doesn't cause you any issues, and very, very lightweight. So this is quite important in many schools. Okay, now there's lots to cover and we're going a bit slow, so I'm just going to speed up a little bit. So word cards is another of our languages plugins. This is a vocabulary acquisition plugin. So many of you will be familiar with Quizlet. So word cards is a little bit like Quizlet for Moodle. We have several ways to practice the new words that have been introduced. Choose the answer, type the answer, listen and type, and say the words. There's actually a fifth one, a mysterious fifth one, which isn't listed here, which is, I think, listen, what is that? It's one of those anyway. And you can see some of those practice types over here. This is the choosing, the multi-choice. This is the dictation with an on-screen keyboard. This is the say the words, where you speak the new words and we evaluate your pronunciation of the new words. And we can also review previously learned words. So one of the things that's really important when you're teaching vocabulary is that students don't just encounter the word once, they encounter it several times throughout the course to reinforce the initial learning and so they remember it. And so word cards integrates that. So previously encountered words that you've taught them in a word cards activity can be recycled and reviewed in subsequent word cards activities. I'll quickly pop open and show you one of those. So this is a French course. We're teaching French words, very basic French words, and our own language, and the language of the native of the learner is English. So we have L2 and L1. We can play the words so they can check the pronunciation. We check that we've read and understood the words, learned and understood them. We can show that in cards mode if we wish, so that we can navigate through cards in this way. And then we move on to one of those practice steps that we saw before. So here we choose the correct French for this English word. So in this case, it's going to be s'il vous plaît. Goodbye is au revoir. Thank you is merci. And of course, if I make a mistake, it'll highlight our mistake. We get to review the word set before we go into the learning activity. So here we can review those words. And in this case, it's a dictation.
Merci.
And this is an on-screen keyboard, which is quite nice because there are some character sets like Cyrillic when you're learning Russian or Japanese with the hiragana and the katakana, which students are not always able to use on their keyboards because it's not available, or on a mobile phone also. Switching to Cyrillic is no easy task if you don't use it commonly. So we have this on-screen keyboard, but you can use a regular keyboard too. So you can use your mouse or you can use the keyboard.
Merci. Bonjour.
So you use the on-screen keyboard in this case. And
s'il vous plaît.
I'll skip through to the other activity types. This is not dictation, but here we simply have to type in this word in French, and that would be s'il vous plaît. And the final, and I guess the most dramatic of the practice activities, is the speaking, where we have to read what's on the card. Bonjour. Bonjour. I should put this in Spanish and then Chris could help me. Merci. Okay, I won't get any points for speaking French, but that's how it looks. And finally, we get little message to say that we're through, and we can jump to the next activity in the course if we've set that up. Right. Yeah, so just checking through the comments here. Filipino English is a recognised variety in World English. Yes, no doubt. This is something that's quite interesting because we have to we use Amazon's services heavily in Poodle. We hide all of that, or we don't hide it. We kind of we encapsulate or package all that in our cloud Poodle services, and they provide an amazing range of kind of languages and features, but they don't provide 100% coverage of the world languages. So we have, for example, the Basque region of Spain, where they have their own language, and they're teaching that using Poodle, but we haven't got the Basque language in the menu of languages that Amazon provides us. So we're limited in that to that extent, but we can cover a number of them. Poodle Solo, this is a newer activity. This is an open speaking activity. So in the previous activity, Read Aloud, and also in word cards and even English Central, we knew what the student was going to say. We knew they were going to talk about Switzerland, or they were going to read about Messi and his soccer. But in Poodle Solo, we can give the student something to talk about, and we don't know what they're going to say. And we try to give them an automated evaluation, even though we don't know what they're saying. It's an open speech evaluation tool. Now, of course, we can't do that to great precision. We just give them basically a metric or a score that's based on some metrics, and the teacher can go back in and do a complete grading after that. So there are three phases. There's the prepare phase, where they prepare to speak. They're given a topic and targets to reach. Then there's the record phase, where they record themselves speaking. And finally, there's the transcription phase, where they type in their own speech, what they recorded in step 2, they type in step 3. And finally, we evaluate their speech. So that's quite exciting, isn't it? Let's quickly go and try that. Go back to our demo site. Hope we're not running out of time, but I suspect we are. So this is the actual activity we saw there. And the targets that we have are the target time. We should be speaking for 2 minutes. A little bit of information, speak simply, slowly, and clearly. Target words. So these are the words I should try to include in my speech. And target words goals. So in this case, 40 words. So I should speak at least 40 words. Since I have 2 minutes to work with, that's actually quite possible. So let me quickly, I'm supposed to tell the story of what I saw in the video, but we didn't watch the video, but let's just try anyway. In this video, the Cookie Monster and the Count were enjoying time together, and they were counting apples. So I hit some of the words that I was supposed to speak, which is the Cookie Monster, the Count, and apples, but I didn't say apologised or ate. So I'm not going to get full marks. I play back the audio and type it in. In this video, the Cookie Monster and the Count were enjoying time together, and they were counting apples. It actually takes a little while for the transcript to come back from transcription, so I doubt this will be ready by the time we get there. But I'll leave one mistake in there because it will actually count we'll notice that this is a mistake, and that will detract from our score. So that's quite good, isn't it? So on the next page, we'll see a little countdown because it'll check for our results every 15 seconds if they're not ready yet. It might take up to a minute or two for the results to come through, so perhaps we won't wait and we'll just come back shortly and review how we went. Oh, there you go, it's actually back. So I got 3 out of 5, which is not too bad considering I didn't talk for the entire time. And it's highlighted my transcript. If I look at the details, I can see that I spoke 3 of the 5 target words. It got that. My longest sentence length was 13. The average sentence length was 9. Number of long words. Possible spelling mistake here on were, and that's affected my score. this is how we actually evaluate the score there. So the goals that we give them to speak, the words, total words, the target words, the time to speak, and the accuracy of their own transcript and the automatic transcript, those all factor into the score that we give them. But we don't give them a 37% or a 45% because that would be assuming a precision that we don't have. So we just give them a score out of 5, or 3 stars, or 4 stars out of 5. And later on, the teacher can go and give them a manual grade based on their performance. Yeah, I think Poodle Solo does have, Timothy, some promise. I'm really quite excited about it, but I think I'm not that happy with the cosmetics of it right now. I think we need to just improve that a little bit, and we have somebody working on that. And the final activity that I'll go through and show you now is mini lessons. So mini lesson is it's basically what it says. It's a small lesson based of several steps which you create, and it's based on the fact that many people wanted to use our widgets or our speaking tools in a less structured way. They'd like to use the speech cards that are in word cards, or the listen and speak that was in read aloud, but without all the baggage of the entire activity of read aloud or word cards. They might have their own task they'd like the students to perform. And also listening. We have people who use our text-to-speech features for listening activities, but they wanted a way for those listening activities to be scored and integrated with activity completion and other features. So we created mini lesson. And these are the types of, we call them item types inside the lesson. There's multi-choice, dictation chat, dictation, speech cards, listen and speak, and content page. And what do those look like? Let's go and have a look. So here we have an activity. I'll quickly go through the entire activity so you can see it in all its glory. But you can see right away it's optimized for mobile. So it looks okay on a big screen, but this will work quite nicely on a small screen device also. Here we've made a content page and we've given the students a video to watch. And after watching the video, they're going to answer some questions about the content of that video. I won't play the entire video, but the gist of this is that she's not supposed to be eating bacon. So she's been caught eating bacon. She's trying to hide the fact that she's done that. So we go to the next page, and this is just a multi-choice. So what was the lady doing at the start of the video? She was cooking bacon. Why did she try to hide the bacon? We'll make a mistake. The bacon was not hers, but that's not correct. And then we have a listen and speak activity.
The woman was cooking bacon.
So the narrator said the woman was cooking bacon, and my job now is to repeat what I just heard. The woman was cooking bacon.
She started to eat the bacon.
She started to eat the bananas. Okay, and I'll get a chance to practice again. So listen, in this listen and repeat, we've got 5 sentences that we're going to practice, and following those, we get a little summary page. It takes a while to go through. I'll just skip.
She heard somebody come home.
And then we have the speech cards that we saw previously in the word cards activity, but here we've integrated them with this particular passage that, or this particular video or content that we were studying. The woman was cooking bacon. She didn't know what to do. I won't do very well. And finally, we have a dictation activity based on those 5 sentences that we've been practicing throughout this mini lesson.
The woman was cooking bacon.
This one I have to get the pronunciation right. And once that's done, I'll be successful. And finally, I get a summary of my score. If I want to see a breakdown of the per activity score, I can see that here. Those lesson items that we saw, those are made and managed here on the lesson items page. We've got a new one here, multi-choice audio, which is actually quite fun. Perhaps I'll show you that also. But it's quite a nice screen. We can Let's have a look at the multi-choice. This is a preview of the multi-choice, and if you want to check the settings for the multi-choice, it's simply like this. If you want to create, well, let's have a look at the listen and repeat actually. If we look at the listen and repeat and how that's done, it's simply a list of sentences here. We just paste that list of sentences in, a new one on each line, and we choose a text-to-speech voice. In this case, we're using Justin, but that could be Joanna, or if you wanted to use one of those nice accents we discussed earlier, we could use Ravina, which is an Indian voice, and then she would be reading those. We can choose to show the full text of what they are to say, as opposed to just the dots. So let's choose full text, and we'll make her speak slowly for us because we're struggling to learn. And we'll change this from bacon to bananas. Let's see how we go.
The woman was cooking bananas.
So you can see we had the Indian voice read that for us, and this is the text that it read, and it's the same activity as we saw previously. We can just read that. The woman was cooking bananas. And we'll go through like that. So that's mini lesson. It's quite a fun activity. We recently added multi-choice and the multi-choice audio, and that is quite nice because that allows us to make those options that the students choose in the multi-choice, make those audio players and not text, and also for the student to have to answer the question using their microphone and not using just a button. So we'll make a quick one of those. Speaking. Who is the best Moodle person? And let's put here Martin, Justin, Jim is. It's going to be Martin because Martin Dugiams is, of course, the best Moodle person. Let's see how we go. So here I can play the audio so I can hear it.
Martin is. Justin is. Jim is.
Martin is. I didn't get it right. So you'll get better accuracy if you've got a full sentence. Martin is the best Moodle person. It's more likely to be correct than Justin is. Justin is. There we go. There's my answer, which was incorrect. Okay, so I'll stop talking now. I believe I might have gone over time, but that's Poodle speaking activities for Moodle. Now, if there are any questions that I have not answered, now's my time to answer them. I hope I still have time to do that.
Okay, yes, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Justin Hunt, for that informative talk. We would like to take this opportunity as well to thank Poodle for partnering with us in making this event possible. So as our participants and viewers definitely have questions, the floor is now open for the question and answer segment. So let's take a look at the forum. Okay, so there's a question here from Mr. Joe Marie Yokte. Can we use Poodle for video demonstration?
Yes, you can use Poodle for video demonstrations. The Poodle video recording has been optimized for web cameras and for student submissions, more so than for content creation. But people do use it for content creation. However, if you want to capture your screen and do a demonstration, for example, of how to use some piece of software or something like that, that's not the correct tool for Poodle. Poodle is really for using the web camera to make a video recording, and that video recording is stored in the cloud and then made available on the Moodle site for display. So if you want to make a recording of yourself talking, that's great. If you want to capture your PowerPoint presentation or your Google Slides, you'll probably want to use a different tool for that.
Okay, sir, thank you. For our next question, we have a question from Mr. Oswardo Pabatang Jr. Will it work with a slow connection?
Yes, it will work with a slow connection. The Poodle recorders, they work, they store the audio and the video locally, so they don't stream the audio as the student is recording, which means that when the student has finished recording and they press upload, it will record. If you have a slow, it will upload. If you have a slow connection, it will upload slowly, but it won't die, or you won't lose your recording. And again, the transcription and the other kind of the more advanced features, they happen on the server. So once the audio has arrived, the level of your connection, of your internet connectivity is not really a factor. Those results should come back in a relatively timely fashion.
There's a follow-up question here from Mr. Lowell Lucero. Does it support the mobile version of Moodle? How much mobile data will it consume?
It doesn't support the Moodle mobile app. Okay, so if you're using the Moodle mobile app with your students, you'll need to ask them to use their browsers to use Poodle, so their Moodle mobile browsers. So that's definitely something to consider. How much Moodle data will it consume? Well, how much of the bandwidth? It very much depends on how much they're recording. But the video itself is not very heavy once it's been uploaded. But if you're working on an iPhone or an iOS device and you're uploading a video from your iOS device, it can be quite a lot of video. Audio is far more manageable. But more recently, even Safari has implemented HTML5 audio and video recording, which means that the recordings that the students made are already converted into WebM or MOV files, which are compressed. So although it's not perfect and it will consume data, actually the files are of a size that is manageable.
Okay, sir. Another question from Mr. Amanpreet Singh. What is the basis of the audio recording?
What is the basis of the audio recording? Is that a technical question? Like how does it work kind of a question?
Probably, sir.
Let me assume it's a technical question and just answer to that. We use a combination of technologies to make the audio recording work on different devices. The best one is to use the native HTML5 audio and video recording features in the browser. The modern browsers, Chrome and Firefox and Edge, all have native HTML5 audio and video recording. We receive that on our servers and then we transcode that into MP3 because different browsers record in different formats and they don't always play back on different devices. But we convert everything to a universally playable format, which is MP3 and MP4, a variety of MP4, and then we return that to Moodle when it requests a player for that recording. On some older devices which don't have HTML5 audio or video recording, then we either default to using a different means of capturing the audio, which the student would not be aware is happening, but behind the scenes we do that. So an older iPhone can still work. For video recording, you may see an upload where they record using the browser's or the device's native camera application, not the browser, and then that recording is uploaded to our servers, processed, and returned in the same way that webcam from the browser is returned. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Another question from Mr. Mark Joseph Remetio. What are the advantages of Poodle?
Well, the advantages of Poodle really relate to the type of activity that you're using. So if you're using a standard audio and video recording assignment or quiz, the advantages of using Poodle to using the default audio and video recorders are many, really. I guess the primary one is that the audio and the video recordings can be stored in the cloud and not on your own Moodle server. So that makes the backup sizes small and makes it possible to manage large numbers of recording without consuming bandwidth or without consuming your server resources. The other thing that it does is it converts those files, as mentioned, to MP3 and MP4. So if you use the standard audio and video recorders in Moodle, you may get a WebM file, you may get an MOV file, you may get an OGG file. They don't all play back. So recently there's been a bit of a problem in in some places because recordings made on Firefox not playing back on Safari, for example. So all of those problems are gone. We also have things like when the audio is recording, we can show a volume meter to show that the audio is recording. And that's quite good because sometimes students don't give access to the microphone and they'll talk away for hours without any indication that their audio is not being captured. And finally, there's nice features that we've developed over years, just as support comes in and we've dealt with it, so that students don't forget to upload their recording. It always happens, or if in the middle of uploading their recording and they leave the page, we can deal with that. So there's those reliability features. In terms of the languages features, the Poodle languages, I just don't think there are any options for doing the kind of activities that we do, the read aloud or the mini lesson or the English Central. There's nothing like that available in Moodle. Those are far away ahead of anything else for giving students speaking and listening practice.
Okay, so another question from Mr. Timothy Joseph Decano. How big is the file size generated by this tool?
So if you're recording audio, then 1 minute of audio is approximately 1.5 megabytes. And if you're recording video, then 1 minute of video is approximately 9 megabytes.
Okay. Okay, so do we have other questions? Okay, I guess that is all the time that we have, sir, for the question and answer segment. Once again, we would like to thank you, sir. We know that you are a busy person, so we thank you for gracing this event and sharing key features and insights about Poodle in this year's Moodlemoot Philippines Congress.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed it.
Okay, a round of applause, please, for Mr. Justin Hunt. Okay, sir, thank you. So we've already heard from 3 of our speakers, so we still have 6 more esteemed presenters for this last day of the Congress. But before that, we'll be giving you an hour to take your lunch, to stretch a bit, and even answer fun games and courses in the Moodle store. So on my watch, it's already 11:55 Philippine time. So please be back at 12:40 p.m. for the second part of Day 5 of the Moodlemoot Philippines 2021 Virtual Conference. So thank you, everyone, and have a great lunch.
These young people live in different cities and study different subjects at different universities. In just a few minutes, they are all going to take their exams. Some of them will do it from the comfort of their armchair, and others will go to a special exam center. To ensure that they are all tested in the same way and that the grades are fair, the examination process must be carefully regulated. Enter Examus, an online invigilator service, or, in other words, a tool to help supervise students during an examination. Examus uses automated algorithms to identify students and analyze their behavior to detect violations of exam regulations. This information is then passed on to a human invigilator who monitors and adjusts the system. The user identification process is based on face recognition technology. The system compares an image from the student's webcam with one or more of their sample images. The invigilator then compares the images manually. This comprehensive method gives a 98% accurate user identification. What's more, there are plans to include additional identifying algorithms, such as electronic signatures, ECGs, and other biometric measurements. Examus automatically records any violations and informs the invigilator if the student looks away from the screen for longer than is warranted, if the active window on the computer suddenly changes, if the student leaves their desk, or if someone else is there with them, if someone else's voice is heard through the student's microphone, or if somebody else tries to sit the exam for them. The behavioral analysis algorithms mean the system can be easily adapted to work with different people. The user's standard behavior is assessed by the system over time and taken into account. The more records of a student's behavior that are recorded in the Examus database, the more accurately their behavior can be predicted and understood. Did the student look because they were distracted, or to secretly glance at a crib sheet? The involvement of invigilators ensures violations can be detected accurately, even if little information on a student has been stored, and the fact of being observed also heightens the disciplinary effect. The invigilators deal with rule breakers appropriately. This gives Examus more flexibility in its reaction to student behavior, in line with the standards of each university. It also allows invigilators to clarify information in the event of disputes. Examus can be easily configured to suit different exam conditions, strict tests, where the use of any additional materials is forbidden, and more open examinations, where, for example, calculations can be made on paper outside the testing system. All data collected by Examus is transferred to educational institutions for in-depth analysis. Teachers can monitor the exam results of individual students, and all the data collected undergoes comprehensive processing to see if the testing methods need to be adjusted or examination tasks improved. The Examus Invigilator service allows you to set up a flexible ecosystem of online examinations, securely connecting student laptops to the university's LMS, Learning Management System.
Opo, ma'am. Opo, ma'am.
Paano po maglagay na pa?
Saan na nga ba yun?
Google Chrome lang kata dumaga.
Hindi. Sa lower right side. Merong tatlong punto lang yun. May change background. Bakit si Kuya Bobby yan?
Educational technology is now more important than ever. However, students and faculty often don't have enough guidance and can easily get overwhelmed with questions or issues they think they cannot resolve themselves. Many institutions struggle to provide this guidance to their faculty and students, preventing them from getting the most value out of their EdTech investments. EasySoft helps institutions guide users through in-app messaging, personalized support, and tool usage insights, supporting over 2.5 million faculty and students globally, EasySoft can integrate with all the most popular learning applications. Tool adoption insights help you visualize and compare how your EdTech tools are being used by any student, faculty member, or course. Take action on adoption insights by targeting users with personalized messages anywhere within your learning management system. Messages can be anything from important announcements to explanations on how to complete tasks with specific EdTech tools. They are fully customizable and help you collect valuable user feedback. When your faculty and students need a little extra help, the EasySoft Support Center provides 24/7 self-support directly in the learning management system to ensure no user is left behind. Relevant help content is recommended automatically based on the user's role and context, and institution-specific help articles can be added to personalize the support experience. If a user still has unanswered questions, EasySoft's smart routing settings ensure their support request is sent to the right help desk, along with all relevant user information, cutting resolution time in half. Working on a big change like moving to a new LMS or introducing a new tool? Create a campaign to keep track of all your messages, help articles, and tool adoption monitors in one place and measure the impact of your efforts. Check out the EasySoft universe to get inspired by campaign examples from institutions around the world. Do you want to optimize the teaching and learning experience at your institution and get more value from your EdTech investments? Head over to www.easysoft.com to learn more.
Kaya mo na mag-check mo, check mo na yung isa't isa. Si Ira, hindi na kasi Ira, hindi na kasi medyo taas pa Lord. Hindi ko makita yung screen dyan. So daw. Ano yan kay Nicole? Search baliktad sa'yo. Oo nga. Kasi pag tinignan mo baliktad, kami na i-hibrid. Kaya baliktad mo rin sa'yo.
Okay naman.
Yan, okay na. 3, 6, 9, 12, 16, 17.
These young people live in different cities and study different subjects at different universities. In just a few minutes, they are all going to take their exams. Some of them will do it from the comfort of their armchairs, and others will go to a special exam center. To ensure that they are tested in the same way and that the grades are fair, the examination process must be carefully regulated. Enter Examus, an online invigilator service, or, in other words, a tool to help supervise students during an examination. Examus uses automated algorithms to identify students and analyze their behavior to detect violations of exam regulations. This information is then passed on to a human invigilator who monitors and adjusts the system. The user identification process is based on face recognition technology. The system compares an image from the student's webcam with one or more of their sample images. The invigilator then compares the images manually. This comprehensive method gives a 98% accurate user identification.
Something went wrong, ma'am.
What's more, there are plans to include additional identifying algorithms, such as electronic signatures, ECGs, and other biometric measurements. Examus automatically records any violations and informs the invigilator. If the student looks away from the screen for longer than is warranted, if the active window on the computer suddenly changes, if the student leaves their desk, or if someone else is there with them. If someone else's voice is heard through the student's microphone, or if somebody else tries to sit the exam for them. The behavioral analysis algorithms mean the system can be easily adapted to work with different people. The user's standard behavior is assessed by the system over time and taken into account. The more records of a student's behavior that are recorded in the Examus database, the more accurately their behavior can be predicted and understood. Did the student look because they were distracted, or to secretly glance at a crib sheet? The involvement of invigilators ensures violations can be detected accurately, even if little information on the student has been stored, and the fact of being observed also heightens the disciplinary effect. The invigilators deal with rule breakers appropriately. This gives Examus more flexibility in its reaction to student behavior, in line with the standards of each university. It also allows invigilators to clarify information in the event of disputes. Examus can be easily configured to suit different exam conditions. Strict tests, where the use of any additional materials is forbidden, and more open examinations, where, for example, calculations can be made on paper outside the testing system. All data collected by Examus is transferred to educational institutions for in-depth analysis. Teachers can monitor the exam results of individual students, and all the data collected undergoes comprehensive processing to see if the testing methods need to be adjusted or examination tasks improved. The Examus Invigilator service allows you to set up a flexible ecosystem of online examinations, securely connecting student laptops to the university's LMS, Learning Management System.
Ano siya? Sige na, lunch! Already na. Hindi na taga-picture. Sino po taga-picture, Madam Ira? Ikaw na, Nen. Ako na po. Hindi namin Sige, lumapit ka na. Ako na lang.
Educational technology is now more important than ever. However, students and faculty often don't have enough guidance and can easily get overwhelmed with questions or issues they think they cannot resolve themselves. Many institutions struggle to provide this guidance to their faculty and students, preventing them from getting the most value out of their ed-tech investments. EasySoft helps institutions guide users through in-app messaging, personalized support, and tool usage insight. Supporting over 2.5 million faculty and students globally, EasySoft can integrate with all the most popular learning applications. Tool adoption insights help you visualize and compare how your EdTech tools are being used by any student, faculty member, or course. Take action on adoption insights by targeting users with personalized messages anywhere within your learning management system. Messages can be anything from important announcements to explanations on how to complete tasks with specific EdTech tools. They are fully customizable and help you collect valuable user feedback. When your faculty and students need a little extra help, the EasySoft Support Center provides 24/7 self-support directly in your learning management system to ensure no user is left behind. Relevant help content is recommended automatically based on a user's role and context, and institution-specific help articles can be added to personalize the support experience. If a user still has unanswered questions, EasySoft's smart routing settings ensure their support request is sent to the right help desk along with all relevant user information, cutting resolution time in half. Working on a big change like moving to a new LMS or introducing a new tool? Create a campaign to keep track of all your messages, help articles, and tool adoption monitors in one place and measure the impact of your efforts. Check out the EasySoft universe to get inspired by campaign examples from institutions around the world. Do you want to optimize the teaching and learning experience at your institution and get more value from your EdTech investments? Head over to www.easysoft.com to learn more.
These young people live in different cities and study different subjects at different universities. In just a few minutes, they are all going to take their exams. Some of them will do it from the comfort of their armchair, and others will go to a special exam centre. To ensure that they are all tested in the same way and that the grades are fair, the examination process must be carefully regulated. Enter Examus, an online invigilator service, or, in other words, a tool to help supervise students during an examination. Examus uses automated algorithms to identify students and analyze their behavior to detect violations of exam regulations. This information is then passed on to a human invigilator who monitors and adjusts the system. The user identification process is based on face recognition technology. The system compares an image from the student's webcam with one or more of their sample images. The invigilator then compares the images manually. This comprehensive method gives a 98% accurate user identification. What's more, there are plans to include additional identifying algorithms, such as electronic signatures, ECGs, and other biometric measurements. Examus automatically records any violations and informs the invigilator if the student looks away from the screen for longer than is warranted, if the active window on the computer suddenly changes, if the student leaves their desk, or if someone else is there with them, if someone else's voice is heard through the student's microphone, or if somebody else tries to sit the exam for them. The behavioral analysis algorithms mean the system can be easily adapted to work with different people. The user's standard behavior is assessed by the system over time and taken into account. The more records of a student's behavior that are recorded in the Examus database, the more accurately their behavior can be predicted and understood. Did the student look because they were distracted, or to secretly glance at a crib sheet? The involvement of invigilators ensures violations can be detected accurately, even if little information on the student has been stored, and the fact of being observed also heightens the disciplinary effect. The invigilators deal with rule breakers appropriately. This gives Examus more flexibility in its reaction to student behavior, in line with the standards of each university. It also allows invigilators to clarify information in the event of disputes. Examus can be easily configured to suit different exam conditions, strict tests, where the use of any additional materials is forbidden, and more open examinations, where, for example, calculations can be made on paper outside the testing system. All data collected by Examus is transferred to educational institutions for in-depth analysis. Teachers can monitor the exam results of individual students, and all the data collected undergoes comprehensive processing to see if the testing methods need to be adjusted or examination tasks improved. The Examus Invigilator service allows you to set up a flexible ecosystem of online examinations, securely connecting student laptops to the university's LMS, Learning Management System.
Educational technology is now more important than ever. However, students and faculty often don't have enough guidance and can easily get overwhelmed with questions or issues they think they cannot resolve themselves. Many institutions struggle to provide this guidance to their faculty and students, preventing them from getting the most value out of their ed tech investments. EasySoft helps institutions guide users through in-app messaging, personalized support, and tool usage insights. Supporting over 2.5 million faculty and students globally, EasySoft can integrate with all the most popular learning applications. To Tool adoption insights help you visualize and compare how your EdTech tools are being used by any student, faculty member, or course. Take action on adoption insights by targeting users with personalized messages anywhere within your learning management system. Messages can be anything from important announcements to explanations on how to complete tasks with specific EdTech tools. They are fully customizable and help you collect valuable user feedback. When your faculty and students need a little extra help, the EasySoft Support Center provides 24/7 self-support directly in your learning management system to ensure no user is left behind. Relevant help content is recommended automatically based on a user's role and context, and institution-specific help articles can be added to personalize the support experience. If a user still has unanswered questions, EasySoft's smart routing settings ensure their support request is sent to the right help desk along with all relevant user information, cutting resolution time in half. Working on a big change like moving to a new LMS or introducing a new tool? Create a campaign to keep track of all your messages, help articles, and tool adoption monitors in one place and measure the impact of your efforts. Check out the EasySoft universe to get inspired by campaign examples from institutions around the world. Do you want to optimize the teaching and learning experience at your institution and get more value from your EdTech investments? Head over to www.easysoft.com to learn more.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Okay, how are you?
Still eating our lunch.
I still eating
Hello,
your
Miss
lunch.
Ann. Good afternoon.
Okay, so
Yeah, they're having their lunch.
you're still
Still.
having your lunch.
Yeah.
Okay, so welcome once again to Moodlemoot Philippines 2021. This would be our last day of the Congress proper, right? Okay, so I hope you're still doing fine, and then you're still there to finish the session this afternoon. So just this is Len Agustin, your MC for this afternoon. So just a little housekeeping before we get started. If you have any questions during the presentation, please type them into the question box in your Zoom, Facebook, and YouTube, or in the forum link. Link of the forum can be found in the chat box. We will also entertain your questions after each presenter. We would also like to remind everyone to mute yourself while the presentation is going on, so as not to interrupt the speakers. Okay, so this afternoon, I would like to announce to you that there will also be raffle draws, okay, after the presentation. So please stay tuned because only those who will stay till the end will be qualified for the raffle. So are you ready for our next speaker? I hope so. So at this juncture, allow me to give you first an overview of the topics that we are going to have this afternoon. So we have one, the Nephila Web Experience School Information System, or Nexus, an integration with Moodle, how it helps schools during the pandemic. Second, we are going to have Safe Exam Browser demonstration, to be followed by a lightning talk, adapted learning design in Moodle, sustaining Moodle at MSU Iligan Institute of Technology, Moodle for PSTD Digitalent Online Conference, and redesigning higher education courses for remote learning, a Moodle course for faculty. So without further ado, let me introduce to you our first speaker. He is the IT supervisor and Nexus team lead of the very first certified Moodle partner in the Philippines, Nephila Web Technology Incorporated. He supervised the development of Nexus Nephila Schools Information System, ensuring that they deliver the best and quality experience to every customer. In his 5 years with Nephila, he has already conducted numerous Moodle seminars to schools and to corporates. With his ideals to give inspirations, he has conducted various talks to IT college students to motivate them to pursue and reach their dreams. Ladies and gentlemen, to talk about the Nephila Web Experience Schools Information System and integration with Moodle, how it helps school during the pandemic, let us welcome Mr. Sean Mervin Ronquillo. Let's give him a round of applause.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. So some of you are still taking their lunch, so it's all right. Just eat your lunch, and I'm going to present my talk. So first, let me share my screen to you. Okay. So thank you for that kind introduction. For this session, I'm going to discuss to you the Nephila Web Experience School Information System, or Nexus, an integration with Moodle, how it helps schools during the pandemic. So we know that when the pandemic starts last year, most of our schools are not prepared for this kind of setup where everything will be online, from classes to payments to admissions. So everything will be online. So Nexis is one of the solution to them. So in this in this session, I'm going to discuss to you the several modules of this Nexis, and most of some of our schools are already using the Nexis and already integrated with their system. And on our next slide, I'm going to present to you our customers. So these are the schools that avail the Nexis. So first, the Assumption College San Lorenzo in Makati. We're almost 2,500 students, and an Assumption Antipolo. And Mary Help of Christian Schools in Pampanga and in Cebu. And a Maritime School in Pasay, the Asian Institute of Maritime Studies, and Mary Our Help in Cebu, and Don Bosco Technical Institute of Makati, and lastly the DMMC Institute of Health Sciences in Batangas. So here in Nexis, we are still continuing to weave innovations in education. So with our first, we accommodate your most rigorous admission standards, guide the student through their journey with advising. So we also have here an advising for students. Then all your payment options sorted in one place. So we also have the cashier and online payments. And next, we also have the exhaustive historical repository with instant access. So this is regards with the student informations and grades and yon. Next is keep your students and community engaged. So the students will be having their own student portal where they can access all their needs like announcements, ledger, courses, and others or schedules. With that, we have that in the student portal. So next, we have the real-time snapshot of student and institutional performances. So this is with regards to the grading. So we have a separate gradings like the ECR. So that can be integrated with the LMS. So that's with the last innovation is the integration of your existing Moodle LMS to our Nexis seamlessly. So we're going to integrate our Nexis if you have existing Moodle, or if you don't have an existing Moodle, we can install a Moodle to your school. So for the Nefila Web Experience School Information System, we have first the admissions module. For the admissions module, we have the full online admissions. So starting from pre-registration in the website, and then up to the examination, then up to enrollment. So that's the full online admissions. So next is the application exam integration to LMS. So we can integrate the application exam in your in the Nexis if you have an existing LMS, where after they pre-register and pay their application fee online, they will be having an access to LMS to accomplish their application exam. Next is managing your applicants' fees and documentary requirements. So this with regards to the application fees that can be done through online with our online payment, and also the documentary requirements by uploading their requirements through LMS or through our very own Nexis. So next, we have the cashier and finance. So here we have the collection of payment online or on-site with cash, check, and credit card. So with this collection of payment, in online, this will be instantaneous. So once they pay their payments, we will automatically receive the payment and deduct it in his account. Yeah. Then we also in Nexis, we can also accommodate several types of payment gateways like PayMaya, Paynamics, DragonPay, and others. So next we have here is the excuse me. Next is we have here the student ledgering, where the all the payments and account of the student will be here that can be accessed through online with the student portal. And next is the students can only access Moodle courses once payment made. So this is for the integration where only students paid their initial enrollment fees or their fees that can they are the one can only access the Moodle courses. So if they are not yet paid with their fees, they can access their courses. They can log in with the Moodle, but they cannot access their courses. So next we have is grading system. So this is a real-time snapshot of student and institutional performance. So we have a dedicated grading system in Nexis. So as you can see here in the lower right, so this is an ECR that is integrated in the Nexis. So yeah, you can encode your students' grade and attendance. So next is encoding of quizzes, exams, and activities in easy electronic class records. As you can see here, you can set up your items easily, and your quizzes, your exams, and how many percent or weighted average per component or items. So next we have here is the LMS grades and non-LMS grades display and manage in one ECR. So as we know, we can integrate Nexis in LMS, and with that, we can also manage the ECR. We can only manage just one ECR where the LMS grades and non-LMS grades will be displayed. So there's a separate column for grades that were that from LMS and grades encoded externally by the instructors. So next, we have here where what we offer is the Moodle LMS integration. So in Moodle LMS integration, we can offer you the authentication. So authentication is the real-time account integration from Nexis to LMS. So what this means is when you're created an account in your Nexis, it will automatically create an account in your LMS. So that's it. So when you when you create a new student, it will automatically they can log in with their LMS account. So with that, username and password will be the same for both Nexis and LMS. So this is with regards to the username and password. So what you have created in the Nexis, it will be the same as your account with LMS. For example, your username or ID number is 111 in Nexis, and that will be also your username in your LMS. So 111. Your password will be also the same. If you set your password as 111, it will be automatically set as your password in your LMS. So when you change your password in Nexis, it will automatically change also the password in your LMS. And next is assigning different roles in LMS based on their Nexis access. So with that, as we know, in Nexis, we can have different access levels for teachers, for administrators, and for students and others. So with that, if we can have, for example, we create a new student, it will be automatically assign a role in LMS as a student. So for example, we create a faculty, we can set it access level in LMS as teacher. If administrator, we can set it as an admin. So like that, we have that in our Moodle LMS integration. So next one we have is the course enrollment. So this is the automatic course enrollment once payment has been made online or through the cashier. So this is what I said earlier, that the student will be automatically enrolled in their course once they made their payment through online or on-site. So yun, kung di pa nagbabayad, hindi niya ma-access yung courses niya. Yun. Then next we have is the course quizzes and activities linking via the Nexis LMS Administrator module. So we here in Nexis, we have a dedicated LMS Administrator. So where all the LMS setup will be done. So for example, for linking the online entrance exam, for linking the course to your LMS, set up your connections like that. We have a dedicated LMS administrator for in Nexis. So last is we have the grade integration. So this is the grade importation from LMS to ECR. So in just one button. So here we have a for the importation. So one of the problem or one of the questions mostly is how we're going to get the grades from LMS. So we have here one button like here in the right side where we can import examination results. So if you want to gather all the grades manually, we have just a one button, but we can also do it uh, automatically, like every minute or every hour, we can update the grades in Nexis. So, but sometimes we're having a changes in LMS, so that's why we have the manually updating or importing of examination results. Yeah. So next we have also the merging of external grades and final completed LMS grades. So with this, in LMS, we know that there's a separate grade book set up in LMS, and we can merge it with our external grades or external setup, no, in Nexis. So for example, pwede natin gawing 50% sa LMS ang grades mo, then 50% na grades is manggagaling from external grades, and we can merge that and compute the final grades, no? So next we're going now to proceed with the live demo presentation, or maybe you can schedule a demo here at nefilaweb.com.ph/nexis. So without further ado, let me share my screen to you again for the presentation. Okay, so and we have here is the Nexis portal. So this is for the student portal, where the students will log in their account to access their ledger, their accounts, announcements, and also this will be also the link for the online admissions. So today I'm going to present to you the admissions part of the Nexis, where it can be integrated with the Moodle site, where they can instantly take their exam. No, so first we have here the access. No, and so here this the for pre-registration or for the admissions or application of new student. So let's just click the application for new student. And for the first step, there's just a welcoming remarks and some data privacy notice. And let's continue. Next, for that step one, we're going to provide our application data. Desired course, seeking admission as freshman, academic year, first trimester, then the last name, for example, Doe John, and middle name optional, then the birth date, for example, let's just use 2005, March 9, then gender, male, citizenship, then for example, marital status, single, then last school attended, for example, UP, Manila, private school, public, Shran, for example, UMS, then year graduated, for example, 2020. Then next will be creating your own password, since once you sign for this, you will having your own account. So we need to get your password, or you need to create your password. So next here is the some additional. So this is for your special request. If you have a survey or there's some agreement form you want to add, so we can do it in your Nexus. So once done, click lang natin yung continue. Then for next is the contact information. For example, contact information. Then region, for example, Central Luzon, Bulacan, for example, Bandoo, Paliwas. Yan. Then telephone number, kailangan natin, cellphone number, and syempre, email address. So this must be valid since the result of your examination will be sent through this email. So for example, I'm going to use my other email, Sean, philaweb.com.ph. So once done, click lang natin yung continue. Then for the last step will be you can review first your information. So once you review, you can now click continue. Let's click continue. So that's once your registration is complete. For inquiries, you can contact your admissions, then click continue. So after clicking continue, you will be now qualified to take the entrance exam. So you will be provided your reference ID and some reminder that your password will be the password that you created or that I created. So next is ready to take the examination now. So we have here is the yes or no. So no, if we said no, we're going to receive an email linking to our LMS account. Or if we proceed to yes, we will be redirected immediately to our LMS. So this is the LMS that I installed in my computer. So in just a minute, I installed my my LMS. So I forgot to copy the username. Wait. Or the reference ID. So click lang natin, copy lang natin. Then username, then password. So after nyan, click lang natin login. So automatically, you will be redirected to your entrance exam. So later, ipapakita ko kung paano natin i-link yung create nating course sa system, sa Nexus natin. So here, some general instructions. Yan. I created an attempts allowed is 1, time limit for 1 hour. So we can now attempt our quiz. So start lang natin attempt. So here, we have 60 questions. So pwede nating sagutan na yan. What I did here is just 20 questions per page. So, yan. So, ito naman kahit anong pwede nating ilagay dito. And so, for example, yan, nagsagot lang tayo ng 10. And 10 questions. Then, proceed na tayo sa next page. So, for question 21. Yan. So, also with this, you can integrate some plugins like with this, James Hunt discussed earlier, the integration of the voice, yes, yung individual voice like that. So we can integrate din dito yon. So you can so that we can make our application exam more intuitive. So sagutan lang natin tayo random. So yan. So after nyan, finish lang natin attempt. So what I did here is hindi ko din-display yung answer para hindi nila malaman kaagad yung sagot. But you can also set this up na makita kaagad nila yung sagot. So after nun, submit all and finish. So after that, magkakaroon na ng feedback na thank you for taking examination. The result of your exam will be sent to your email within 2 hours. So after that, this will be the time that the admissions will check their account for any attempts in their entrance exam. So we have here is a separate login for the faculty and staff. So here, lagay lang natin si admissions. Admission. Sign in lang tayo. So here, this is the admissions module of Nexis. So we have here the admission. So we can also, the admissions can register on new student or old student. So if online application is not available. So here we have the pre-registrations and applicants. So with these applicants, we can see all the applicants that pre-register in a date range or as of today. So as of today, nakita natin si John Doe. Ito yung ano niya. Then status niya is ready to take the exam. So since hindi pa natin na-import, hindi pa natin nakikita yung kanyang result ng exam. So with that, click lang natin tong import examination result. No? Pag-click natin. So automatic ma-import na siya. You have imported the results for entrance examination. So ang status is failed yung kanyang entrance exam. So since nag-random lang tayo, failed yung kanya. So with that, we can stop the application. So hindi na siya makakapag-continue sa kanyang application. So with that, also makakatanggap din siya ng email. Makakatanggap siya ng email from Nexis na yan, your scores does not fulfill our required scores for your chosen program. So with that, hindi siya pasa, no? So yun. Next, that's it for the online admissions. So next, I'm going to present to you on how to link a course or a quiz in the admissions, no? So first, log in lang tayo dito sa LMS natin. We're going to create a course separate para sa sample. So create lang tayo, no? So here in site administration, course, manage course, and create lang tayo ng new course. So create new course, sample, for example, new entrance exam, then course code. So course end date, disable lang natin siya. Yan. So here in course format, if going to have a single activity, so click lang natin single activity, and we can select a quiz, no? So for example, magpapa-quiz lang din tayo since ito ay entrance exam. And so we have here the appearance, completion tracking, and others. So once okay na yan, click lang natin save and display. So yan, we can now create our quiz, no? Click lang natin itong ano natin, then lagay lang tayo quiz 1, and adding a new quiz. So timing, for example, maglagay tayo ng for 5 minutes, and the grades, and pwede natin ano yan, layout, think every question, for example, gawin natin every 3 questions, question behavior, and review options, and yan, pwede nating tago yung overall feedback, yan, para sa so after nyan, so we have the appearance, then okay na yan, save and display na natin. So that's the time na mag-add na tayo ng question. So add lang tayo ng question. For example, nagkaya tayo ng multiple choice. Yan. So yan. So next, we have here is the question name. Lagay lang natin multiple choice. Multiple choice. And then for question, who is the president of the Philippines? Yan, lagay lang natin. Ito yung question natin. And then, default mark 1, and number of choices, A, B, C, lagay lang natin. Then, lagay lang natin choice 1, lagay natin PRD pala. And then, as 100, lagay lang natin Lagay natin Pinoy. Siyempre, hindi na siya. Lagay natin none. So, lagay natin pangalan ko kunyari. Ayan. So, lagay natin none din. So, we have 3 choices. So, but we can add many choices. So, once okay na yan, save changes lang natin. So, for example, isang question lang ilalagay natin. Ayan. So, after nyan, click lang natin tong quiz. Ayan. So, ngayon, once na matapos na natin or makreate na natin yung quiz natin, it's the time na ililink na natin sa Nexus natin. So, as I said, we have a separate Nexus LMS administrator. So, login lang natin. So, we have here the LMS integration. So, we have the course linking to SIS, bulk enrollment, set up LMS integration, and online exam, online entrance exam. So, since ang gagawin natin is the online entrance exam, click lang natin to. Then, for college. So, configure lang natin. Yan. So, as you can see here, meron tayo ditong LMS quiz ID. So, ito yung kukunin natin from LMS, no? So, dito, ulit lang tayo sa LMS. Meron tayong makikita dito na ID sa taas. Yan, nakikita natin yung ID. Kukunin lang natin yung ID na yan. So, as nakita natin is 9. Lagay lang natin 9 dito sa may LMS quiz ID and save changes. Yan. So, automatic, ma-pick up niya na yung quiz natin na ginawa. So, LMS course short name and EE, course short name and course quiz ID. So, for example, namali tayo, nalagay natin 19. Yan, 19. No? So, wala siyang makikita at maglalabas na the quiz you're trying to set up doesn't exist. So, yan dapat existing siya dito sa LMS natin. So, save lang natin. So, once ma-save yan, so pwede natin try, no? So, i-try natin. Log out lang tayo dito. Yan. So, ito na yung ginawa natin, yung new entrance exam. So, dapat kung may mag-login ulit ako, kung mag-pre-register ulit ako, no? Student pre-registration. So, application for new student. So, ito pa rin yung kanina. Yan. Okay lang natin. 2021, first trimester. Doe, for example, Jane Doe. Yan. Birth date. Okay lang natin. Example. 2008. February 7. Yan. Marital status, single, female. Then school name, for example, PUP, Santa Mesa. Yan. Then public, strand, year graduated, and then password. So, same lang din siya. So, fill up lang natin. And then, continue. And address, lagay lang natin. Province. Yan. Random lang to para mabilis. Then, telephone number. Lagay lang tayo. Cellphone number. And, syempre, valid email. So, for example, mervin@philaweb.com.ph. So, continue lang natin. Then, continue again. Yan. So, ito na siya. Magta-take na tayo ng exam. So, copy lang natin yung reference ID. And, so, dapat, once na mag-login ako dito, doon ako ma-redirect or ma-enroll sa create nating course. No? So, login lang natin. Yan. So, as you can see, ito na yung ginawa natin, yung new entrance exam and quiz 1. So, we can now attempt our quiz. No? So, attempt lang natin. Yan. So, ito yung create natin. Who is the President of the Philippines? For example, lagay natin PRD. So, para tama and check natin kung ano yung magiging mangyayari. No? Yan. So, submit all and finish. Yan. Yan. Finish review. Yan. So, after that, pag nag-login ulit si admissions, yan. Si admissions, check natin yung kanyang applicants. So, nakikita natin si Jane Doe. Yan. So, pwede natin import yung examination results. So, since tama yung sinagot natin, so dapat papasa na siya sa kanyang exam result, no? So import lang natin. Yan. So as you can see, nakapasa na siya. So ito Ishihara test yung kanyang next step, no? So with that, automatically dapat may natanggap siyang email na nakapasa siya. Yan. So check natin. Yan. Nakita natin na hello Jane, congratulations. We are pleased to announce you that you passed the entrance examination. You are welcome to join the Nexus family. So that's it, no? Once na makapasa siya doon, pwede siya mag-proceed sa kanyang next steps. For example, itong Ishihara test, update lang natin. Ayan. So, yun. After that, that's it for the integration. No? So, also here, we can, in the Nexus LMS Administrator, we can also link a course. No? For example, yung subject na English, lilink natin sa create natin na course. So for example, here in LMS integration, course linking to SIS. For example, itong ano to. Then for the course ID, click lang natin yung course. Yan. So kunin natin itong course ID na number 9. Yan. So lagay lang natin 9. Update changes. Okay. So this is not a course pala kasi nga ang create natin is a quiz, no? So, for example, mag-create lang ako ng course. Ayan. So, mag-create lang ako ng course. Course, manage courses, create new course. Ayan. Sample course. Ayan. So, create lang natin, save and display. Ayan. So, we have here the course na natin. And so, kunin lang natin tong course ID, no, number 7. So, update lang natin. Kunin natin 7. And so, automatic nakalink na siya. So, once na may mag-enroll sa subject na to, ayan, and nakapagbayad siya, automatically, pag login niya sa Nexus niya, naka-enroll na sa kanya yung course na ginawa natin. So, yeah. That's it for my presentation. So, if you have questions or if you want further demonstration of our Nexus, you can visit our website, nefilaweb.com.ph/Nexus, and you can schedule your demo for presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Sir Sean, for sharing to us how Nexus helps different schools, especially during this time of pandemic. So the floor is now open for question and answer portion. Okay, sir, we have some questions here. Okay, from Joshiko, Sir Joshiko Velasco. In this SIS, do you provide a demo so that we can invite a registrar to expose more about in the system? Is this for free? Is the demo for free?
As of now, we do not provide a free demo access on people. So what you can do is you can visit our website and schedule your demo. So we will provide you our demo and we'll provide you a access in our site, Moodle access or Nexus access.
Okay, another question from Christian. Okay, Sir Christian. Does NefilaWeb also offers Moodle training for administrators?
Yes, we offer. I believe from our LMS team, they provide separate training for Moodle administrator.
Okay, and then we have another question here. How do we integrate or obtain Nexus for our institution? Do we need to subscribe to it?
Yes, this is a subscription type. So, uh, uh, once you subscribe, we will provide you our Nexus and your account for Nexus, and yun, yun po. Then, if we're going to integrate, kung may LMS na kayo, so yun, i-gather lang namin yung data para ma-integrate namin since may API naman si LMS and si Nexus namin. Okay.
Okay, next question from Magdalene. This is not a question, but more on a realization. It is hard to create sometimes interactive activity, and students will complain that the activity does not load in their mobile phones because they are using, what's this, mobile data. It is a sad situation for a lot of students here in the Philippines. Okay, so thank you for your sharing, sir.
Yes.
And then we have here another question. Let me see. Okay, that was already answered. Okay, does Nefila Web offer partnership with SUC?
So what is SUC?
State University po ata yan.
Yeah, state universities and colleges. Can I answer that question? Yes, definitely. We partner with state universities and colleges, and also K to 12. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Cheryl. Okay, do we have other questions for Sir Shan? Okay, how long is the day or hours of training? Is it ready to offer?
I believe Ms. Cheryl can answer that training since they're the ones providing the training for Moodle LMS administrator.
For Moodle LMS, before during face to face, but now we don't conduct face to face, or all are full online. We have designed our courses for the duration of the most is 2 months, but it is since it is full online itself, it is self-paced, no. So some institutions who are really on a rush of implementing their Moodle in their institution, they can take it for 2 weeks only. But if you are asking about the training for the Nexus, Shan, can you please provide answer for that? Training for Nexus, yes, we train different departments, right?
Yes. For Nexus training for teachers, once you subscribe for in our Nexus, we will be having a training with your administrators, teachers, and faculties for free. So with the basic on how to use the Nexus. So this will be a 2-day orientation for the faculties and staffs and teachers. Also, we have a 24/7 support in Nexus. So if you have a problem, you can message our support email. So and we will be replying with your concerns.
Okay, sir, we have another question here from Harsharan. Your Nexus looks promising for all types of academic institutions, especially when we have limited offering in SIS space and well supported by your Nefila Web. Okay, he has questions here. Do Nexus have examination module where data sheets, invigilation rules or duties, and sitting plans are generated automatically based on underlined rules, or do Nexus have automatic rule based time table generation?
For the first question with regards to the examination module or data sheet in invigilation duties, we don't have that since our exam will be integrated in LMS. So we do not have that in Nexus. So for the Next question, Nexus have automatic rule based on timetable generation. What do you mean by this? Is this with regards to the course offering or course loading? So if this is regards to the course offering or course schedule, we have a automatic rule-based timetable generation. So it will generate a timetable for each courses based on the policy or what you have created in as a schedule.
Okay, thank you, Sir Shan. Do we have some more questions? Okay, wala na pong questions. Okay, so there being no other questions asked, so we will now proceed to the awarding of certificate to our speaker. May I read the content of the citation of the certificate? The PhiloWeb Technology Incorporated presents the Certificate of Appreciation to Shan Ronquillo for sharing his invaluable knowledge and experience to the participants of Moodlemoot Philippines 2021. This conference aims to bring together the Moodle community of practitioners and users to share experiences, research achievements, and innovative development using the most widely used open source learning management system, Moodle. Given this 30th day of April 2021, held virtually via Zoom video conferencing. Signed, Cheryl R. Villaroman, MSIT, President and CEO of PhiloWeb Technology Incorporated, the only Moodle partner in Philippines and in Asia. Thank you. Sir, please accept this certificate, our virtual certificate. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you everyone. So have a nice day.
Okay, thank you, sir. So we'll be right back after 10 minutes.
These young people live in different cities and study different subjects at different universities. In just a few minutes, they are all going to take their exams. Some of them will do it from the comfort of their armchair, and others will go to a special exam centre. To ensure that they are all tested in the same way and that the grades are fair, the examination process must be carefully regulated. Enter Examus, an online invigilator service, or, in other words, a tool to help supervise students during an examination. Examus uses automated algorithms to identify students and analyze their behavior to detect violations of exam regulations. This information is then passed on to a human invigilator who monitors and adjusts the system. The user identification process is based on face recognition technology. The system compares an image from the student's webcam with one or more of their sample images. The invigilator then compares the images manually. This comprehensive method gives a 98% accurate user identification. What's more, there are plans to include additional identifying algorithms, such as electronic signatures, ECGs, and other biometric measurements. Examus automatically records any violations and informs the invigilator if the student looks away from the screen for longer than is warranted, if the active window on the computer suddenly changes, if the student leaves their desk, or if someone else is there with them, if someone else's voice is heard through the student's microphone, or if somebody else tries to sit the exam for them. The behavioral analysis algorithms mean the system can be easily adapted to work with different people. The user's standard behavior is assessed by the system over time and taken into account. The more records of a student's behavior that are recorded in the Examus database, the more accurately their behavior can be predicted and understood. Did the student look because they were distracted, or to secretly glance at a crib sheet? The involvement of invigilators ensures violations can be detected accurately, even if little information on the student has been stored, and the fact of being observed also heightens the disciplinary effect. The invigilators deal with rule breakers appropriately. This gives Examus more flexibility in its reaction to student behavior, in line with the standards of each university. It also allows invigilators to clarify information in the event of disputes. Examus can be easily configured to suit different exam conditions, strict tests, where the use of any additional materials is forbidden, and more open examinations, where, for example, calculations can be made on paper outside the testing system. All data collected by Examus is transferred to educational institutions for in-depth analysis. Teachers can monitor the exam results of individual students, and all the data collected undergoes comprehensive processing to see if the testing methods need to be adjusted or examination tasks improved. The Examus Invigilator service allows you to set up a flexible ecosystem of online examinations, securely connecting student laptops to the university's LMS, Learning Management System.
Educational technology is now more important than ever. However, students and faculty often don't have enough guidance and can easily get overwhelmed with questions or issues they think they cannot resolve themselves. Many institutions struggle to provide this guidance to their faculty and students, preventing them from getting the most value out of their ed tech investments. EasySoft helps institutions guide users through in-app messaging, personalized support, and tool usage insights. Supporting over 2.5 million faculty and students globally, EasySoft can integrate with all the most popular learning applications. Tool Adoption Insights help you visualize and compare how your EdTech tools are being used by any student, faculty member, or course. Take action on adoption insights by targeting users with personalized messages anywhere within your learning management system. Messages can be anything from important announcements to explanations on how to complete tasks with specific EdTech tools. They are fully customizable and help you collect valuable user feedback. When your faculty and students need a little extra help, the EasySolve Support Center provides 24/7 self-support directly in your learning management system to ensure no user is left behind. Relevant help content is recommended automatically based on a user's role and context, and institution-specific help articles can be added to personalize the support experience. If a user still has unanswered questions, EasySolve Smart Routing settings ensure their support request is sent to the right help desk along with all relevant user information, cutting resolution time in half. Working on a big change like moving to a new LMS or introducing a new tool? Create a campaign to keep track of all your messages, help articles, and tool adoption monitors in one place and measure the impact of your efforts. Check out the EasySoft universe to get inspired by campaign examples from institutions around the world. Do you want to optimize the teaching and learning experience at your institution and get more value from your EdTech investments? Head over to www.easysoft.com to learn more.
Welcome back. So I hope you're still there. It's an holy hour, so please bear with us and enjoy learning. Okay, so our next presenter is the System Support Analyst of Nefila Web Technology Incorporated. She provides assistance in the countless Moodle training conducted by Nefila. She is vastly knowledgeable in Moodle course creation and is experienced in handling Moodle site administration and customization requests. She is also a programmer and a great support in the company and those around her with her knowledge and skills. To talk about Safe Exam browser demonstration, let us welcome Lori May Gallio. A round of applause for Miss Lori.
Okay, so thank you very much, Ms. Len, for that introduction. So hi, everyone. Hope you are enjoying the conference and learning at the same time. So the topic is all about Safe Exam Browser. But first, let me share my screen with you. Okay. I hope you can now see my screen. And before the demonstration part, let me first discuss what Safe Exam Browser is and how it works in Moodle. So what is Safe Exam Browser? Safe Exam Browser, or SEB, is a web browser environment to carry out e-assessments safely. So the software turns any computer temporarily into a secure workstation. It controls access to resources like system functions, other websites, and applications, and prevents unauthorized resources from being used during exam. Next slide is the scope and functionality of SEB. So Safe Exam Browser is a customized web browser that is available for Windows. So for the Windows version is recommended is 8.1 and 10. And for the Mac OS, the limited support starting from 10.7 and 10.10. So the recommended version to install is 10.11 or newer. And for the iOS, 9.35 or newer. So the SEB is must be downloaded and installed on the device that the student uses to attempt the quiz. So students will only be able to attempt the quiz if they are using SEB. So the browser window won't have a URL or search field and back or forward navigation, and the reload can be disabled. So Safe Exam Browser cannot be closed until the quiz or test is submitted. So switching to other applications is disabled by default, but it's possible to allow to use specific third-party applications during an exam. So for the shortcut keys are disabled or cannot be used to close SEB. So the shortcut keys such as the Win tab, Alt tab, Control Alt Del, Alt F4, print screen, Chrome tab are disabled and cannot be used to close Safe Exam Browser or to switch to other user accounts on the computer. So the possibility of taking screenshots is also disabled. So the clipboard is cleared when starting and quitting SEB. The browser context menu is also disabled, and specific websites or pages or resources can be configured to be accessible during an exam. So for the spell checking and dictionary lookup is disabled, but optionally can be allowed. So the newer version of Safe Exam Browser for Windows is version 3.1.1. So this version adds new functionality for the SEB server integration with Moodle and fixes a few issues reported by the community. And some of the new functionalities are added support for exam ID and SEB server configuration, added support for secured quizzes with SEB server, and Moodle 3.9 with deeper integration, and added support for battery and WLAN status logging with SEB server. And for the Mac OS, the newer version of Safe Exam Browser for Mac OS is version 2.3.2. So the SEB version 2.3.2 is a minor update for 2.3.1 with one bug fix. So when running on Mac OS 11 version or Big Sun or Intel CPU-based Macs tested on Mac OS 11.2.3, the system processes displaying UI in the foreground were not recognized as system applications and terminated by SEB or lock SEB, displaying a red lock screen. If SEB couldn't terminate them. So now system processes should be identified correctly both on Intel and Apple Silicon-based systems. And for the iOS, the newer version of Safe Exam Browser for iOS is 2.1.16. So some of the updates and new functionality for this iOS 2.1.16 are, so they improved the accessibility when using VoiceOver. So added accessibility labels and hints to buttons and excluded unnecessary UI elements. So after opening the left side menu, VoiceOver Focus moves to the first browser tab entry. And they added keyboard shortcut CMD-M to toggle left side menu to show or hide, and now supporting hardware keyboard shortcuts, the Control tab or Shift Control tab to switch browser tabs. So now is using SEB with Moodle. So SafeExam browser support in Moodle has three objectives. So first, so it won't display any links during an exam, which would allow to navigate to other sections of Moodle or even other websites. So this means the course navigation, link to the other user's Moodle profile, log out, link to the university homepage, etc. needs to be disabled or hidden. So only the quiz navigation and the finish attempt button link should be visible. Next is make sure a quiz can only be taken using SafeExam browser to display an error message if trying to open the quiz in another web browser. And last is check if legitimate sub settings or optionally if the correct version of SEB are used. So SafeExam browser is directly available in Moodle's quiz settings for the 3.9 and 3.10 versions. So there is also an available plugin for Moodle 3.7 and 3.8. So if your LMS site is currently in 3.7 or 3.8 versions, you can download the plugin for SEB. So I think it's named SafeExam Browser Access Flow. So you can check the Moodle plugins directory to download the zip file so you can install it on your elements. But in 3.9 and 3.10 version, the SafeExam browser is fully integrated. So now, let me show you how to set up the SafeExam browser in a quiz activity. Change my share screen. So I hope you can see the screen for the quiz settings. So you have to go to your course and select a quiz that you want to enable students to take an attempt with SafeExam browser. So we just click the Actions menu or the gear icon and then click Edit Settings. So after setting up the general settings of the quiz, you have to scroll down until SafeExam browser. So for the SafeExam browser settings, first thing you'll see is this required use of SafeExam browser. So you can set whether students can only attempt the quiz using the SafeExam browser. So there are 4 available options. First is no. So SafeExam browser is not required to attempt the quiz. Next is the yes, configure manually. So no template for the configuration of SEB will be used. So you can configure the SafeExam browser manually. Next is yes, upload my own config. So you can upload your own SafeExam browser configuration file. So all manual settings and the use of templates will be disabled. And the last option is yes, use SEB client config. So no configurations of SafeExam browser are on Moodle site. The quiz can be attempted with any configuration of SafeExam browser. So you hand the SafeExam browser config file over to students by other means. So like we did with Moodle 3.8. And there's another option for that. Yes, use an existing template is only shown when there really are templates to choose from. If no administrator or manager has uploaded any template and set at least one to enable, and the option is not shown. So for this demo, let's try to select the second option, which is the yes, configure manually. So for the show Safe Exam Browser download button, you can set whether a button for Safe Exam Browser download will be shown on the quiz start page. It can only be set if required the use of Safe Exam Browser is set to yes, configure manually. So the yes, use on existing template, and yes, upload my own config, or yes, use set client config. So let's select yes. Next is show exit Safe Exam Browser button, configured with this quick link. So in the according field, you can enter a link to quit Safe Exam Browser. It will be used on an exit Safe Exam Browser button on the page that appears after the exam is submitted. So clicking the button or a link to the same URL, place wherever you want to put it. So it is possible to quit Safe Exam Browser without having to enter a quit password. So if the field is left empty, then the exit Safe Exam Browser button does not appear, and there is no link to set to quit Safe Exam Browser. And it can only be set if required the use of Safe Exam Browser is set to yes, configure manually, which is what we selected. Next is, so we will just leave it blank. Next is ask user to confirm quitting. So if enabled, users have to confirm quitting of Safe Exam Browser when a quit link is detected. So note, this setting does just affect quitting with the quit link and doesn't affect quitting with the quit button. So Control plus Q or the close button in the main browser window can only be set if the required use of Safe Exam Browser is set to yes, configure manually. So let's select yes. Enable quitting of set. So set whether users can quit Safe Exam Browser with the quit button in the exam browser taskbar, or by pressing the keys Control plus Q, or by clicking the main browser window close button. It can only be set if the required use of Safe Exam Browser is set to yes, configure manually, or yes, use an existing template. So let's select yes for that. Next is the quit password. So here, it's possible to provide a password which is prompted when users try to quit Safe Exam Browser with the quit button, the Control plus Q, or the close button in the main browser window. So if no quit password is set, then Safe Exam Browser just prompts, are you sure you want to quit the Safe Exam Browser? So it can only be set if the required use of Safe Exam Browser is set to yes, configure manually, or yes, use an existing template. So for this quiz, let me enter a quit password. So just need to click this field and then enter the quit password. For example, sample at 1234. So to check if you correctly put the password, you can click this eye icon or the reveal icon. Okay, so sample at 1234, and then press enter to save changes. Alright. So next is the enable window in exam. So used to allowing page reload during a quiz. So reload button in Safe Exam Browser taskbar, browser toolbar, iOS side slider menu, the keyboard shortcut F5 or CMD plus R. Offline caching might break when the user tries to reload the page without internet connection. So it can only be set if the required use of SafeExam browser is set to yes configure manually. So let's select yes for this one. Next is the show save taskbar. So set whether users are shown the SafeExam browser taskbar and can only be set if the required use of SafeExam browser is set to yes configure manually. So let's select yes. Next is the show reload button. So set whether users are shown the reload user interface element in the taskbar bottom right corner. So let's select yes. And then for the show time, set whether users are shown an element in the taskbar with the current time. So let's select yes. Show keyboard layout. So set whether users are shown an element in the taskbar to choose the keyboard layout. Yes. And the show Wi-Fi control. Set whether users are shown an element in the taskbar to choose the Wi-Fi. So let's just select no. And for the enable object controls, set whether users are shown an element in the taskbar to change the audio volume. No. Enable spell checking. Set whether spell checking is enabled in SafeExam browser. And last setting for the configure manually option is the enable URL filtering. So you can set whether URL filtering is enabled in SafeExam browser. Select no. So once done setting up this setting, the SafeExam browser, make sure to save the changes. Just click the Save and Display button. So as you can see, after the availability of this quiz, there's a label. So this quiz has been configured so that students may only attempt it using the SafeExam browser. Then there's a button where you can download the configuration file of the SafeExam browser. Now let's try the other option, the upload my own config option. To do that, click the actions menu or the gear icon and select edit. And then again scroll down until SafeExam browser. And then for the required use of SafeExam browser, let's change it to yes, upload my own config. So as you can see, there's a field here that you can drag and drop the save file to add the SafeExam browser config file. So, but before we upload the save config file, we have to open the save config tool so that you can set up your own settings. So Save for Windows has a comportable configuration tool which should be used for configuring Save. So I'm using Windows as my operating system. So you can find the Save config tool.exe in the Save application folder, the SafeExam browser, which is placed in the standard program folder of your computer. So if you're using Windows. So depending on whether you have a 32-bit or 64-bit machine. So let me try to open the Save config tool. And let me change my share screen. Can you see the screen for the SEB configuration tool? Can you see it on your screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for Ms. Len. So in the SEB configuration tool window, settings are grouped in several panes. So there you can set the parameters that so first thing you'll see is the general pane. So in the general pane, you'll find basic settings like the URL which SEB opens and the passwords to open a config file for editing and to quit or restart the Safe Exam browser. So when first time using SEB, you might only have to change this general settings as the default values for all other settings should reflect the more secure option. So for the config file, this contains details about encryption of the SEB. So that SEB configuration file plus all functions should be with opening, saving, duplicating, and applying settings. So these commands can also be accessed in the menu bar above the laptop. Next is the user interface pane. This contains general sub-user interface settings. We will discuss later the settings of each settings. So for the browser, all detailed settings for the built-in SEB web browser. Then for the down or uploads, refers to file downloads and uploads. For the exam pane, exam handles the connection to exam systems and exam specific settings. For the applications pane is for handling permitted and prohibited processes. Next is the network. This is all about the URL filter, certificates, and proxies. For the security pane, contains detailed settings about how SEB locks down security relevant system features. And then for the registry, it allows to control options in the Windows security screen involved by Control plus Alt plus Del and an option options in the Windows security screen invoked by using the VMware horizon view while SEB is done. And the last screen is the hook keys, controls blocking key and mouse commands. Let's go back to the general page. So for the start URL, as you can see, there's already URL, the https safeexambrowser.org/start. So this is the full URL of the page to open when SEB is started. And then for the administration password required to open a config file for editing in the config tool. So you should set an administrator password if you don't want that someone should open and examine a .sub configuration file after knowing the encryption credentials. For example, after an exam. So if you're using Mac OS SEB clients for exams as well, you definitely should set an administrator password. Otherwise, students could open the preferences window, which is built into SEB for Mac OS, and change settings during the exam. So for the confirm administrator password, we can retype the administrator password as long as it's not matching the administrator password and type in the field. So please enter the correct confirm password. Is displayed below and you can achieve the configuration. So for the allow user to quit SEB, so if selected, users can quit SEB with the quit button in the SEB taskbar, or by pressing the keys Control plus Q, or by clicking the main browser window close button. So otherwise, you can shut down or reboot the computer. So in a computer room, in a university or school, you could, for example, use some tool to shut down or reboot all computers after an exam, and therefore not allow students to set themselves at home. So this setting has no influence on a quit link if one is set in the exam date. Next is the ignore exit keys. Exit keys, and then for the quit and unlock password, this password is prompted when users try to quit SEB with the quit button or the Control plus Q or the red close button in the main browser window. So if no quit password is set, then SEB just prompts, "Are you sure you want to quit SEB?" So the password is not prompted when using a quit link. So for the confirm quit or unlock password, type the quit password. So as long as it's not matching the quit or unlock password, type in the field above. So next is the settings for the config file name. So you can use SEB settings file for first is starting and exam. So a configuration file saved with this option will start the exam with according settings, but won't change the local SEB settings. So use SEB settings file for configuring a client, which is selected by default. So a SEB settings file saved with this option is used to change persistent settings of a SEB client. So this means next time SEB is started by double-clicking its shortcut from the desktop. So it will use these settings. So usually you should encrypt it with the same password, which is set as administrator password on the SEB client, or none if there is no administrator password to set on the SEB client. So allow to open preferences window on client. So this is for Mac only. So usually you should disable the preference window on exam clients besides for debugging purposes. So for the choose identity to be used for encrypting SEB settings file, so in this pop-up menu, all identities in the Windows Certificate Store are listed, so it can be used for encrypting and decrypting. So install that identity on your SEB clients, then we can decrypt the .SEB files encrypted with your certificate port. So you can also make identities available to specific computers in a network zone over the LAN without placing them physically on the exam client. So you can install identities on client computers using deployment system or by embedding them into a .SEB config file for configuring the client. So use all assessment kit only encryption. So starting in SEB 2.2 version, a new encryption method for identity encrypted config files can be used, so which can decrypt large settings much faster. For the settings password to decrypt the settings file. If one is set, then it will be prompted when SEB reads the settings. So local client settings should be with the option use SEB settings file for configuring a client, which is selected there. Then a standard password is used for encrypting this setting. So this is not very safe, but you should anyways not store any really secret information in the local client setting. For that, you should use separate setting files saved with the option use subsetting file for starting and so for the confirm settings password, just need to type the settings password and the open settings button. So let's you choose a that set settings file which will be loaded manually so you can edit the settings. And then for the save setting as save settings, saves the save settings using the same file name or let's choose a file name and location for the settings. Next is the settings for user interface pane. So for the browser view mode, the selected is use browser window. So this use window for the this use browser window can be scaled and moved around. Also to another screen when available. So one advantage of using a browser window is that if you're using a large wide screen display, some web pages may not be ergonomic to read. So with the scalable browser window, you can adjust the width of displayed web pages. For the useful screen mode, display the sub browser in full screen. So full screen browser mode should be used with exam systems which display everything in one main window and don't open auxiliary windows. So when a web page opens in a new window, this will be hidden behind the full screen main browser window when the user clicks into that. So the touch optimize enables the touch optimize mode for Windows tablet computers for versions Windows 8.1 and 10. So in current versions of Windows 10, you need to enable the Windows 10 tablet mode as well before starting the set in touch optimize mode. So select the Action Center icon on the Windows taskbar and then select tablet mode to turn it on. So the Windows on-screen keyboard is not working with the Create New Desktop Kiosk mode. That's why you have to use the Disable Explorer Shell Kiosk mode. So you cannot just use exam settings with Disable Explorer Shell. You also have to reconfigure set client settings to this mode. So for the main browser window size and position, we can set the width and height of the main set browser. By default, it's 100%, same with the height, it's 100%. So we can set the width and height of the main sub-browser window as absolute pixel values or a percentage of the screen width or height. So you can enter the dimensions in pixels or percent values. In the text field, or select one of the predefined values in the background. For the browser window toolbar, you can enable the browser window toolbar. It indicates if a toolbar is displayed on top of the browser window with back or forward buttons. Navigation is enabled and a reload button is enabled. So for the hide toolbar as default, this is for, and the show menu bar is for Mac only. And then for the set taskbar, dock and side menu, the show set taskbar usually to be used when you permit third-party applications which are displayed as icons. So enable soon page. So pages can be zoomed with control minus mouse wheel or win or command plus minus or the commands in the view menu and buttons in browser window for Mac. And enable text zoom. Text in browser windows can be zoomed with control plus mouse wheel. This is for Windows. And for Mac is control minus command plus or minus or the commands in the view menu and buttons in browser window toolbar. For the zoom mode, for Windows, zoom full pages or just text using control plus mouse wheel. And then for the audio controls, you can enable the audio controls. You can show the audio control icon in the sub-taskbar, which can be used to mute or change audio volume. So for the spell checker, you can allow spell checking in the browser, in the sub browser, underlines incorrectly spelled words, or displays word suggestions. And for the allow dictionary lookup, this is for Mac OS only, can allow looking up the text elements on a website using the three-finger tap on a trackpad or control command plus T. Next is the browser pane. So links just requesting to be opened in a new browser window. So selected one is open in new window, but there are three policies, but get generally black, open in same window, and open in new window. So black when directing to a different server, the hyperlinks which direct to a different host than the one of the current page will be ignored. So for the new browser window size and position, we can set the width and height of new browser windows as absolute pixel values or a percentage of the screen width or so you can enter the dimensions there. So for the new browser window horizontal positioning, you can choose how the window will be positioned horizontally if it doesn't fill the full screen with left, center, and right. For the browser security, so some are checked here. So for the enable plugins, web plugins like Flash, for security reasons, it's recommended to disable this option if we don't use any plugin contents. You can also enable the JavaScript. You can also enable the Java applets, the black pop-up windows, allow video capture, webcam, allow audio capture, microphone. You can also allow navigating back or forward in exam. You can also allow navigating in additional windows, the reload in exam, reload in additional windows. You can also show reload warning in exam, reload warning in additional windows, and you can also remove the profile. For the user agent settings, suffix to be added to any user agent. You can enter a string here, which will be appended to any user agent string. For the user agent for desktop mode, it allows to switch between the default and the custom browser user agent string for sub-windows running in desktop mode. So user agent for touch or tablet mode allows to switch between the default, an iPad-like and a custom browser user agent string for sub-windows running in the touch optimized mode or on tablet computers. And then for the iPad, you can use an iPad-like user agency for the touch of optimized or tablet mode. We can use SEB without browser window if you intend to use another application for an exam and don't need to display any web context on the exam client. We can switch off the SEB browser with this option. Next is the down or upload pane. It allows downloading and uploading apps. So usually to be used with permitted third-party application for which you want to provide files to be downloaded. So starting SEB 2.3 version, this option also works on Windows. For the exam pane, the browser exam key or config key. So the exam key and the config key allow to verify different aspects of an exam. So they both depend on all configuration values defined for a file. For example, they can change whenever a configuration value changes. The keys can be used independently from each other, but both are sent with every HTTP request if activated. So important, always copy the keys as the last step after the configuration file was saved. By default, it's checked. So use browser exam key and config key. So it enables using the browser exam key or config key. The key is sent in an HTTP header to authenticate the SEB client and its settings to a compatible exam system. So the browser exam key, copy the exam key string to the according field in your presettings in the exam system, having support for SEB 2.0 or later the P. So important note is you need to save your final exam settings in a .seb setting file and then copy the browser exam key to your exam system's presettings as the browser exam key changes when we change any settings. And then for the applications pane, you can allow third-party applications to be used while the Safe Exam browser is running. So for example, you want to use Safe Exam browser to lock student's screen and use the Zoom meeting, Zoom, to do video proctoring. So you can do that. Usually you would enable the SEB taskbar, then for each allowed application, an application icon will be displayed in the SEB taskbar. So as you can see, I have here it's active, it's already active. What you need to do is to click this choose application button and then look for the zoom.exe. So the executable file. Then you can put the original and then the hat. So SEB allows only application to run which are configured in permitted processes. Permitted processes tab, which but SEB cannot prevent this application from accessing the file system or the local or network drivers and accessing the internet. And then for the permitted processes section, third-party applications and processes which are permitted to run during an exam. Permitted applications show up in the application system with their icon and their application name set with the parameter title. So they can be used during an exam in addition to the SEB browser. So there are other things, the network and security and registry and cookies thing. we can save the settings. So we can save settings and let me go down to change my share screen. So the required use of Safe Exam Browser, I chose the yes, upload my own config. So for the upload Safe Exam Browser config file, so click the add icon and then upload a file, browse, and then find the set configuration file type. System. And then let me open and upload this file. So make sure the extension file is .sed. Load this file and then show Safe Exam Browser download button, yes. And then for the allowed browser exam keys, going back to the SED configuration tool, you need to go to the browser or the exam pane and then copy the browser exam key. So copy the exam key and then paste it here. So once done with setting up the SED or uploading my own config file, let me save it and let's display the. So this quiz has been so that students may only attempt it using the Safe Exam Browser. And then for the last setting, last option, so let me change the option, Safe Exam Browser, and then select the fourth option, yes, use SEP client config. So the show Safe Exam Browser download button is set to yes, and then put the browser exam keys here. So once done, click save and display. So once you're done setting up the SEB in your pieces, the students are offered some choices. So they can, depending on your settings. First is the download Safe Exam Browser. So this button redirects to the configure download location for Safe Exam Browser. And then the next button is the launch the Safe Exam Browser, so which applies the settings and sends the student to this starting page. So important note, the launch Safe Exam Browser button to start the quiz in Safe Exam Browser from another browser works with Safe Exam Browser 3.0.1 for Windows and Safe Exam Browser 2.1.5 for Mac OS onwards. For other Safe Exam Browser versions, please use download configuration button and then open the downloaded config file, which will start the Safe Exam Browser into the quiz. Next button is the download the Safe Exam Browser configuration file. And last is return back to the course. So ready. Right? So that's all for the Safe Exam Browser demonstration. So if I think can be okay, so we can now proceed with the question and answer from the forum. I think.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Lori Megalio, for that detailed demonstration of Safe Exam Browser. Okay, let us now proceed to the Q&A. Okay, let us see if there are questions here in the forum. Okay, we have one here from Hacharan. Is it compatible with diverse and devices used by students like mobile, Android, iOS, Windows, PC, laptop, Windows, Linux, Macs? Or do you have any document of compatibility list that we can share with learners in advance? Thanks.
Okay. So for the first question, the Safe Exam browser is only for the mobile devices. It's only available for iOS. So for the Android version, so there's no available Android version at the moment. But I hope in the future they will develop the Android version of the Safe Exam browser. And then for the PC or laptop, it's available in Windows and Mac OS. So for the last question, you can check the Safe Exam browser or their website to check the available compatibility list.
Okay, next question, please. Okay. Mark Joseph Remigio. Difference with the other safe browsing platform.
Okay, so SafeExam browser is free and it's fully integrated in Moodle. So there's no need to subscribe to the SafeExam browser. It's free. You can install it on your LMS. So if your LMS site is Moodle 3.7 or 3.8 versions, there's a plugin for that. You can check the Moodle plugins directory and look for the, I think it's Safe Exam browser access role, and then download the zip file and then install it on your LMS site. And for the 3.9 and 3.10 versions, it's already integrated. So
okay, Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Last one question. Are there any updates about Android versions of SEB?
Okay, so again, as mentioned earlier, there's no available Android version of SEB, and hopefully this year or the next year they will develop the Android version.
Okay, thank you so much, Ma'am Lori, for answering the questions from our participants. Let us now proceed to the awarding of certificate to our speaker. Okay, Nefila Web Technology Incorporated presents the Certificate of Appreciation to Lori Gallio for sharing her invaluable knowledge and experience to the participants of Moodlemoot Philippines 2021. This conference aims to bring together the Moodle community of practitioners and users to share experiences, research achievements, and innovative development using the most widely used open source learning management system, Moodle. Given this 30th day of April 2021, held virtually via Zoom video conferencing. Signed, Ms. Cheryl R. Villaroman, MSIT, President and CEO of Nefila Web Technology Incorporated, the only Moodle partner in the Philippines. Thank you so much once again, Ma'am Lori Gallio.
Thank you so much and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Okay, so thank you, ma'am. Okay, now to entertain us with a song number. Okay, so do you want the song number from our singer? Ayan. Let us welcome Mr. Oliver Bautista. Let us give him a virtual round of applause.
Whenever I was frightened, if I ever felt alone, I turned to the night sky and a star I call my own. Somewhere I could run to, just a is back home in a place so far away and beyond the tower's bay. Every wish is a command. We will find ourselves in never, never land. Every wish is a command. I'm closer now to finding Neverland.
Thank you so much for that beautiful song number, Mr. Oliver Bautista. Thank you so much. We'll be back after this break.
This is the moment.
Oh, one more? Oh, sorry.
When I sit on my doubts and demons on their way, every endeavor I have made ever is coming into play. Is here and now today. This is the moment. This is the time. Precious chance, I'll gather up my past and make some sense at last. This is the moment when all I've done, when all the dreaming, scheming and screaming become one. This is the day. Say sparkle and shine when all I live for becomes mine. For all these years I faced the world alone, and now the time has come to prove to them I've made it on my own. This is the moment, my final days. Destiny beckon, I never reckoned certain this. I won't look down, I must not fall. This is the moment, the sweetest moment of them all. This is the moment, time of the odds. This day or never, I'll sit forever with the gods. When I look back, I will always recall moment for moment. This was the moment, the greatest moment of them
Okay. We'll be back after this break.
question.
These young people live in different cities and study different subjects at different universities. In just a few minutes, they are all going to take their exams. Some of them will do it from the comfort of their armchair, and others will go to a special exam centre. To ensure that they are all tested in the same way and that the grades are fair, the examination process must be carefully regulated. Enter Examus, an online invigilator service, or, in other words, a tool to help supervise students during an examination. Examus uses automated algorithms to identify students and analyze their behavior to detect violations of exam regulations. This information is then passed on to a human invigilator who monitors and adjusts the system. The user identification process is based on face recognition technology. The system compares an image from the student's webcam with one or more of their sample images. The invigilator then compares the images manually. This comprehensive method gives a 98% accurate user identification. What's more, there are plans to include additional identifying algorithms, such as electronic signatures, ECGs, and other biometric measurements. Examus automatically records any violations and informs the invigilator. If the student looks away from the screen for longer than is warranted, if the active window on the computer suddenly changes, if the student leaves their desk, or if someone else is there with them, if someone else's voice is heard through the student's microphone, or if somebody else tries to sit the exam for them. The behavioral analysis algorithms mean the system can be easily adapted to work with different people. The user's standard behavior is assessed by the system over time and taken into account. The more records of a student's behavior that are recorded in the Examus database, the more accurately their behavior can be predicted and understood. Did the student look because they were distracted, or to secretly glance at a crib sheet? The involvement of invigilators ensures violations can be detected accurately, even if little information on a student has been stored, and the fact of being observed also heightens the disciplinary effect. The invigilators deal with rule breakers appropriately. This gives Examus more flexibility in its reaction to student behavior, in line with the standards of each university. It also allows invigilators to clarify information in the event of disputes. Examus can be easily configured to suit different exam conditions, strict tests, where the use of any additional materials is forbidden, and more open examinations, where, for example, calculations can be made on paper outside the testing system. All data collected by Examus is transferred to educational institutions for in-depth analysis. Teachers can monitor the exam results of individual students, and all the data collected undergoes comprehensive processing to see if the testing methods need to be adjusted or examination tasks improved. The Examus Invigilator service allows you to set up a flexible ecosystem of online examinations, securely connecting student laptops to the university's LMS, Learning Management System.
Educational technology is now more important than ever. However, students and faculty often don't have enough guidance and can easily get overwhelmed with questions or issues they think they cannot resolve themselves. Many institutions struggle to provide this guidance to their faculty and students, preventing them from getting the most value out of their ed tech investments. EasySoft helps institutions guide users through in-app messaging, personalized support, and tool usage insights. Supporting over 2.5 million faculty and students globally, EasySoft can integrate with all the most popular learning applications. Tool adoption insights help you visualize and compare how your ed tech tools are being used by any student, faculty member, or course. Take action on adoption insights by targeting users with personalized messages anywhere within your learning management system. Messages can be anything from important announcements to explanations on how to complete tasks with specific ed tech tools. They are fully customizable and help you collect valuable user feedback. When your faculty and students need a little extra help, the EasySoft Support Center provides 24/7 self-support directly in your learning management system to ensure no user is left behind. Relevant help content is recommended automatically based on a user's role and context, and institution-specific help articles can be added to personalize the support experience. If a user still has unanswered questions, EasySoft's smart routing settings ensure their support request is sent to the right help desk along with all relevant user information, cutting resolution time in half. Working on a big change like moving to a new LMS or introducing a new tool? Create a campaign to keep track of all your messages, help articles, and tool adoption monitors in one place and measure the impact of your efforts. Check out the EasySoft universe to get inspired by campaign examples from institutions around the world. Do you want to optimize the teaching and learning experience at your institution and get more value from your ed tech investments? Head over to www.easysoft.com to learn more.
Okay, so we're back. To continue, okay, let me introduce to you our next speaker. She is a system support analyst of the first certified Moodle partner in the Philippines, the PhilaWeb Technology Incorporated. She provides assistance during the Moodle trainings conducted by the company. She is also a programmer, and her skills in programming and knowledge in Moodle is a good combination in handling clients' customized requests for their Moodle sites. She is always eager to teach and learn at the same time. To give us a talk about adaptive learning design in Moodle, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Miss Ira Marie Coronado. Please give her a round of applause.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ira Coronado, and thank you for that introduction, Miss Len. So allow me to share my screen so we can officially start this presentation. So I hope you're still awake. It's currently 2:30 something on my clock, and I hope you're having your merienda right now. So The top is adaptive learning design in Moodle. So the goal for us is to tackle more about what are the currently available tips and tricks or activities in Moodle for us to apply the adaptive learning design in our courses. So let us first define what is adaptive learning. So we have this definition here. So adaptive learning is one technique for providing personalized learning which aims to provide efficient, effective, and customized learning paths to engage each student. Adaptive learning systems uses a data-driven and in some cases nonlinear approach to instruction and remediation. So this technique adjusts to students' interaction and performance level, delivering the types of content in an appropriate sequence that individual learners need. So it has algorithms, assessment, feedback. Important to note, the instructor adjustment or intervention, again, depending on our students' interaction and performance levels. It has various media to deliver new learning materials to students who have achieved mastery and remediation to those who have not. So with those definitions, we can definitely get the keywords like personalized learning, customized learning paths, data-driven, nonlinear, interactive or interactions. It employs algorithm and it has adjustments or interventions from the instructor or the teachers. No? So with those keywords and that definition, we can define that adaptive learning is a technique that modifies the presentation of a material in response to the student performance. So again, what are the available tips, techniques, or activities that Moodle offers for us to deliver or create a course topic where we can apply the adaptive learning techniques, right? So the simplest way that is currently available, I'm very sure that all the Moodle users are familiar, is the restrict access and the activity completion. So the restrict access features enables teachers to restrict the availability of any activity or a course section depending on certain conditions such as the date, grade obtained, group, or activity completion. So, and activity completion allows the teacher to set completion criteria in a specific activity setting. A check appears against the activity when the student meets this criteria. So the criterion might be receiving a certain score, or a student marking it as complete. So that is the simplest way and a very easy to set up adaptability and interactivity into your in your courses through these activity restrictions and certain conditions such as the date, so grade obtained, group, or activity. So a learner must complete one activity in order to gain access to another activity. Access can also be given sequentially, or learners can be given access to certain activities depending on their results. And access can also be given according to other criteria that is available in the restrict access functionality in every Moodle resources and activity that we are able to set up in a Moodle course. So we have the date, language, group, profile fields, and other restrict access conditions. So grade obtained. So the option restrict access and activity completion, again, is always present to all the settings of the Moodle sequentially, and or learners can be given access. So first we have the activity completion. So activity completion, we are usually presented with three options for the completion tracking field. So we can choose to not indicate a completion mark for activities, or let the students manually mark it as complete, the second option, group, or show the activity and other conditions are met. So usually when we are designing so the option restrict access and activity completion again is always present to all the settings of the Moodle sequentially, and the learners can be given access to certain are met, the third option. Right. So choosing the third option will present as possible requirement condition, which differs depending on the activity that we are creating. This one example on my screen right now is from a page resource, and I am only presented with one condition, which is the require view. Yeah. So another example is from a forum activity. So in this example, I am presented with many rules or many conditions, like do I want the student to view this activity to be marked as complete? Do I require a grade, post, discussion, or replies? So the condition that I inputted or I set up is that the student must post discussion or replies at least one time. So if you want to set up that the students must input more than one activities or discussion or replies, you can set it up here. Just enter the number that you want to input here. So another thing that we can see here is the completion options is already locked since there are already participants who have completed this activity. So if you want to modify the completion tracking requirements below, you'll have to unlock this completion options for you to be able to modify this. So again, this activity completion conditions or the completion tracking conditions will differ depending on the activities that we are setting up. So for a quiz activity, you are either presented there that the grade is required, and then what is the required passing grade, or is it required for them to pass the quiz exam or the quizzes that you have created. So those are some conditions that is available for the activity completion setting of a Moodle resource or activity. Right. So for the restrict access, we have here the activity completion restrict access. So this rule will restrict the access to a certain activity if they haven't completed an activity prior to this. So in this setup, you are required to choose an activity prerequisite to the current activity that you are setting up. So upon choosing the activity completion in the restrict access, you will be presented this kind of view. And in this text area, you'll have to select what activity must be completed or not completed, depending on your choice. On what activity must be completed, here you will select it. You will choose it here, and then the student must complete this activity first before they can access the activity that you are trying to set up at this moment. So in this example course setup, there, as you can see, this I got this from one of our training course, right? So an example course setup we have here is an instructor who requires their students or participants to complete the design challenge assignment activity first before proceeding to test your knowledge area to answer the assessment. So there is a note there that is available also, or can be read also by the students, that this assessment activity is not available unless the activity design challenge number 3 is marked complete. So you can either choose to completely hide this activity or not. So for this setup, the teacher chose it, set it up like that. Okay. So another example is like, for example, two students accessing the same course at the same time. So student A has already student A didn't do anything inside the course yet. So she doesn't have any activity or completed activity yet in this course. So there are restricted areas here that she cannot access yet because the activity introduce yourself is not yet part complete. So this is an incomplete activity from her end. Right. So student B, for example, who has already done the introduce yourself forum and completed this activity automatically since the teacher set it up like that. There is a required condition for this activity to be marked complete. Is now able to see the details or the full topic of the courses ahead from the other students who haven't completed any activity yet. So that is one technique that we can apply, or one thing that we can do to the adaptive learning, to simplify the adaptive learning technique in the Moodle courses that we are creating. Right. So other restrict access conditions that is available, which you can use also, is the date, the grade here, for example. So the grade restrict access requires you to choose a certain activity or a certain assessment activity that has a grade requirement. So you will choose an activity here that is supposed to be graded, right? And then you can input the required passing grade in the text fields below. So you can use this in a scenario that take the quiz results, for example. So if a student fails the quiz, you can automatically direct them to a supplementary material to reinforce the learning items or the learning objectives of your course. On another instance, if the student passed the quiz with high grade or with flying colors, they are then directed to some extension materials as to provide more details on the learning objectives. So you are creating, for example, a handout, an additional handout for those students who have failed to pass the quiz for the topic that you have set up or you have created in your course. So you can use the restrict access grade condition for that kind of scenario for you. So there is actually a fairly new plugin. So I believe this was published last August 2020 or September 2020. So this Moodle conditional availability rule makes it possible to show or hide another resource based on the state of one particular question in one quiz. So, for example, if you want to show a particular help document to students who got question 4 in the quiz 1 wrong, well, this plugin will let you do that. So, I believe this is fairly new. So, I attached the article in this presentation, and this is also, the article is also available in the adaptive learning course at the event site. So upon choosing the restriction by single quiz question in the restrict access options, you will be presented with this kind of view. So you will have to select what quiz you want to check. And for example, and then after choosing a quiz item or a quiz activity, you will be then asked what question you want to check if ever they got it wrong or they got it correct or partially correct. So if ever you want to set up here a partially correct setting, so this certain activity will be available for them. So this is a fairly new plugin, which I believe that is very useful for you to set up an adaptive learning or just to provide an additional detail or additional material for the students who failed to answer a specific question in your quiz or a specific question in your quiz or just got a partially correct score on the specific question of the quiz. So take this one for example, right? So you have test. So let's assume that this is the start of a school year or a semester. So take, for example, that you have a pre-test here, and then you created a handout or a page activity to add additional contents regarding the summary of the World War event. So there is a restricted message here, which only you can see since this is hidden otherwise, that this certain handout won't be available unless, okay, this should be wrong, unless the question in the quiz, in the pretest is wrong. So it's like you are, in the setup of your quiz, if ever they got the answer wrong, you can set up to note them that you can proceed to this certain topic for you to know better about this certain topic. So this is available upon getting the answer wrong in this particular quiz question. So I will also link the plugin in the course that we have. So this was just published last year, so this is fairly new, but I hope you'll be aware through this presentation. Right. Right. So in this setup, this activity, you have a restrict access in this activity that the quiz question from the quiz pre-test, the question number 1 must be correct. So there is additional or supplemental material, or if it's wrong, you can also provide additional or supplementary material for your students who got the answer wrong in the particular quiz question. There. So yeah. So this is the view of your students if ever they got this, or if ever they are accepted on the on the condition that you have set up here. Right. So that's for the restrict access. So next tool, or we are now proceeding on the activity that is available in Moodle. We have so we have the lesson activity. So the lesson module presents a series of HTML pages to the students who is actually asked to make some sort of choice underneath the content area. So the choice will send them a specific page in the lesson depending on their choice. So there are some comments about this activity, that maybe this activity is not always fully utilized. Maybe some setups or some usage of this of the lesson activity is just purely the content creation, which is okay, but this is very useful in creating learning paths for your students, or decision-making activities also for your students, right? So the lesson activity allows the teachers to create branching exercises where students are presented with content, and then depending on their responses are directed to specific pages. So the content may be text or multimedia. And yeah, this is useful for decision-making exercises, simulations, independent revisions, and subject practice. So lesson activity enables the teachers, instructors, and content creators to create the branching exercise. The content may be text or multimedia, can be an image, video, or audio. So you can use or prompt the student to choose what kind of media they want to check, or they want to view at the specific pages that you are showing. So yeah, this is useful topic where you can show different content formats. So you can either view a video, you can either show them a video, a text, an audio. So different content formats, decision-making exercise, and again, allowing your students to create their own learning path. So maybe you can use the lesson activity if by setting up a different ending on the learning path that you want them to follow through. Right, so I'm gonna close this presentation and go to this one. Please, right. Let me know if you can see the sample and other details.
Yes, we can see it, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Ms. Len. So I'll make this one available later. So I created the sample and other details here in the course at the event site. So I have here the restrict access and activity completion as an example. And I have a lesson activity example here. So let me open that. And click no. So I will view this one as a student. There. So this is, for example, the lesson activity that I have created. So this is a very small lesson. Right. So in this lesson activity, I just have an introduction. So I have here that what is blood pressure, why it's important to know it. Choose how you would like to learn more about blood pressure by choosing a button below. So the buttons I have below is to they can either choose if they want to know more about the blood pressure, or how to use an automated blood pressure machine, or how to check your blood pressure manually. So let's say I'm a student and I want to know what is blood pressure. So I have presented a text here for the definition. And then below this page, or this content page, again, I have the choices, how to use an automated blood pressure machine, and how to check the blood pressure manually. So let's say I want to know how to check the blood pressure manually. So I'm going to go there. And then I have this text here for the definition and the steps. So this is a very mini lesson. So below this text that I have presented, I can either choose to go back to the introduction, or I want to watch a video in regards to the checking the blood pressure manually. Or I can go and finish this lesson and proceed to test my knowledge, or take the quiz inside this lesson activity already. But let's say that I want to watch a video first. And there I have added here a video. And then below again, the buttons below, I can either choose to read the text again, or proceed to testing my knowledge already. So let's say that I want to test my knowledge. So I am presented with a quiz question, or a true or false question. Of course, this is regarding the topic that I was presented a while ago. So ganometer is a blood pressure cup with a squeezable balloon and an aneroid monitor. I'll say it's false and submit. Right. So since I answered this one correctly, I am navigated to this page, which is already the end of the topic. So it just says that you have reached the end of the topic. You may go back and review the contents, or choose to end the lesson by clicking the buttons below. So I can either go back to the introduction or end the lesson already. So let's say that I want to end the lesson, and then I'm done. So I have a congratulations message from the lesson activity. So I have scored 1 out of 1, since that is the only lesson, or the only question that I have encountered throughout my journey in the lesson activity. And my current grade is 100 out of 100, since the teacher set it up in a way that I can choose to just know this certain thing, or this certain content format, and proceed to testing my knowledge already. Right. So if I go back again to my normal role, I can view the grades. Sorry. Yeah, I can view the grades of this activity. Okay. There. So that's one example of a lesson activity. So this has a very short content format. So I'm going to go, again, I'm viewing this page as a teacher. So I'm going to go to the edit activity. So these are all the contents that I have. So these are mostly content pages and some question page that I have set up. So one tip here in creating a lesson activity, since we actually have a training for Moodle course creators. So this is one of the difficult thing that they set up. So they are having difficulty in setting up the lesson activity. So one thing to help you in setting up a lesson activity is to always plan ahead. What you want to display, or what is the flow of your lesson activity. So I have here the page called the introduction. So this is content type. So the jumps that is available in this introduction are these 3 buttons. So this is the buttons that we have shown a while ago. Yeah. So what is blood pressure? How to use automated blood pressure. So it's important that you create maybe a diagram on how you want your lesson activity to go through. Right. So I'm gonna go back again to the presentation, right, to discuss more on building a lesson activity. So I have listed here some there. So you can create a lesson activity just by selecting the lesson activity in the add activity or resource from your Moodle course page. So when you have set up your lesson with the lesson settings, just click save and display, and you will be taken to the screen in the screenshot below. So this is the view that you will have. So these are some of the items that you can do. So I'm gonna so you can either import questions, add content page, or add a cluster, or add a question page here. So import questions. If you have some questions in the formats shown here below, you can import them to use in your lesson by clicking the import questions link. No? So these questions will be available in your lesson activity, and you can rearrange them in the edit tab of your lesson if you want to set the question sequentially. So you can set it in your edit tab. And then we have a cluster. So a cluster is a group of question pages which will be offered randomly to a student as they work through the lesson. So it is best if you have made the question pages beforehand and can then decide where to mark the start and end of the cluster. So the start is marked by a cluster page and end by the end of the cluster. So as I have shown a while ago, I just created one question, but you can actually create like a mini quiz inside your lesson activity. So that is called a cluster. So it can be, again, a collection of question pages. So you can either set 5 questions, that is the page that you will set the jumps for each content page. So that is called cluster for the lesson activity. So content page, so this is the page where you can provide information to move the lesson forward, but without requiring the student to answer a specific question. So this can just be basically a content page. So it can be a text or a video. Okay. So the student sees the page title, the information about the topic on that content, and then one or more buttons at the bottom to select which page they want to go next. So you can either, again, input there, I want to watch a video or I want to watch a text. Right. So the jump, this is described as the buttons or the navigations below. So each description in a content page has a jumps menu. So jumps take a student from one page to another. So a relative jump is just a jump to the next page or end of the lesson, where an absolute jump gives an actual name of the page. So if you have created multiple content pages already and you want the student again to navigate to just a specific page from the content page where they are currently, so that is called an absolute jump. But if you just want the student to go to the next page, that is called a relative jump. A teacher chooses from the drop down the correct page to send the student. If they click on the button that will be made from this particular description, any pages created by the teacher will have their titles appear in this drop down, allowing them to select. So when a student clicks on the description button, they are sent to the page defined in the jump associated with the button. So I'm gonna go back again to our lesson activity, wherein I will edit a sample page content that I have, which contains 3 choices, this one. So to edit, I'm just going to click on the actions menu or the gear icon here. Yes. So this is the sample content or page content that I have in my lesson activity. And below is here, the jumps here. So this is the description on the button that I want to set. So the jump, this is the drop down where I can select where this button will be directed to. So it can either be the next page, previews, end of lesson, unseen question within a content page. So you can do that. A random question. If you have set up many question pages in your lesson activity, so you can set it up here. And below, we can find the specific pages where you can set an absolute jump. So it can either be introduction page, what is blood pressure, automated blood pressure machine, knowledge checkpoint, and many other pages. So it's important to have a plan, and of course the name of your pages so that you won't get confused in setting up the jumps for your content pages. There, so I'm not gonna change anything here. So you can add up to 5 buttons below. There, you can add up to 5 buttons below. So you can just leave it blank if there's not supposed to be a content. So I've created 3 buttons down here below. The adding of blood pressure manually and set up to an absolute jump to the content page to how to check your blood pressure manually. And then the test my knowledge, I set it up to an absolute jump of a question page knowledge checkpoint. Right. So I'm gonna save since it didn't really modify anything. Right. So that is the jumps that we have in the lesson activity. Right. So okay. I'm gonna present this one again. So question page. So you can add a question page in a lesson activity like what we have encountered a while ago. So from this link, you can choose from a variety of question types, which will then be added to as pages to your lesson, right? So the question types can be multiple choice, essay, matching, numerical, short answer, or true or false. So, or again, if you have already imported some questions from before, you can also set it up here in your lesson activity. Right. So I have shown you the lesson sample a while ago. So I'm not sure if I still have the time. So I can really proceed with the demonstration. So I'm just going to share the tutorial link on setting up a lesson in the course that we have. So last tool available in Moodle is it's not presented, is the H5P branching scenario. So this one is very interactive, very visual. So if you want a more visual approach in creating your branching path or branching scenario or your adaptive learning activity, you can use the H5P content type branching scenario. So this is a flexible content type that enables authors to present a variety of rich interactive content and choices to the learners. So learners make choices that determine the content that they will see. The authoring tool can be used in full screen and allows authors to structure the content as a tree with multiple branches and ending. So this is your sample view if you were going to create an H5P branching scenario. There. So this is much like the diagram if you want to plan something, but this is your view. So as you can see here, this is a straight linear path. And then after answering a certain question from this area, they will be directed to other pages already. And that is a big branching scenario or a big learning path that your student can follow if you want to set up an H5P branching scenario. So this is actually part of the training that we provided. So we have an H5P training course. So if you want to learn more about H5P or creating a lesson activity, so we can talk more in the training that we provided. So as an example of a branching activity, so just before I end, so we have here one example here, which I'm gonna full screen. Okay, so this is an example of a branching scenario. We have here the history of computer. So I'm gonna go start the course. And let's say that I want to learn more about supercomputer. So I have here some images. So there's not much detail in this example. So this is just a mini sample that we've created. And you can either proceed. Upon clicking the proceed, I am presented with this question. Okay. And since I got the correct answer, I can either restart the course or you can set up and end the course right in this page as well. So to restart the course, I'm just gonna go and restart the course again. Let's say I want to learn about server computer and I can proceed here. Right, so, okay, another choice is the personal computer, which I got the first question. So this can be a very big example or a very big topic, depending on your design. So since I got it wrong, I'm gonna go and proceed there. So I think we set it up in a loop. So there are many ways or design which will allow you to create something like this branching scenario or a whole lesson activity which will enable you to create learning paths. Right, so I'll go back here again. Sorry, here. And yeah, I think that would be the end of this presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Ira, for that crisp presentation about adaptive learning design in Moodle. Okay, let us now proceed to the question and answer portion. Okay, I can see some questions here. Okay, from Mr. Ryan Christopher Caldoza. Can the student download the materials from Moodle and learn in an offline way?
Yes, you can take, for example, a lesson activity. You can set it up to be available offline, so they can download it in their mobile phone using the Moodle mobile app. And then once they have access on internet, that activity will be synced and their answers or their progress will be recorded. So it's possible.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Ira. Another question here from Timothy Decano. Is it the question name or the question text that appear in the restriction statement?
It's the question name. It's a brief question name and then the question, the quiz name. I think you are referring to the restrict access by quiz question. So it's a question name, but you can keep it hidden. So it's advisable that you keep it hidden so they won't be able to see the restriction.
Okay, thank you very much. Another question from Mr. Mark Anthony F. Papa. Any additional suggested plugins for adaptive learning design in Moodle?
Yeah, so the additional plugin would be the restrict access by quiz question and possibly the H5P content type branching scenario.
Okay, let me see if there are more questions here in our forum. Okay, there is one here from, okay, that was already answered. Is there any helpful plugins for better adapted learning? Was already answered, I guess.
Yes.
Ayan, this one from Mr. Tubag. Can the students choose their own path in reading, watching, or even taking an assessment?
Yes, that is highly possible. So as I've shown you a while ago, the demonstration of the lesson activity. So it's really best to use the lesson activity that way, in which you allow multiple formats or multiple learning paths for your students. So they can choose their own path depending on the setup that you have created.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Another question from Mr. Timothy Joseph Decano. Apart from restrict access and activity completion, what other tools can be used for adaptive learning design?
The lesson activity and then H5P branching scenario. You can use that to design your adaptive learning topics or courses.
Okay. What about this one? What from Jennifer, Miss Jennifer? What is the maximum file upload for H5P interactive video?
That would depend on the setup that you have for your LMS site. So you can either upgrade it or downgrade it, depending on what you need.
Okay. Are there more questions? Can we find some other questions? Okay, so we don't have any more questions in our chat room. So let us now proceed to the awarding of certificate to our speaker. Okay, let me read the citation. Philoweb Technology Incorporated presents the Certificate of Appreciation to Ira Marie Coronado for sharing her invaluable knowledge and experience to the participants of the Moodlemoot Philippines 2021. This conference aims to bring together with the Moodle community of practitioners and users to share experiences, research achievements, and innovative development using the most widely used open source learning management system, Moodle. Given this 30th of April 2021, held virtually via Zoom video conferencing. Signed, Cheryl R. Villaroman, MSIT, President and CEO of Philoweb Technology Incorporated, the only Moodle partner in the Philippines. Thank you once again, Ms. Ira Marie Coronado.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for listening. So have a great day ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll be back after this break.
These young people live in different cities and study different subjects at different universities. In just a few minutes, they are all going to take their exams. Some of them will do it from the comfort of their armchair, and others will go to a special exam center. To ensure that they are all tested in the same way and that the grades are fair, the examination process must be carefully regulated. Enter Examus, an online invigilator service, or, in other words, a tool to help supervise students during an examination. Examus uses automated algorithms to identify students and analyze their behavior to detect violations of exam regulations. This information is then passed on to a human invigilator who monitors and adjusts the system. The user identification process is based on face recognition technology. The system compares an image from the student's webcam with one or more of their sample images. The invigilator then compares the images manually. This comprehensive method gives a 98% accurate user identification. What's more, there are plans to include additional identifying algorithms, such as electronic signatures, ECGs, and other biometric measurements. Examus automatically records any violations and informs the invigilator if the student looks away from the screen for longer than is warranted, if the active window on the computer suddenly changes, if the student leaves their desk, or if someone else is there with them, if someone else's voice is heard through the student's microphone, or if somebody else tries to sit the exam for them. The behavioral analysis algorithms mean the system can be easily adapted to work with different people. The user's standard behavior is assessed by the system over time and taken into account. The more records of a student's behavior that are recorded in the Examus database, the more accurately their behavior can be predicted and understood. Did the student look because they were distracted, or to secretly glance at a crib sheet? The involvement of invigilators ensures violations can be detected accurately, even if little information on the student has been stored, and the fact of being observed also heightens the disciplinary effect. The invigilators deal with rule breakers appropriately. This gives Examus more flexibility in its reaction to student behavior, in line with the standards of each university. It also allows invigilators to clarify information in the event of disputes. Examus can be easily configured to suit different exam conditions, strict tests, where the use of any additional materials is forbidden, and more open examinations, where, for example, calculations can be made on paper outside the testing system. All data collected to educational institutions for in-depth analysis. Teachers can monitor the exam results of individual students, and all the data collected undergoes comprehensive processing to see if the testing methods need to be adjusted or examination tasks improved. The Examus Invigilator service allows you to set up a flexible ecosystem of online examinations, securely connecting student laptops to the university's LMS, Learning Management System.
Educational technology is now more important than ever. However, students and faculty often don't have enough guidance and can easily get overwhelmed with questions or issues they think they cannot resolve themselves. Many institutions struggle to provide this guidance to their faculty and students, preventing them from getting the most value out of their ed tech investments. EasySoft helps institutions guide users through in-app messaging, personalized support, and tool usage insights. Supporting over 2.5 million faculty and students globally, EasySoft can integrate with all the most popular learning applications. Tool adoption insights help you visualize and compare how your EdTech tools are being used by any student, faculty member, or course. Take action on adoption insights by targeting users with personalized messages anywhere within your learning management system. Messages can be anything from important announcements to explanations on how to complete tasks with specific EdTech tools. They are fully customizable and help you collect valuable user feedback. When your faculty and students need a little extra help, the EasySoft Support Center provides 24/7 self-support directly in your learning management system to ensure no user is left behind. Relevant help content is recommended automatically based on a user's role and context, and institution-specific help articles can be added to personalize the support experience. If a user still has unanswered questions, EasySoft's smart routing settings ensure their support request is sent to the right help desk along with all relevant user information, cutting resolution time in half. Working on a big change like moving to a new LMS or introducing a new tool? Create a campaign to keep track of all your messages, help articles, and tool adoption monitors in one place and measure the impact of your efforts. Check out the EasySoft universe to get inspired by campaign examples from institutions around the world. Do you want to optimize the teaching and learning experience at your institution and get more value from your EdTech investments? Head over to www.easysoft.com to learn more.
Okay, so we're back. So to continue, I am going to call now our next speaker. Okay, our next speaker is currently the director of the MSU Iligan Institute of Technology Center for E-Learning to talk about the sustaining Moodle usage at MSU Iligan Institute of Technology. Please welcome Dr. Seni Velila Malabanan. Let's give her a virtual round of applause. Good afternoon, Dr. Malabanan.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
All
ma'am.
right. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to our participants and everyone who are here, including that from the social media. And I thank Nefila Webb, especially Cheryl, for giving me this opportunity to talk about how we sustain Moodle in MSU Iligan Institute of Technology. Now, in 2002, Moodle was already being used in IIT, in MSU IIT. So we are among the 7 countries. Philippines is one among the 7 countries that use Moodle, and only one in the Philippines. So we were already using Moodle at that time when this system was customized by the Center for Information and Communications Technology. This was launched in 2002, and which we commonly call the MSU IIT Online Learning Environment, or in short, we call it MOLE, not MOLE. It is MOLE. All right. Okay, so Mole is incorporated in our IIT portal, and we are using a single sign-on mechanism wherein faculty and students can already access Mole in their portal. So we have that Mole. So through the years, Mole has been improving, including that of the Moodle version. So while Moodle version improves, Mole has also improved with different home pages like that when we have it in 2002 and in 2006 and through all those years. So on the screen, you have here two versions of Mole. In 3.1, or rather 3.10.1 Moodle version, we hosted it on premise. And on here, 3.10.1, we also hosted it in the cloud. So after all those years, we have been improving, and when pandemic hit us, we also were able to launch Mole Mobile. So this was launched in March 5 or on March 5, 2021, and which is as well being able to download it in Google Play. So this is the interface. So we have our Mole Mobile, and students and faculty can make use of Mole through their mobile. Now, how we were able to sustain, we have the Center for E-Learning, which I manage, and we call it the MSUI for E-Learning, which was and was BOR approved. We have in-house staff, and we our instructional designers and our technical experts and consultants, wherein they volunteer so that they are able to help us in our training. So on picture, we have a building dedicated for myself, which houses the training. We also have development, production, and we also have the administration for e-learning. Now, in 2014, the Open and Distance Learning Act was passed on by an RA 10650, which institutionalized distance learning. And along with that, we also sustained, because we were also granted to offer our 70-30 hybrid delivery of instruction and a BOR resolution. Now, on here we have different training that we had since 2012, or rather 2002 to 2012. We use Moodle in traditional classrooms, and then we also have using Moodle in blended classrooms from 2013 to 2019. And we also use Moodle for online classes since the pandemic hit us in 2020. So training was conducted since 2002 to 2021 and up until now. We have a massive training during the pandemic. Since June 2020, we have trained members, all our faculty members, of course, using the Moodle platform. We have 6 instances where or workshops that we conducted. And this helped our faculty prepare themselves for online or purely online delivery of instruction. Along with that, we have as well skills building sessions that we started after the massive training. So this is a continuous training from August 7 up until April 13, and again coming up with every second and fourth Friday of the month. So again, we also make use of other resources in our training, but most importantly, we have our Mole in, of course, our platform, Moodle. So during this training, we were able to have our courses, and we have an estimated 3,250 courses developed. And as well, we also have the Google Workspace for Education and other tools, which are actually open educational resources. So how do we sustain Moodle? In MSU IIT, we have a strong partnership of the Center for Information and Communications Technology, and it partners with the Center for E-Learning, or myself, and of course, we have vibrant faculty training team. And again, we have the committed administrators of our university. And so we were able to sustain what we want to achieve and what we want with Moodle as our only platform, IIT. Thank you and good afternoon.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Seni Malabanan, for sharing to us your great journey with Moodle. Okay, let us now proceed to question and answer portion. Do we have any question here? Do you have any question from the forum? Okay, ma'am, we have one question here. What are your strategies in sustaining Moodle in your university before, during, and after?
Okay, thank you for the question. Of course, since we started, we had been training our faculty members. So because of the enthusiasm of the faculty, we always give what we have until such time that we were able to establish our e-learning center. From then on as well, we continuously train our faculty members. And although from the start, people are not using it intently, right? Until such time that we have this pandemic, they were able now to really get the grasp of the online learning environment that we have.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Another question here from Aman. How can you maintain and train those who are having a hard time coping up with technology, especially those instructors who are not at a younger level?
Okay. How we help them is for them to notify us, email us if they wanted more help, and our lines are open in which faculty members can call us and ask for help. So my in-house staff are readily available to help these faculty members. And of course, in each of the department from each colleges, there are also faculty members who are already adept to using our learning environment. So they are able to as well help these faculty members who are really having difficulty in doing their classroom instructions.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Last question from our participants. Is there any limits with the usage?
We do not have any limit for the usage of our learning environment. So they can use it 24/7 anytime they wish to.
Miss Len?
Okay. Hi. Okay, sorry. So with that, let us now proceed to the awarding of certificate to our speaker. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Seni. Okay, here is the citation of our certificate. The PhiloWeb Technology Incorporated presents this Certificate of Appreciation to Seni Velila Malabanan, PhD, for sharing her invaluable knowledge and experience to the participants of Moodlemoot Philippines 2021. This conference aims to bring together the Moodle community of practitioners and users to share experiences, research achievements, and innovative development using the most widely used open source learning management system, Moodle. Given this 30th day of April 2021, held virtually via Zoom video conferencing. Signed, Cheryl R. Villaruman, MSIT, President and Chief Executive Officer of PhiloWeb Technology Incorporated, the only Moodle partner in the Philippines. Thank you once again, Dr. Seni.
Thank you as well.
Okay, so we will continue our session. So let us now proceed to our next presenter. Our next presenter is the Managing Director of Raza Consulting Group Incorporated. He worked in the IT industry for 20 years. He has local and international work experience leading organizational development activities for centers in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, Bangalore, India, Bratislava, Slovakia, Adelaide, Australia, and Christchurch, New Zealand. He is certified in project management and ITIL service management. To talk about Moodle for PSTD Digitalent Online Conference, please welcome Jody Salas. Let us give him a virtual round of applause.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Can you see my screen? Double check it.
Yes, sir.
All right. So for this afternoon, I would like to share a quick story about the journey for PSTD. So I am Jody, as introduced by Ms. Leonida. Thank you. And I have with me also my colleague Ning Soliman in the call, because she is she was pivotal during this digital transformation for PSTD. Just a quick background about PSTD. I used to be a board of trustee of this organization. It's a Society for Talent and Development. Started in 1965. So it's been in the Philippines for quite some time. And yeah, they deliver training, face-to-face training. They have like quarterly events called Tipanan, around 60 people. It's like a workshop and seminars. And they have the national convention, which is annual. Of course, when the pandemic happened last year, all of the events and the traditional face-to-face classroom training and workshops were canceled. And yeah, it could be without those events, the organization is pretty much will not be able to sustain itself, both financially and will not be able to fulfill its mission to provide development opportunities for the members and the organizations. So like many of us, they had to either sink or swim. They have to evolve. They have to survive and then thrive. And although most of them are familiar with using online learning, including Moodle, but the actual journey, like we've been proposing it for quite some time, as early as 2016, but it was the pandemic situation that really triggered the necessity for us to embark on the transformation. So what happened was similar to the previous presenter. It's really a people's journey. So I'm a user of Moodle since 2009, and I've been advocating it in my organizations because it's open source, it's highly customizable or configurable, and it's scalable. So what we did is pretty much apply Moodle for PSTD, but the main challenge was, like in many cases, is pretty much the transformation of the people who are using the technology. So we decided to address this right away because the IT part is the easy part in this particular situation. But the people learning the technology and learning how to use the technology to incorporate in their training designs and delivery is one of the challenges. And we use this TPAC model wherein we had a workshop with the trainers, the learning program managers, to have an assessment to evaluate their skill set. Of course, they're very knowledgeable in content. They're the subject matter experts. When it comes to pedagogy, they're also very good with training, especially for adult learners. Now, the technological knowledge is some area that they have to develop as part of this digital transformation. So definitely we had to do a workshop for the leaders, the PSTD Board of Trustees, the leaders, and at least the subject matter experts for the key training. And I would like to thank all of them for their dedication and courage for embracing this technology, because without it, we would not be able to survive last year. Then afterwards, once they start embracing it, it's really more of enjoying what the technology can do. So the next, I would like to share another framework that we used. It's called the SAMR model for integrating technology into education. It pretty much, you can use technology like Moodle to substitute for the face-to-face delivery due to the pandemic. You can use the functionalities to augment, which are both, these are all enhancements to enhance the experience using technology. And then you can modify the experience or transform it, and also redefine how you do the usual or traditional delivery. So for applying that to PSTD, of course, we used Moodle as an alternate to the face-to-face. So it's a combination of Zoom and Moodle, but Moodle became our primary system for tracking everything. And then when we created the courses, so we used a lot of H5P and the other plugins that we are able to integrate into Moodle. And the transformation and the redefinition is pretty much what we applied to the national convention. And similar to what happened now, last year we also had an online conference, around 500 participants. And that's the first time that PSTD organized an online conference. To briefly provide a walkthrough of the journey, I prepared a 3-minute video. This is what we also prepared for the organization. I would like to share it with you guys, highlighting pretty much the features of the Moodle LM. They call it LXP, Learning Experience Platform. And this is a song that I created. And since we have 3 minutes, I'm gonna use it to present also the actual experience. So I hope you can hear the audio. Umusbong na diwa, biyaya
ating panatag, pangunawa sa kapwa. Ating saluduhan ang galing ng bayan. Ito ay likas yaman, hindi mauubusan. Sama-sama natin himukin at hubugin talino at galing ng sariling atin. Iba-ibang paniniwala, magkasama sa sampalataya. Samut-saring karanasan, kay raming matututunan. Ating saluduhan ang galing ng bayan. Ito ay tanging yaman, hindi malilimutan. Sama-sama natin himukin at hubugin talino at galing ng sariling atin. Ang ating handog sa sanlibutan, matuto, magturo at maglingkod sa sambayanan. Ating saluduhan ang galing ng bayan. Ito ay tanging yaman, hindi mauubusan. Sama-sama natin himukin at hubugin talino at galing ng sariling atin. Lubusang mahalin ang sariling atin.
So we only have like 2 months or 3 months to prepare for everything. So we needed to create a massive information campaign and workshops and training for people so they can learn how to use the LXP, the learning experience platform. So that video is one of the things we used. Now for the event, which is pretty much the ultimate the convention of the year, we used this platform as well, similar to what we're doing now. So we made we linked it to a microsite, and then all the functionalities like the online booths were inside the course of the Moodle course. If you want to see the features, you can check out our course, online course in the Gaza in this event, because we placed there all the other assets that we used for the event. So pretty much something to look forward to. In summary, they're now integrated fully with the technology, and the next events, like for example the master trainers, they're all incorporated using the online resources, which I think even like this is the new normal. Like they should embrace the blended learning and make this permanent, and I think that's the direction of the organization. So with that, I hope we're able to share the experience and the story of PSTD. Like it's a 3 to 4 months journey, but in the end we're happy that we're able to adapt to the situation and apply the model for the online learning of the organization. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Let us give Sir Salas a virtual round of applause. Thank you for sharing to us your great experience and journey with Moodle. Okay, do you have questions here from our audience? From our participants? Can we see the forum? Okay, we have a couple of questions here. Let me see. Okay, okay. This one is a message from Ning Suliman. Okay. In the Moodle workshop that I attended last year and those attended by my colleagues just recently, they used the service. Ayun. Okay, so let us have this question from Gladys Angeline Hago. So what are the conferencing tools used by Moodle?
We mostly use the courses, the course features, and the H5P. And yeah, Ning, would you like to add some more?
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello po. Good afternoon.
Yeah, I've been replying to some of the messages over the forum. I've seen that there are audiences not in the Philippines, so I'll just reply also in English so that everyone can understand. So yung for the conferencing tools, like I said in my reply, in one of the Moodle workshops that I attended, they do use Big Blue Button. But I think what's popular here in the Philippines is, of course, Zoom, and there's Google Meet, and there's MS Teams. And those are also very easily integrated into the Moodle platform, since Moodle is very flexible. We can curate the different media inside Moodle. So you just have to get the link, the URL to the meeting link, for example, and then you can add it as a URL. So whatever you have that's already integrated into your organization, so it can be Zoom, it can be Dreammeet, it can be MS Teams. So in our team, we also jump from one platform to another because it also depends on what our partners have. So we also adapt to that. So do you have any follow-up questions? Maybe particularly for Gladys. I think she's here in the Zoom room. Yeah, Gladys is here. Yeah, so I have replied to I think most of them, if not all. So you can just actually jump to the Q&A, and we'll answer more of your questions over there. If you have no questions for now.
Okay, so Miss Neng already replied all the questions that you have asked. Okay, this one, is it possible? Where's that question now? Okay, so since those questions that you've asked for PSTD were already answered by Miss Neng, we will now proceed to the awarding of certificate to our speaker. Okay, Philoweb Technology Incorporated presents the Certificate of Appreciation to Jody Salas for sharing his invaluable knowledge and experience to the participants of Moodlemoot Philippines 2021. This conference aims to bring together with the Moodle community of practitioners and users to share experiences, research achievements, and innovative development using the most widely open source learning management system, Moodle. Given this 30th day of April 2021, held virtually via Zoom conferencing. Signed, Cheryl R. Villaroman, MSIT, President and Chief Executive Officer of Philoweb Technology Incorporated, the only Moodle partner in the Philippines. Thank you once again, Sir Jody Salas.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Nefila, and for letting me attend your training, the Moodle Educator Certification Training. So I promote that, guys. Please attend those courses too.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Bye.
Thank you, Philoweb.
Okay. So thank you, Ma'am Ning Suliman. Okay. So at this juncture, we will proceed to the next lightning talk about redesigning higher education courses for remote learning, a Moodle course for faculty. So our next speaker is a professor at the University of the Philippines College of Medicine, Chief of the UP Medical Informatics Unit, and Director of UP Manila Interactive Learning Center. Currently, she is a member of the UP System Committee on Remote Teaching and Learning. She was the first recipient of the UP System Gawad Pangulo Award for Progressive Teaching and Learning in 2015. She first used Moodle as a graduate student in 2004. Subsequently, she pioneered the use of Moodle in teaching endocrinology, eventually completing a master thesis on the use of online clinical scenarios for undergraduate medical education. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as we welcome Dr. Iris Tiel Isip Tan. Let's give her a virtual round of applause.
So good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to be able to join Moot PH again. For this lightning talk, I'm sharing our COVID-19 pandemic experience on creating Course Redesign 101 for faculty of the University of the Philippines System. So the UP System Committee on Remote Teaching and Learning was organized to help students and faculty. As the university could not hold face-to-face classes, our courses needed to be redesigned for remote learning. 4 members of the committee were tasked to design an online course for the faculty. So the aim was to enumerate the steps in redesigning courses for remote learning as an aid to building a course pack for students, which was to be disseminated before the semester started either in print form, on USB sticks, or on the university's learning management system. Resources were to be provided to enable the faculty to apply instructional design principles to redesign the courses for remote learning. And by deploying this course on Moodle, the faculty can actually experience remote learning as students and reflect on the difference from face-to-face teaching and learning. So it was decided that the UP Diliman University Virtual Learning Environment, or the OVLE, would cater to faculty from our other constituent universities who did not have mature learning management systems at the time. UP Manila has Virtual Learning Environment, or VLE, that's what we call our Moodle platform, and all of our faculty, including those from the schools for health sciences in Palo, in Coronadal, and in Baler, were enrolled to this course. The process was easier for us in UP Manila because our information management service had an authentication and directory service in place. But still, some of our faculty did not know what their ADS login details were. It was harder for UP Diliman because they had to enroll all the other faculty from the other CUs. So the course was run for 5 days, Monday to Friday, with a commitment of 3 to 6 hours per day. It had 2 official runs in July 2020, after which the course was just kept open on our Moodle platforms, and it remains open up to this day. We had 3 forums, one to introduce oneself and your motivation for taking the course. There was an option to record a video introduction via Flipgrid, and this option was included to allow the faculty a safe space to experience recording themselves. There was a social forum for anything and everything, and we kept the standard announcement forum on Moodle. For each of the steps in redesigning a course for remote learning, we had a study guide, and that contained links to online resources. There was also a course guide template and a course pack checklist. Several of the steps had deliverables, such as submitting a revised horizontal syllabus, curating open educational resources, and writing study, activity, and course guides. So these activities allowed the faculty to experience being a student on the Moodle platform. So during the 2 runs of the course, synchronous consultation hours were held on days 3 and 5. So the course redesign process had actually 6 steps. So for example, for the first consultation hour, we tackled steps 1 to 3, analyze your learners and the learning context, organize the course content, select and curate the learning resources. For the second consultation hour, we discuss steps 4 to 6, design the learning activities, plan the assessments, and write the course guide. There was actually better attendance at the first consultation hour in the first run. A consultation hour is where we, the course team, are present in the Zoom room and waiting for the faculty to come in so that we can answer any of their questions or clarifications about the course redesign process. However, some of the faculty showed up at the Zoom meeting expecting a presentation. So we had to tell them that this was a Q&A forum specifically. Now, some of them were not there to ask questions, but to listen to the possible answers for the questions that other faculty posed. And many of them expressed the feeling of missing out if they were not present in the Zoom room. Now, others had questions about academic policy and not really about the course redesign. So it also served sort of as a debriefing session for the faculty during the difficult time of the pandemic. Here I'm only showing the UP Manila VLE data. I do not have the data for the rest of the implementations we had in UPLB and in UP Diliman. But as you can see here, 63% of the faculty accessed the course at least once, so that's around 670 people. But only 2% answered our course feedback form. We noted that only about 30 had complete submissions for all the steps. There were many who submitted, but they submitted for certain steps only and not all the 6 steps. There were also some faculty who audited the course by looking at the resources, but they did not participate in the forums or the activities. In the middle of the first semester, the UP Manila also ran a remote learning survey for faculty and students. And in that particular remote learning survey, many had cited that this course had helped them in transitioning to remote learning. So my feeling is that the faculty browsed the course and took only what they needed. So they didn't really do everything, but that was totally fine with us, given everyone's workload amid the pandemic. So what were the challenges for the course team? First is development. We were given a short development time frame of 2 weeks. There were only 4 of us, and we had quickly to do a revision of some parts after the first run when we received feedback from the faculty. Coordination was tricky. We designed the course on the UP Manila VLE, and I had to give special access to the non-UP Manila faculty on the team so we could all work on it simultaneously and asynchronously. And then the UP Diliman Uvle was running a different Moodle version from what we had. So when I exported the course to Uvle, we still had to tweak some things that were not there. So going live also had to be synchronized considering the difficulties in enrolling the faculty across the constituent universities and deploying the course on multiple Moodle platforms. And lastly, facilitation. Our team of 4 was amazed at all the responses in the discussion forums and on Flipgrid. It was a struggle for just the 4 of us to read everything and craft thoughtful responses, mindful that for some of the faculty, this may be their first experience of Moodle or of remote learning. And the course team also had to find a common schedule for our consultation hours. So to end, let me acknowledge my teammates, Professor Pat Arinto from UP Tacloban, Professor Prime Garcia from the UP Open University, Professor Logrepo from UP Diliman, and the Chair of the UP System Committee on Remote Teaching and Learning, AVP Evangeline Amor. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Dr. Iris Tiel Iziptan, for sharing your great journey with Moodle. Okay, there are questions here, ma'am. So let us answer some of the questions. Okay, first question po, the higher education has a lab component. No Moodle has activities address the lab course. How can we innovate with Moodle in this area? That's a question from Harcharan, ma'am.
Okay, that's a very good question and something we grappled with early last year. what we decided for University of the Philippines was to put all the didactics in the first semester and hope that we could run our labs in the second semester, which of course didn't happen because of the quarantine. But what we tried to do was sort of like load all the materials for performing certain skills or certain lab experiments. And then the teachers put together packets or kits for the students to actually run the experiments safely at home, and then upload evidence of what they had done at home. So that's not really something that's on the Moodle, but can be if you put on the instructions there. And of course, the assignment or the submission bins can be on Moodle.
Okay, thank you very much, Doc. Another question here from Ranel Gallardo. What are your recommendations in preparing and conducting an online teaching workshop for faculty teaching adult learners?
So the very first activities we had for the UP System Committee on Remote Teaching and Learning were webinars, where we asked the faculty what they needed. And we quickly realized that having them listen to the webinars was one thing, but actually doing things online was something else. So that's why we decided to put up a Moodle course so that they can actually experience being inside an online environment, interacting as a student with us, the course team, as their faculty. And I think that was very eye-opening for them. So we really need hands-on. It's hard when you just show things like on a webinar and tell them this is what you click and what you do. It's much better if they can do it themselves.
Okay, thank you so much, Doc. Last question, Doc. What are the practical ways in redesigning higher education courses for remote learning using Moodle?
So the first thing we try to reassure the teachers is this. You have been teaching your course for years. So you have all the resources. So all you need to do is to upload them to Moodle. But then you need to organize them. We do not want the Moodle to be a glorified Google Drive, where when the student comes in, all they see are these folders or all these PDFs or presentations. We need to sort of communicate your teaching presence there and organize your content. When they saw that they had those resources and it was just a matter of organizing it for the students, then they felt a little bit better.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Tan, for patiently answering those questions. I know you are very busy right now. So please accept this certificate of gratitude from the PhiloWeb Technology Incorporated, which reads, the PhiloWeb Technology Incorporated presents this certificate of appreciation to Dr. Iris Isip Tan for sharing her invaluable knowledge and experience to the participants of the Moodlemoot Philippines 2021. This conference aims to bring together the Moodle community of practitioners and users to share experiences, research achievements, and innovative development using the most widely used open source learning management system, Moodle. Given this 30th day of April 2021, held virtually via Zoom video conferencing. Signed, Cheryl R. Villaroman, MSIT, President and Chief Executive Officer of the PhiloWeb Technology Incorporated, the only Moodle partner in the Philippines. Thank you so much, Dr. Iris Isip Tan.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so announcement. There will be an event evaluation. So I guess the link is already posted in our chat room. Please accomplish please accomplish the event evaluation. So everyone must accomplish it. So thank you for joining us up to this last day of this event. Okay, now it is at this juncture, it is high time to thank our sponsors. Okay, who made this event possible? So we have gold sponsors, EasySoft, IntelliBoard, Examus, We also have pro sponsors, Wiris, Motrain, and Linode. And for our starter sponsors, we have Poodle, your new best friend for your language teaching tools. Please don't forget also to like us on Facebook at Moodlemoot Philippines and tweet using hashtag MoodPH2021 and subscribe to our YouTube channel at Nefila Web Technology NWTI. So this time, let us see who topped in the leaderboard. Miss Ayoni, are you there?
Yes. Hello,
Yes.
ma'am, once again. But before we proceed with the leaderboard,
Yes,
of
ma'am.
course, allow me to present our last speaker for the day. So she's currently working at Wiris and is based in Barcelona, Spain, where Wiris headquarters is. She has been in the Wiris team for over 3 years and is responsible for the APAC region communication. To give a talk on remote STEM assessment with Wiris quizzes, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm welcome to Ms. Tutse Hertikin.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you very much for the chance to give the presentation now. I'm a bit at the last time. And well, actually it feels a bit like being like home attending to a Moodlemoot because Wiris and Moodle has a very long and close relation. So I'm really happy to be participating in this event. Like, thank you again for organizing and letting us know. So initially I had a longer presentation to show the tool and everything, but I guess that I'm a bit more limited in time now, so I will do my presentation a bit like fast and maybe skipping some slides. But just I want you to have an idea of what Wiris can accomplish and how it can assist you in your daily life and in your Moodle experience. And for that, since we are a bit short in time, due to some reasons, if you are interested and if you want to get more information, please feel free to contact me or directly Nefila because they are also our partners in business. So feel free to contact anyone that you want. So I'll share my screen to show the presentation, at least some part of it. Okay. Okay. So my name is Tuğçe. I work at Wiris for over 3 years. I'm responsible of the APAC region, and I've been introduced kindly. Today I want to briefly introduce what Wiris quizzes is and how it can improve the life. So how is it useful to different users? No, like mostly we have the faculty, we have the students, and we have our very close friends, the admins, the technical people. So Wiris Quizzes is an assessment tool that enhances and empowers the possibilities of Moodle. So it's a plugin that is integrated inside Moodle. So you are staying inside your platform, you are not going out, or it's not an additional, it's not an additional environment. So it's a plugin to add. Do we have a question? Okay, no, fine. Sorry. So what Wiris Quizzes does? Wiris Quizzes is an assessment tool that allows computer-based grading for math and science topics. So we call it like STEM, no? Science, technology, engineering, math. And it has a perfect seamless integration with Moodle platforms. And we are like very proud to say that like whenever there is a new release of Moodle, we are always on time to be integrated in the latest version. So like whatever version that you use, the latest or the older ones, you won't have any problems using Wiris Quizzes or integrating it. So Wiris Quizzes has an audience of like all levels of education. So obviously the university level of education, mathematics, physics, engineering, economics, statistics, medicine, psychology. So everyone, every faculty, every lecturer or every student who who has to type math formulas can use virus quizzes. So the base of all our tools, actually like more than half of our companies are like mathematicians. Everything is based on like pure maths. It's based on formulas. So every topic that is involved in formulas can use our tools, can benefit from its features and offerings. So as I said, like we have students who use virus quizzes and math type from primary school to research institutes in high-level education. It's also used in adult teaching for example, banking courses. So everyone who uses Moodle to give training, either like normal education or courses related to formulas, can benefit from our tools. Here there was a video that I'm passing. So as I said, it's like inside your Moodle platform, so you're not leaving your environment. So also there is a Scratchpad additional feature that allows students to justify their answers. And why is this important? Sorry, I'll show it here. Why is this important? I don't know how much time I have. Okay, so this is our open, generic open website. So if you just type to Google virus quizzes generic demo or virus quizzes, this is the page that you will end up. So virus quizzes is an assessment tool that is not only to write mathematical formulas, but it has a lot of additional features, such as it's mathematically intelligent. So it knows that like the answer of a question can be this and this. So it doesn't get surprised when it doesn't see x plus 2, but 2 plus x. So it still knows that mathematically they are correct, and it gives, for example, full grade to the student. For example, if we give it a try, I'll just show a very small examples. I know that we cannot go through everything. So let's imagine that like this is a question. We give this very basic examples because, as I said, we have a big audience, and we have to also have the primary, middle school teachers also to empathize with the tool that we are having. So let's imagine that like this must be the correct answer of the question, and the student wrote 2 plus 6. And if we test if it's correct, so this right, the answer is correct. Or let's do it like that, for example, to see what happens when we write wrong. Incorrect. The student. So all these comments here are written by us. So these comments are customizable. So each teacher can write whatever feedback that they want to give to the student in their own language. And for example, this 1 plus x is also mathematically equal. Let's see if, for example, the teacher accepts this.
Hello, Ms. Tutse. Are you showing another screen?
Yes, you don't see it.
We can only see the logo
presentation.
Of Virus, yes.
Okay. So I'll just show it here. Sorry. Okay, I'll just explain it here. It will be faster. So as I said, like the features of virus quizzes is there is, for example, auto grading. So you create one question, okay, as a teacher inside Moodle, and then you say that okay, if the student the correct answer of this question is, let's say, 2 plus x. Anything that is mathematically equal to 2 plus x, which can be x plus 2, x plus 1, different variations. Or imagine that like it's 1 over 2. 1 over 2 is also 2 over 4, 5 over 10, 0.5. No, it has a lot of mathematical notations and the same answer. So the teacher can define, the lecturer can define inside Moodle that I expect all the mathematically correct answers. Every student who does this will get automatically 100% of the points. Or sometimes the faculty says that like, no, I want only simplified answers. So I will only accept 1 over 2. I'm not going to accept 2 over 4. But I'm not going to give 0 points, but I will give half point with a feedback saying it's mathematically correct, but not simplified. So don't forget to simplify, for example. So you can give these customized feedbacks to the students. There is this auto grading, partial grading. So you don't only have to create multiple choice questions in math topics. because the students cannot write, for example, double integrals or absolute values or I don't know, square roots, like let's say a complicated level of math, for example, engineering level of math. So just to avoid and not to be stuck with the multiple choice or this kind of question, for what? With quizzes, you can enhance all of it because you can create open questions because people can use virus quizzes or math app to answer it by either typing or handwriting. If they're in a mobile phone or if they're in a tablet or if they're in any touch screen device, we also support handwriting recognition. So if you write x plus 2 with your terrible handwriting, it will recognize it as the formula and put it in the answer or in the question once you confirm or submit that it's correctly recognized. Also, like you can add graphical questions. You can add questions to your bars. You can add geographical images to your questions. So that's why virus quizzes gives a wide range of possibility to enrich your math-related topic exams. And not only exams, but also quizzes. And how is this can be used? So virus quizzes have a very valuable feature that is actually very much appreciated by the faculty that is called random variables. So what random variables is? You create one question inside Moodle, calculate the sum of A plus B. And you can define in Moodle that A can be any number between, let's say, minus 100 to plus 100. And B can be any number between, I don't know, 1,000 to 5,000. Or you can do fractions, like I'm giving easy examples, but you can put whatever you want there. Fractions, absolute values, odd numbers. You can create exceptions like except 0, except minus 3, depending on the question that you have. And then if you create a question using random variable, what happens is that every time a student goes to the quiz or to the exam or to the homework or to practice more, they will get the same question with different numbers. So how is this useful? If you know that there are some topics in the course that the students are failing and they need to practice, but you don't feel like creating, 50 questions the same time, you can use random variable because then you create one question, you have unlimited amount of questions. Or imagine that you're in a crowded classroom. We don't want to tell this very much because we don't like to tell that the students may cheat. But imagine that you're in a crowded classroom or in a virtual exam, but every student taking that question, clicking to that question, will get a different number. So there is no way that if you look at the screen of the other person, you cannot do anything because they have different numbers. Even though the question is the same, it's different numbers. And your answer with your own variable that you got will be evaluated based on what you got. So remember that I mentioned auto grading. So the teacher creates the exam or the quiz, and the teacher is out already. Virus quizzes does the auto grading. It gives the points to the student just right at the end of the exam. At the end of the exam, the student submits submit my answer, and then immediately you have the feedback of your teacher and the grades that you got. And that's why. So if you have different questions, different numbers, there is no way of cheating, and you are graded based on the variable that you got. So this is really used very broadly among the virus quizzes users. It's like really, also you create a huge database of questions because you create these things once and then you have it for several years. And it's really useful to share. You reuse it, especially reuse it because every time there will be a new number. So there is no way of having the same question repeated in the upcoming years. Okay, so here was the demo that I couldn't show, but as I said, please, this is a bit short presentation now. Feel free to go to the website, explore a bit. If you have any questions, you want to get a demo, you want to get a personalized presentation based on if you're at a university, if you're at a high school, or if you're perhaps a Moodle admin and you are more interested in the technical side, how the integration, just feel free to contact me or Nefila directly, and we will arrange a meeting and we will show you more based on what you ask us to show you. Well, this is a generic thing that we always add in our presentations because we constantly are adding features to our tools. So if imagine that you are a virus quizzes user already, or you went to the website and you did some testing integration and you saw that like it's a great tool, but it would be very interesting if there was this additional thing. For example, this scratch pad where the student can justify the steps that they did. For example, they can handwrite or type which steps they follow to go to the final answer. So imagine that like the final answer is wrong. Because of that, they got 0 grade because the final answer is completely wrong. But the teacher, even though it's auto-grading, this is optional. The teacher doesn't have to do this. The teacher is curious, like why this student got 0 because he's a good student, she's a good student. Let me see what she did. They can go back to the quiz and see the answer. Yes, the final answer is wrong. Let's see what they did in the scratch pad. To how did they, which steps they follow. Perhaps the student did very well until the pre-last step, and in the pre-last step, it was a silly, careless mistake. So then the faculty can decide, okay, I will still give 0, or okay, she did quite well until the end, so I will give half the grade instead of 0. So you can change these grades afterwards, even though the evaluation is done, and you can add even new feedback. So the student will get an update and think that, okay, the teacher checked it, the professor said, okay, I'll go and say thank you, for example. So if you have any ideas, so this scratch pad was created like that because it was a suggestion that came to us from a user. And then we evaluated it and it was like, we thought, wow, it's a great idea. Come on, let's put it in life. So if you have any ideas like that, you can pass it to us and we are very open to get feedback from our users, of course. That was a really fast presentation, I think. Faster than this, I couldn't have done. Again, thank you very much for creating this spot for me now. If you have any other questions, more interest in knowing more, please feel free to contact us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tugse Sevi Ertiken. Okay, let us have questions here from the participants. Okay, first question, what are the pricing details of Wireless?
Oh my God, directly the pricing question. So the Wireless subscriptions are based on the number of faculty and number of students. In a community license, one teacher, professor, teacher, we call it children. One teacher already covers 40 students. So if you are, for example, a university with 100 faculty, 4,000 students are already without any extra cost included in the price. So the pricing details are like this. So I cannot give a detail because the first question I always ask is like, how many teachers, how many students will use our tool? Not the total count, because we know that, for example, an English or literature department, even though they have access to virus quizzes through the same Moodle, they're not going to use it. No, because why? Maybe once they will be curious to check it, but that's all. So we only ask number of engineering departments, the related departments, STEM departments. And then we calculate the cost.
Okay, thank you. Another question here, Ms. Tugse. Moodle LMS has mathematical equation edition. So what are the features WINS quizzes a STEM assessment tool offers?
Yes. Okay. So yes, of course, Moodle has its own math editor. But Moodle is an overall platform, no? So it has to serve to everyone, to every topic. As I said, Virus is a mathematical company. So that's where the difference comes. So our math editor, which is called MathType is I always explain it like MathType is like a keyboard. Instead of letters, you have all the math notations that you can imagine. All of them. And then you can customize it. If you are in a university department, perhaps you don't need the fractions that much, but maybe you need the integrals and I don't know. Maybe if you're in a high school, you don't need the double integrals, but you can rearrange it. So, and it's a plugin. So when you're in Moodle and you have virus quizzes or MathType integrated, the only difference, well, for virus quizzes, you have a bigger space, but for the math editor part, let's say, you just have a square root sign which is our math type icon, a C icon, which is the chem type to write inorganic chemistry, and the scratch pad to have the justification. So it brings a lot of value to what Moodle already gives that perfectly serves for the regular need. But no but there, of course.
Okay, next question here. Is this supported to other devices as well?
Like what kind of device? I don't know. I don't understand very well, but it works in like computers and laptops. The browser, then you have access. So we don't support the mobile application because it's another full story. But device, if we mean device by this, yes.
Okay, last question. Ms. Tugse, what are the advantages in using virus quizzes?
Okay, of course, let's say more time to create more questions rather than grading the exams, for example, because there is auto grading. You just create your exam and you forget about it. I think that's already a really huge difference in your life. And the second one I said, so you don't have to stick with multiple choice or drag and drop these kind of questions. You can add graphical questions. You can add open questions. You can add questions that the student can draw. You can create a lot of varieties of math questions that normally you're a bit more limited. And well, with the random variable, as I said, I'm just wrapping up with the random variable, you create one question, you have 100 questions. You don't have to type 100 questions. You just type one, and you have 100 for the rest of your life. So just like a few topics that I can tell as an advantage.
Okay, so that was Tugse Segve Ertiken. Thank you for sharing remote STEM assessment with virus quizzes. Okay,
thank you very much.
Okay, bye.
Goodbye, thank you.
Okay, Miss Ayoni.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Ertiken. Hello, Miss Len. How are you?
Hi. Well, still alive and kicking.
Yeah, so we are almost at the end of the program, ma'am.
Yes.
So just to take away into some of the activities earlier today, the morning session was opened by Mr. Pierre de Guzan, who discussed learning analytics and reporting dashboards with IntelliBoard for Moodle. This was followed by the presentation of Ms. Cheryl Villaroman, the president of Philoweb Technology, who delivered a lightning talk on how to future-proof your learning environment with Moodle. After which, Poodle CEO, Mr. Justin Hunt, also known as the Poodle Guy, presented and demonstrated about introducing Poodle speaking activities for Moodle.
Okay, and then in this afternoon, we listened to different experts who shared their experiences with Moodle. So first we have Mr. Sean Ronquillo, who discussed about the Philoweb Experience School Information System, or Nexus, an integration with Moodle, how it helps school during the pandemic. It was followed by a talk by Lori Gallio with the topic Safe Exam Browser Demonstration. And then it was followed by another talk by Miss Ira Coronado about adaptive learning, design, and Moodle. And then lightning talks from Dr. Seni Belilia Malabanan. It's about sustaining Moodle usage at MSU Iligan Institute of Technology. And then afterwards, it was followed by another talk of Jody Salas. This talk was about Moodle for PSTD Digitalent Online Conference. And then another talk from Dr. Iris Isip Tan about redesigning higher education courses for remote learning, a Moodle course for faculty. And then lastly, a talk by Tugse on remote STEM assessment with virus quizzes.
Okay, so at this point, ma'am, allow me to extend our gratitude for the last time to our sponsors who helped make this event possible. Thank you to our gold sponsors, EasySoft, IntelliBoard, and Examus. Thanks as well to our pro sponsors, Motrain, Wirus, and Linode. Lastly, thank you to our starter sponsor, Poodle. Allow us also, ma'am, to recognize and congratulate the Moot PH21 team headed by, of course, the program chair, Ms. Cheryl Villaroman.
Congratulations, Ms.
The program
Cheryl.
director, Ms. Hershel Lagi. Guest Relations Officer, Mr. Christian Duque. Program Coordinator, Ms. Nelly Blazo. Speaker Coordinator, Ms. Fatima Maka. Technical Directors, Ms. Ira Coronado, Ms. Lori May Gallo, Mr. Kier Figueroa, and Ms. Ricangela Sakdal. Congratulations also to our Activity Coordinator, Ms. Margaret Escolar, AVP Coordinator, Mr. Anthony John Obligado, and Participants Registration, Ms. Nicole Velasquez and Ms. May Alvarez. I know that they have given days and hours to prepare and to ensure that this event
is
so
congratulations.
Please, let's all give them a round of applause.
Congratulations. You deserve
you
deserve a big round of applause, Nefila team.
Okay, so ma'am.
Yes. So we'll now proceed to announce the who top in the leaderboard.
Okay, ma'am. Take it away.
Okay, let us see who really topped the leaderboard in this event. Okay, I can't see it. My screen is so small for a while. Okay, so we have here the top 10. Top 10. Okay, we have so we have here Chica May Sarino with 10,970 points or 70 coins. Followed by Pat Natalie Tubog with 11,000 points. Okay, top 9. We have three here who ranked 9th, and we have Ayman Pret Singh with 11,070 points. And then we have Oswardo Pabatang Jr. with 11,070 points. And Jo Marie Yokte with 11,070 points. Okay, and then it is followed by Mark Joseph Remesio with 11,100 points. And then rank 7, Maricar Ligan with 11,290 points. Top 6, Timothy Joseph Decano with 11,420 points. Top 5, Jennifer Estrada Padil with 11,900 coins. Top 4, Joshiko Velasco with 11,970 coins. Top 3, Romeo Regino with 13,050 coins. Top 2, Christian Edward Baranda with 13,850 points. And Miss Ayoni, who's in our...
Yes, for the 5th day in a row with 13,870 Moodle pesos. Congratulations for topping the leaderboard, Mr. Mark Anthony Papa.
Okay, congratulations, sir.
Congratulations, everyone. Don't forget, you can use those Moodle pesos to purchase different items on the Moodle store, such as 100 Mr. Moodle LMS plan, premium dark chocolate cake, free workshop, Moodlemoot Philippines 2021 umbrella, and Moodlemoot Philippines 2021 mug.
Okay, congratulations once again. So this time we will proceed to the raffle draw. Am I right,
so
Ms.
don't go
Ayoni?
yet because we still have prizes to be given away, and we will have a final photo op at the end of the program. So as promised, we have come to the raffle draw, and as mentioned earlier, only those who registered and are still with us up to this moment will be eligible to win the prize. When we call your name, kindly comment. But before that, of course, we have minor and major prizes, okay?
Yes,
But unfortunately, as they have already won, winners for days 3 and 4 are already exempted from the draw and the winners, okay? So for the minor prizes, instead of the usual raffle, we will be spicing things up. Our organizers from InfiniLab Technology will be sending you a link for each question, and you will need to access it. And then the first to answer correctly will win. So with us today, will be joining us is Miss Margaret to monitor your answers and to name the winners. Okay?
Okay, so Miss Margaret, are
Are
you
you with us,
ready?
Miss Margaret? Are you
Hello po,
ready?
good afternoon. Yes po.
Yes, good afternoon.
So,
Remember, guys, at stake here are the following minor prizes: 64 gig dual USB Type-C 3.1 metal flash pen drive OTG, lunchbox with compartments, two rechargeable table fans with night light, and a 1.5-liter multifunctional non-stick electric steamer, rice cooker, frying pan, cooking pot.
We also have a major raffle. Raffle prizes. We have 10,000 power bank with LED digital display. Okay, we have two power bank with LED digital display. We also have rice cooker good for 1 to 2 people. We also have portable modem design electric personal rice cooker. Okay, the same. We also have coffee maker and Samgyeopsal electric hot pot and barbecue grill indoor 2-in-1 large capacity. It's multifunction.
You know, I'm liking that last prize. Okay, so Miss Margaret, let's start. Okay, so we will first be drawing, Miss Margaret. How about the minor prize?
For our minor prize po, we'll be having a quiz po. Miss Herschel and her team will be sending a quiz link po to Zoom, YouTube, and Facebook. So the premium participants po can answer them.
Okay, pakihidaan po ng konti music. Miss Margaret, we cannot hear you.
Okay. Okay, Miss Margaret, can you repeat that for the benefit of our premium participants?
Hello po, good afternoon. So for the minor prizes po, we will be having a quiz that will be the quiz link will be sent by the Miss Herschel and other marketing team and will be answered by the premium participants only po. So the winners will be announced po after once we receive the.
Hi, I'm Herschel. Sorry, just to add as well on the mechanics. So our participants from YouTube and Facebook can join the quiz, so you can win or earn the prize. So we will post the link in the comment box or chat box in YouTube, Facebook, and Zoom, and all participants are welcome to join.
There's a question here. Previous winners cannot anymore join, right?
Yes, I'm so sorry, Sir Mark, but to give chance to other participants to win our prizes, we will exclude you po on the quiz and on the raffle draw later.
Okay, so now let's proceed to the raffle of the major prizes. Right, Ms. Margaret?
Major or minor? Minor prizes first?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. So we will first have the minor prizes first, and we will have a quiz for that.
Okay, ma'am, go ahead.
Maria.
Okay, as we wait for the winners of the minor prizes, may we invite everyone to please accomplish the evaluation form, because if whenever we have conferences like this, it's vital that we get feedback from the participants. So please don't forget to accomplish the evaluation form, the link of which was already sent by our organizers. Okay, our participants will be winning the minor prizes: 64 gig dual USB Type-C 3.1 metal flash pen drive OTG, lunchbox with compartments 1,100 ml, 2 rechargeable table fans with night light, and of course, the fifth prize for the minor prize is a 1.5-liter multifunctional non-stick electric steamer rice cooker, frying pan, cooking pot.
Okay, so we already have a winner po.
Okay, Miss Margaret, go.
So our winner po for the first question or first piece is Joshika Velasco. So congratulations po, Sir Joshika Velasco. The answer is train, participant, and platform.
Okay, congratulations. So Miss Herschel, once again sent the link for the quizzes. Okay, I believe Mr. Darrell Larioso said that they cannot see the link. Okay, there. So Miss Lori Gallia resent the link to the quizzes. Kindly click them so that you can join and win one of the minor prizes in store for you.
So for our second question po, kindly reload lang po ng link so you can see the updated one.
Okay.
Okay, so we are going to have 11 lucky winners for today, right, ma'am?
Yes.
So 5
11.
minor prizes and 6 major prizes.
Yeah. You know how much we Filipinos love raffle draws.
Yes, that's right.
A conference wouldn't be complete without the raffle and some games.
And that will make our event more exciting.
Okay, do we have a winner, Ms. Margaret? Okay, I think this second winner will be taking home a lunchbox with compartments. Okay, any update, Ms. Margaret? Do we have a winner?
Yes po, we already have a winner.
Okay.
So our winner for our second quiz is Inocencio Furio. Inocencio Furio, congratulations po.
Congratulations, Mr. Inocencio Furio.
Okay, you just won lunchbox with compartments.
Okay, so we just signified his
ml.
presence.
Yes.
His present. Okay, congratulations, sir.
Okay, our next minor prize will be rechargeable table fan with night light. Let us find out who is the lucky winner of this. Who is the lucky winner of this rechargeable table fan with night light?
I'd like to have one. It's perfect for a work from home setup for schools and work.
Yes.
So for our third question po, kindly refresh po your link so you can see the updated one.
Okay. Because the fastest person to give the correct answer is the winner.
Yes.
So you have to be fast in answering the quiz. Okay, to win the rechargeable table fan with night light.
Do we have our winner now, Miss Margaret?
Okay, so we already have a winner po. So our winner is Benny Caspe. The correct answer is make teachers. I'm so sorry. Our winner po pala is Jennifer Estrada. The correct answer is teachers make and feedback.
Okay, congratulations, Miss Jennifer Estrada
yes.
Padil. Okay, so
Okay,
she just signified the
congratulations.
present. Congrats, ma'am.
Okay, let
Next
us
to
now
win
have the fourth
the fourth
winner.
prize, yes, is a
Okay.
rechargeable table fan with night light. Okay, who will win? Let's just wait for the cue of Miss Margaret.
Okay, to bring home another rechargeable table fan with night light, we have...
Okay, kindly update po ulit. So, kindly refresh po ng link so you can see the updated one for the fourth question.
Okay, refresh it because the first person to answer it correctly will win the rechargeable table fan with night light. Okay.
So
do we have a winner, Miss Margaret?
Yes po, we already have a winner. It's Daryl Lariosa. So the correct answer is help, teach, and learners.
Okay, congratulations, sir. You have just won rechargeable table fan with night light.
Okay, he just signified his present, so congratulations. And he's very happy. He said, yay. Congratulations, Mr. Daryl
sir.
Lariosa.
Okay, now we have the fifth minor prize, which is the 1.5 multifunctional non-stick electric steamer, rice cooker, frying pan, and cooking pot.
Okay, Miss Margaret, you have the floor once again.
Okay po, kindly refresh po the link so you can see the fifth question.
Okay, for the fifth question, remember, this is the last minor prize, and the fastest to answer it correctly will bring home the 1.5-liter multifunctional cooker. Okay, do we have a winner? Miss Margaret?
None yet po for the fifth question.
None yet. Okay, guys. Just try answering.
The form is closed.
Okay, sorry. One of our participants said the form is closed. Ayan, we have
the
feedback
form is closed
from Mr. Benny Caspe, Mr. Christian Edward. Okay. So it's now closed.
Let's wait it to be opened.
Yes, you know, since this is a live event, so it's really normal that we have technical difficulties like this.
We cannot avoid this.
Yes, sabi nga nila ganyan daw po talaga pag live.
Correct. Okay, do we have now a winner for our winner?
Our fifth winner, Miss Margaret.
Where is my... Oh my God, what happened? Okay, here.
None yet po. We will just maybe we can proceed to the major prizes po. So we can fix it.
Yes, since there's a technical issue, let's now proceed with the drawing of the major prizes. As said earlier, we have nice items in store for you. So, Miss Margaret, can you help us draw the winners for this segment?
Okay, our winners will bring home. We have here 2 power bank with LED digital display. Okay. And then we have portable modern design electric personal rice cooker. 2 portable modern design electric personal rice cooker. A coffee maker and a samgyeopsal electric hot pot.
Okay, so Miss Nenen Borinaga is just practicing. She's present now because she knows that she will be one of the winners of the major prizes.
Okay, you claim it now, ma'am.
Yes. Okay, so Mr. Timothy Decano also said that he will be taking home the coffee maker. Let's see, sir. Okay.
Pwede ba manalo ulit? Sabi po ni Daryl Lariosa. Hindi na po pwede.
So just a reminder po, our major prizes is open only for the premium participants. So the participants must be present at the time of raffle draw. Winners will be randomly generated through an electronic draw. Winners will be determined and will be called after. The participants must comment his or her complete name and the word present in the Zoom, FB stream, or YouTube stream within 10 seconds. Otherwise, the slot will be forfeited.
Okay, thank you, Miss Margaret, for that raffle draw mechanics. Okay, so we'll start now the raffle draw for the major raffle prizes.
Okay, Miss Margaret, for our first winner.
Okay, we have a winner here already, ma'am. We have Jose Fogoso. Congratulations.
Congratulations, sir.
Please write down your name. You have 10 seconds to write it down. Yes. 10,
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you very much, Sir Joe Yocte, for helping us with the countdown. Okay, is Mr. Jose Fugosta present? Miss Margaret? Okay, are you present, Mr.
Okay, time is up.
I think
Time is up. Yes. Okay, so now let's now draw another one. Another one.
Oh, you have great chances of winning.
Yes, that's right.
Yes, we have
Mr.
here
Joe
Reniel
Mariotte.
Gallardo. Sir Reniel Gallardo, are you there?
Okay, let's now count.
May countdown na
10,
tayo.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Okay, is the winner there?
I think he's not present, please. Maybe we can
Okay,
just,
so he is not present. So let's have
He's
another
not present.
name.
Okay. So let's change it a bit. Instead of 10 seconds, let's make it 5 seconds.
Okay.
So, okay, you're so fast, ma'am.
So we have here
Miss Jennifer Estrada Padilla. You just won a power bank
with LED display. Yes.
Congratulations.
Okay, are you there?
Miss
Okay,
Jen.
present.
Yes, she's here.
Congratulations, ma'am. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
You have
Okay,
one
so-
power bank with LED digital display.
Yeah. So
Okay,
moving
next,
on
please.
to the next item. Miss Margaret, please do the honors.
Okay, we have now a winner here, Miss Magdalene Unahan. Are you there?
Miss Magdalene,
In
are you
5,
here? So countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, so she's not here, I think. So sabi po ni Sir Christian Edward Baranda.
Salamat, Shopee.
Shopee.
Okay, next na po. Okay, we
I
have...
think he's here. Yes, Mr. Anthony Noakes. So Mr. Tony Noakes is actually one of our very active participants. Oh, there. He's there. So congratulations.
Okay, congratulations,
Mr.
sir.
Tony Noakes.
You just have won a power bank with... Power bank ba yung sa kanya? Yes, power bank with LED display, digital display. Congratulations. Okay, next.
Okay, next draw. Miss Margaret. This time, this person will be winning a portable modern design electric personal rice cooker.
And we have a winner here, Mr. Rafael Panganiban. Are you there, sir? In 5,
4, 3, 2,
2,
and 1. Actually, nape-pressure ako sa countdown ni Sir Joe Mariotte. Okay.
Okay, Mr. Rafael Panganiban is not here, so let's draw another name.
Okay, another name. To take home the rice cooker.
Okay, we have A name here already, Mr. Jonathan Padua. Are you there, sir? In 5, 4,
3, 2, and
1.
1. Okay. Are you here, sir?
Mr.
Okay,
Padua is not
here.
around. Okay, let's
So
draw
next name,
another
please.
name. Mr. Romeo Regino. Still expecting? Okay, we have here Maria Camelia Ann Llamas. Are you there, ma'am?
Okay, let's start the countdown. 5,
5, 4,
3, 2, and 1. Okay, she's not here right now, so let's draw the next
Ay,
name.
Ma'am, excuse me, Ma'am Ione and Ma'am Len.
Yes, yes,
Jonathan
Ma'am
Padua
Herschel.
is present in Facebook. Sorry, Facebook.
I'm sorry.
So congratulations, Mr. Jonathan Padua. You have just won a portable, modern design electric personal rice cooker, good for 2 people.
Hey, congratulations.
Next, for
Okay,
our
next.
4th prize.
Our fourth prize is a coffee maker. And the winner is James Roberts. Are you there?
Okay, Mr. James Roberts, let's start the countdown. 5,
5,
4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, so I don't think Sir James Roberts is here. So you still have a chance, Mr. Romeo Regino.
Oh,
Okay.
Ma'am Cheryl, may request. Sana daw may free cake for top 10 sa leaderboard.
Okay, so next name, please.
Okay, to
Okay,
win a coffee
congratulations.
maker. Yes, congratulations to Even Villar.
Okay.
Are
Let's
you
count
there?
down 5,
4. Ay, andyan siya.
3,
3,
2,
2,
and 1.
1.
Okay. So he or she's not here. So can we draw another one? Still for the coffee maker. Our winner is Miss Michelle Abunda.
Okay, Sir Papa, sabi ni Ma'am Cheryl, Papa-approve na lang daw po.
Okay, 5,
4,
3, 2, and 1. Still no winner of the coffee
Okay, let's
maker.
draw another name. Uwi na natin to. Okay, we have here Giselle and DePilio. Are you there, Ma'am Giselle?
Okay, let's count. 5, 4,
4,
3, 2, and 1.
Okay,
Still
he's
no
not
winner.
here.
Can we draw another name?
Medyo mailap ang ating coffee maker. Okay, we have a
sabi ni
winner
Sir Romeo,
here.
he
We
can
have
feel it. But the winner
Wilsa
is Miss-
Amar.
Miss Wilsa Amar.
Are you there?
So 5, 4,
Sige, Sir Romeo, i-feel mo
3,
talaga yan.
2. Okay, so Miss
Okay, congratulations,
Wilma
Wilsa.
Amar is here. Congratulations,
Okay, congratulations,
ma'am.
Wilsa
You
Amar.
just won a coffee maker.
Congratulations. Okay, and our last prize, major raffle prize, we have Samgyeopsal electric pot and barbecue grill. Let's find out who will win this item.
Swap daw po sa electric fan. Okay, our winner is
Jaika May Sarino. Miss Jaika, are you there? Wow, Miss Jaika is there. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Miss Jaika. Okay, so do we still have anything to raffle off? Okay, so we'll just
Congratulations
raffle off the
to all
last
winners.
minor prize.
Meron pa
Okay,
ba?
so the last minor prize is the 1.5 multifunctional non-stick electric steamer, rice cooker, frying pan, and cooking pot. So can we draw one winner, Miss Margaret? he
Okay,
is here.
present, Sister
Congratulations
Harcharan.
to Mr. Harcharan Singh. Okay, so congratulations to all the winners.
Okay, to all the winners of the major and minor raffle prizes. Okay, you just claim it. I don't know how. Maybe the Nefila team will just inform you how to claim your prizes.
Okay.
Okay, so are there some announcements? Okay, so if none, so to give us a closing remarks, let us welcome a very dynamic president and CEO of Nefila Web Technology Incorporated, Miss Cheryl Villaroman. A round of applause for Miss Cheryl.
Yes, thank you, Miss Len and Miss Ayoli. Yes, finally, we're at the closing portion of this program. So, we've enjoyed especially yung mga presentations and also the raffle draw and the quizzes. So, I myself enjoyed it. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad that the past 5 days have been filled with learning and insights for everyone, and even us as organizers of this event. While we are here, allow me to say thank you very much to all our speakers, foreign and VIP guests for generously sharing your time, wisdom, and knowledge, even without any compensation. Your pure passion to join us in our mission to empower educators to improve our world affirms us that we are not alone and therefore energizes us to keep moving forward. Thank you also to our event partners and sponsors who made it possible for us to put everything together and fund this event. We give a special thanks to our keynote speaker, Dr. Martin Duguillamas, founder and CEO of Moodle, for setting us all on fire to push forth our agenda on education and technology using the most dominant learning management system in the world, Moodle, and all the humane values that it is built on. Thank you to all the participants and delegates for investing your time and resources in this event and for bearing with us for our lapses. We hope that it has been worthwhile for you still as much as it has been to us. And finally, I would like to lavishly honor our small and young team at Nefila Web. Congratulations to you all, to us all. Part of our social responsibilities is to prioritize employing promising fresh graduates, especially from state universities, and train them really well to provide quality technical support for our clients. I am proud to lead a team that always give their all and keeps conquering greater heights with even greater humility. This year, we celebrate our 10th founding anniversary. It's been a decade of weaving exceptional service with world-class innovation. Some of you might be curious and might ask where the term Nephila derived its name. It came from a spider species that stands out because of its golden color and is most known for the strong webs that they weave, so strong they're used as fishing nets and textiles. As a small team of young and dynamic individuals, we identify a lot with the character of Nephila spider. We exist to weave solutions for the education sector using open source technology, which is our core advocacy. As an affirmation to our open source advocacy, we are proud to become the first and the only Moodle partner and the only one bearing the Moodle trademark in the Philippines. Moodle partner means we are the only certified services provider of Moodle providing solutions like hosting, training, consultancy, support, development, and other pertinent solutions. And this time, let us celebrate our victory and success. Congratulations to us all for being empowered Moodlers. Mood PH 21 humbled us but at the same time excites us to do more and to do better in the future. Altogether, we thank and honor the Lord for being our strength throughout our Moot PH21 journey. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat and long live Moodle in the Philippines.
Okay, thank you very much.
Congratulations, Miss Cheryl Villaroman and the PhilaWeb team. Okay, kudos to all of you.
Okay, so at this point, I now invite everyone to take a moment of silence and put ourselves in the presence of the Lord for the closing prayer. Heavenly Father, as we come to the end of our time together, we thank you for what has been accomplished in the past 5 days. May the matters discussed in our new learnings serve as a catalyst to move us forward and bear fruit in our lives and in other people. As we go back to our routine and as we continue to face the pandemic, may we leave here recognizing you are the God of all wisdom and you're willing to lead us forward. This we pray in the name of the Lord Jesus. Amen. Okay, so for the last time, may we invite all our participants to please switch on your camera for our final photo op for this year's Congress. Please show us your beautiful and handsome faces, okay? So everyone, can you please turn on your cameras? And give us a cue if we are ready for the photo op. Okay, are we ready? I guess we are. So let's make it 3 shots at the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, next, another one. 1, 2, 3. And for the last one, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much. So, Miss Len, with that, we have officially reached the end of the Moodlemoot Philippines 2021 virtual conference. It has been an honor to host you in this year's celebration.
Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you very much, Miss
So this has been your host.
Thank you very much, team.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nefila.
Ang galing ng team ng Nefila. Thank you.
Thank you and see you again next year.
Shout out, Mr. Mark Anthony Papa.
Thank you po.
Thank you po.
Thank you so much po, Ma'am Len and
Thank you po. Thank you sa inyong lahat.
Bye-bye. Salamat po sa cake. Kakainin po namin yon.
May cake naman.
Ang bibilis nyo pong mag-type. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
These young people live in different cities and study different subjects at different universities. In just a few minutes, they are all going to take their exams. Some of them will do it from the comfort of their armchair, and others will go to a special exam centre. To ensure that they are all tested in the same way and that the grades are fair, the examination process must be carefully regulated. Enter Examus, an online invigilator service, or, in other words, a tool to help supervise students during an examination. Examus uses automated algorithms to identify students and analyze their behavior to detect violations of exam regulations. This information is then passed on to a human invigilator who monitors and adjusts the system. The user identification process is based on face recognition technology. The system compares an image from the student's webcam with one or more of their sample images. The invigilator then compares the images manually. This comprehensive method gives a 98% accurate user identification. What's more, there are plans to include additional identifying algorithms, such as electronic signatures, ECGs, and other biometric measurements. Examus automatically records any violations and informs the invigilator. If the student looks away from the screen for longer than is warranted, if the active window on the computer suddenly changes, if the student leaves their desk, or if someone else is there with them, if someone else's voice is heard through the student's microphone, or if somebody else tries to sit the exam for them. The behavioral analysis algorithms mean the system can be easily adapted to work with different people. The user's standard behavior is assessed by the system over time and taken into account. The more records of a student's behavior that are recorded in the Examus database, the more accurately their behavior can be predicted and understood. Did the student look because they were distracted, or to secretly glance at a crib sheet? The involvement of invigilators ensures violations can be detected accurately, even if little information on the student has been stored, and the fact of being observed also heightens the disciplinary effect. The invigilators deal with rule breakers appropriately. This gives Examus more flexibility in its reaction to student behavior, in line with the standards of each university. It also allows invigilators to clarify information in the event of disputes. Examus can be easily configured to suit different exam conditions, strict tests, where the use of any additional materials is forbidden, and more open examinations, where, for example, calculations can be made on paper outside the testing system. All data collected by Examus is transferred to educational institutions for in-depth analysis. Teachers can monitor the exam results of individual students, and all the data collected undergoes comprehensive processing to see if the testing methods need to be adjusted or examination tasks improved. The Examus Invigilator service allows you to set up a flexible ecosystem of online examinations, securely connecting student laptops to the university's LMS, Learning Management System.
Educational technology is now more important than ever. However, students and faculty often don't have enough guidance and can easily get overwhelmed with questions or issues they think they cannot resolve themselves. Many institutions struggle to provide this guidance to their faculty and students, preventing them from getting the most value out of their ed tech investments. EasySoft helps institutions guide users through in-app messaging, personalized support, and tool usage insights. Supporting over 2.5 million faculty and students globally, EasySoft can integrate with all the most popular learning applications. Tool adoption insights help you visualize and compare how your EdTech tools are being used by any student, faculty member, or course. Take action on adoption insights by targeting users with personalized messages anywhere within your learning management system. Messages can be anything from important announcements to explanations on how to complete tasks with specific EdTech tools. They are fully customizable and help you collect valuable user feedback. When your faculty and students need a little extra help, the EasySoft Support Center provides 24/7 self-support directly in your learning management system to ensure no user is left behind. Relevant help content is recommended automatically based on a user's role and context, and institution-specific help articles can be added to personalize the support experience. If a user still has unanswered questions, EasySoft's smart routing settings ensure their support request is sent to the right help desk along with all relevant user information, cutting resolution time in half. Working on a big change like moving to a new LMS or introducing a new tool? Create a campaign to keep track of all your messages, help articles, and tool adoption monitors in one place and measure the impact of your efforts. Check out the EasySoft universe to get inspired by campaign examples from institutions around the world. Do you want to optimize the teaching and learning experience at your institution and get more value from your EdTech investments? Head over to www.easysoft.com to learn more.